A young man with white hair solemnly declares that he has vanquished the Demon King. He reminisces about a town rejoicing in the newfound peace of the world. Yet despite the memory, his eyes reflect a profound sadness. Alone in a graveyard, he mourns his failure to act swiftly enough. The scene shifts to the royal capital, where the hero's farewell ceremony is about to commence. Within the castle, a man in the audience anxiously questions whether the hero will prevail. His friend reassures him, referencing an ancient prophecy of a hero destined to rise. The townspeople express unwavering faith in their chosen hero, Albus Stride. From behind a pillar, a king watches the enthusiastic crowd gathered for the grand event. He turns to his advisor, inquiring if hero Albus has arrived yet. The flustered advisor informs him that, according to the guards, the hero has already departed. In utter shock, the king's crown nearly flies off his head. At the northern castle gate, a young cleric stands before two formidable guards. She grips her chest, steeling herself before attempting to pass through the gate. She starts to move forward, struggling as a guard watches without emotion, and despite her efforts, she feels an invisible force holding her back. Her face twists in determination as she pushes with all her strength, yet remains stuck. Defeated, she exhales deeply, her strange and futile struggle finally coming to an end. She dramatically collapses, shouting apologies as the guard sarcastically comments on the invisible barrier. The unimpressed guard remarks that he couldn't resist commenting on her predicament. The young woman introduces herself as Fiona Umail, a modest cleric from the countryside. With genuine hope, she shares her wish to join the hero's party. The guard directs her to the castle to join the subjugation team. He explains that the hero is personally selecting members from a hall filled with candidates. Upon hearing this, Fiona's confidence shatters, and she decides not to pursue it. She sinks into despair, convinced she won't be chosen and would be of no use. The guard internally sighs, thinking about how tedious this situation has become. As a horse approaches, the guard suggests that trying wouldn't hurt. Fiona remains disheartened, certain that she would only make a fool of herself. Regretting her rural origins, a hand suddenly grabs her from behind. She is unceremoniously tossed into the back of a moving cart. The cart clops away, leaving the two guards in stunned silence. Fiona watches in confusion as the cart rattles away from the gate. The guards snap back to reality, shouting that a kidnapper has taken her. One guard points angrily, yelling at the cart driver for his audacious actions. The young man apologizes and shows an ornate medallion to prove his identity. The guards gaze at the medallion, their eyes widening in recognition. One guard identifies the item as the legendary hero's insignia. Fiona, still in the cart, can only utter a sound of disbelief. The guards shout in astonishment, realizing the kidnapper is the chosen hero, Albus Stride. Fiona screams in shock at the revelation of her companion's true identity. As Fiona questions the unfolding events, Albus prepares to explain briefly. He formally invites Fiona Hummel to join his adventuring team. An official conveys Albus's message to the king, stating he skipped the ceremony as it was pointless. The horses' hooves clatter on the road as their journey begins in earnest. The cart travels through a forest, carrying the newly formed party away from the capital. Albus turns to Fiona, ready to have a serious discussion with her. He tells Fiona, who is suspiciously wrapped in a blanket, to act normally. Fiona insists that something feels off about the situation. She erupts, accusing him of being a fraud trying to scam rural folk. Albus casually tosses his insignia onto the cart floor, telling her to take a look. Clutching the medallion, he shares that the archbishop bestowed the hero's insignia upon him when he was just 6. Fiona, realizing its authenticity, chastises him for carelessly discarding something so significant. With a grave demeanor, Albus asserts that nothing holds greater value for him than time. He assures his new ally that they will arrive at their destination by night. Their route takes them toward the ominous jagged mountain known as Black Scale Peak. From the rear of the cart, Fiona looks up at the towering mountain. A fearsome black-winged dragon emerges, confirming that this mountain is its home. Fiona's complexion drains of color as she urges him to pause for a moment. She indicates on a map that the usual path circumvents the S-rank beast. Albus cheerfully mentions it's a shortcut, prompting Fiona to question his sanity. He admits he spent all his funds on a quality horse, leaving him with only basic gear. Fiona stares at him in disbelief, convinced he must be joking about valuing speed over protection. After she enumerates his reckless choices, he calmly inquires if she dislikes him. Still puzzled, Fiona asks why he selected her to join his party. She wonders if they have crossed paths before, seeking clarity on his decision. Albus's expression shifts to one of seriousness, his gaze locked ahead. As their cart bumps along a rocky trail, he declares it's time for a story. A transitional panel illustrates the passage of time as they continue their journey. He begins his tale a decade ago, depicting a tranquil village with a windmill. At 5 years old, he lived a peaceful life alongside a small, fluffy dog. A shady cloaked figure claiming to be a messenger from God delivered a revelation. The messenger proclaimed that Albus possessed main character energy and would vanquish the Demon King. Upon hearing this, the entire village erupted in excitement, losing their composure. He embarked on his quest as the chosen hero, receiving his insignia from the Archbishop. His life transformed into a relentless routine of rigorous training in magic and combat. Determined to prove himself, he dedicated himself fully to his training. With his party gathered, he finally set off, leaving behind his cheering village. The journey was arduous and fraught with danger, battling fearsome creatures like a cyclops. After a decade-long journey, they at last arrived at their destination. He and his companions are depicted traversing a treacherous, rocky terrain. He looks down, his face somber, as he prepares to recount his failure. In a scene of fiery ruin, he confesses that he was defeated by the Demon King. Fiona listens in stunned silence, struggling to comprehend his words. He explains the battle was absurd, with the Demon King unleashing constant instant death attacks. In a flat, final tone, he simply states that he died. Then he found himself back on the day of his departure in his hometown. His eyes widen in shock as he relives that impossible moment. He tells Fiona that this bizarre occurrence didn't happen just once. It happened repeatedly, and over again, each death sending him back to the very start. He is ensnared, endlessly reliving the quest to defeat the Demon King. As the chosen hero, he reveals he is cursed with this power. His own demise, he explains, is the key that rewinds time. Fiona, her face drained of color, whispers that his predicament is insane. She asks if this cycle will persist until he finally conquers the Demon King. Albus reveals he has endured this 35 times. This marks the 36th loop. He admits he succeeded once, recalling his fastest time for the task. Fiona sits in the cart, her expression one of sheer disbelief and confusion. With a quivering voice, she asks if he truly defeated the Demon King, to which he quietly affirms. Fiona stares in utter disbelief, her mind struggling to grasp the shocking truth. Their modest cart symbolizes the challenging journey that lies ahead. She questions her partner about the sense of déjà vu in their mission. Albus reveals he took his own life, shocking the young cleric. He shares it took him 5 grueling tries and 13 years to conquer the Demon King. A flashback shows him returning home, only to be met with devastating news. His victory felt empty. He had no one to celebrate with. Fiona gasps, her hand covering her mouth in empathy for his deep sorrow. He remembers kneeling in grief at the grave of his cherished dog, Lucky. The cleric is left speechless upon hearing about his lost pet. He discloses that his dog died 4 years into his journey, a harsh truth. This tragedy shaped his new belief. Speed is all that truly matters. He recalls a king he could have saved if only he had acted more swiftly. The haunting memory of the world tree consumed by the Demon King's forces lingers. He mourns the countless lives he could have spared with greater speed. The endless time loops twisted his mission into an obsession for perfection. His companion listens intently, her serious gaze absorbing every word. She shivers, sensing something unsettling about his enthusiasm for new records. The cleric still ponders why he chose her out of everyone. Albus starts to respond, his expression contemplative and voice soft. A sudden quake rattles the ground, startling the horse and its riders. His demeanor shifts immediately as he senses impending danger. From the sky descends a massive black-winged dragon looming before them. Fiona screams in fear, convinced their fate is sealed. She urges him to take cover, but he dismisses her alarm with a calm, "Nah." With steely determination, he states they will confront the beast directly. A confident smirk forms as he reassures her of her unique magic. She stares at him, puzzled, unsure what he means by her unique magic. The enormous dragon lands with a thunderous roar, its presence overwhelming. The beast's dark silhouette lunges forward, poised to strike. Albus captures the dragon's attention, taunting it from a safe distance. Perched on a high cliff, he draws the monster's furious gaze toward himself. Waving his arms, he promises to keep the creature occupied. He instructs Fiona to wait for the ideal moment to attack. The dragon snaps at him with its massive toothy jaws. Fiona remembers her lifelong dream of aiding the legendary hero. A memory surfaces of her as a child, hearing that the hero had been discovered. She realizes this is her opportunity to finally prove her worth. In the present, she readies herself to cast the one spell she truly masters. She unleashes her snooze magic, a wave of energy washing over the beast. The dragon's roar falters as its eyelids grow heavy. With a resounding thud, the massive creature collapses into a deep slumber. Albus identifies the dragon's weak point, a scale on its neck. Claiming it's an easy target, he launches a powerful dragon slash at the sleeping beast. Fiona watches, torn between awe and worry as he begins his assault. She winces at the brutal precision of his relentless strikes. As the dragon stirs, Albus urgently calls for Fiona to cast her spell once more. She reacts without hesitation, plunging the beast back into slumber with another snooze. Albus exclaims perfect and continues his relentless assault without pause. As she observes him fight, a profound realization begins to dawn on her. She understands that she is finally contributing to the hero's cause. The final slash lands perfectly, sealing the dragon's destiny. Albus descends with elegance, proudly announcing their triumph. He faces Fiona, commending her for her vital role in their success. His expression radiates genuine respect for her efforts. He shares that their first encounter was during the 6th loop of his quest. Fiona suddenly realizes he had known her all along. She is taken aback, having thought he viewed her as just a regular cleric. He remembers discovering her sleep magic and acknowledging her remarkable skill. He clarifies that clerics capable of lulling dragons to sleep are incredibly rare. With a confident grin, he expresses his admiration for those with unique talents. Mastering a skill is like wearing a badge of honor in his view. Such specialized abilities reflect a person's growth. He admits to having traveled with various companions throughout his journeys. Yet he sincerely believes Fiona is his favorite among them. He formally invites her again to join his team. A close-up reveals Fiona's eyes, filled with quiet determination. Their adventure officially commences as they solidify their alliance with a handshake. The scene captures the fallen dragon, a symbol of their victory. Albus acknowledges this was their first significant challenge, puzzling Fiona. He discloses the terrifying odds they faced, confirming her fears about his sanity. Cleric Fiona Emir is depicted in a charming town, her journey beginning. She travels with the hero Albus Stride to confront the demon lord. Albus proclaims their arrival at the first town where they will rest. He sets an ambitious target, to defeat the demon lord in 3 years. Fiona is stunned by the shockingly brief 3-year timeline. She inquires if this will finally put an end to his endless time loops. Albus averts his gaze, his expression distant and inscrutable. He confesses he doesn't have many answers, leaving Fiona utterly perplexed. With a hefty sack in hand, Albus mentions trading dragon materials for gold. He estimates a total of 5,000, causing Fiona's eyes to sparkle with excitement. She rejoices, thrilled at the prospect of finally eating something other than potatoes. Albus halts her, insisting there's something crucial he needs to share. He starts to speak, but is cut off by a distressed woman from the town. Fiona, driven by her compassionate nature, instinctively rushes to assist her. The woman walks away, prompting Fiona to prepare to follow her. Albus panics, grabbing her arm and urgently calling for her to stop. He insists he has something important to convey, leaving her bewildered. With an intense gaze, he cautions her against listening to the townspeople. Fiona asks why, her face a blend of confusion and worry. He clarifies that their priority is speed and questions what the main obstacle is. With a serious expression, he reveals it's the trivial requests from the locals. He points to a man slouched against a wall as a prime example. He states the man is clearly trying to catch the attention of adventurers. Albus discloses he knows the man's plea involves a lover's spat. His face hardens with resolve. He has made up his mind. He asserts that ignoring these minor issues is perfectly acceptable. He reminds her to concentrate solely on defeating the demon lord for now. Fiona watches him depart, conceding he might be right, but still feeling uncertain. He mentions heading to the weapon shop, cautioning her not to get into trouble. A young cleric, Fiona, strolls through a town street, her expression one of concern. She catches 2 men chatting about the recent bandit raids on the western road. Their conversation continues, filled with fears that their town could be next. Out of nowhere, a small boy surprises her from behind, calling her name. With a serious look, the boy inquires if she might be an adventurer. Panic surges within Fiona. She needs to find a way out of this. The boy shares that bandits took his father's life, a truth that shatters Fiona. He tells her that the bandits stole a cherished pendant from his father. With tears in his eyes, the boy silently begs for her assistance. Fiona's face hardens, her heart aching for the child's plight. She kneels, vowing to retrieve his precious keepsake. Albus suddenly appears, grabbing Fiona and questioning her actions. The little boy watches, bewildered and startled by the sudden chaos. A wild grin spreads across Albus' face as he greets his friend. Frightened by the ruckus, the boy bolts down the street. Later, Fiona tracks down Albus, asking if he has any useful information. She brings up the bandits, and Albus confirms he's aware of them. With a cold, resolute gaze, Albus declares they won't get involved. Fiona stares at him, doubt and shock etched on her face. She challenges his choice, questioning if it's right to turn a blind eye. She insists that even on their quest, they can't ignore the suffering around them. Albus turns away, his weary profile revealing a detached pragmatism. He explains that as the hero, he can't fix every single issue. The narrative shifts to the next day, under a bright, clear sky. The scene transitions to the grand estate of the local feudal lord. Inside his office, the lord greets Albus, already aware of his arrival. Eagerly, the lord asks if Albus is truly planning to confront the bandits. With a broad, confident grin, Albus affirms that he will take care of it. Fiona stares at him, utterly shocked by his unexpected change of mind. She confronts him, but he calmly explains it's part of a time-saving strategy. He reveals that the Lord controls the checkpoint, and a pass will expedite their journey. Fiona reminds him of his earlier claim that they wouldn't get involved. The Lord inquires when they will initiate the attack, and Albus hesitates. With a calm smile, Albus states that the task is nearly complete. Both the Lord and Fiona look on, completely puzzled by his cryptic words. A fierce battle breaks out, showcasing bandits being ruthlessly attacked at their base. A powerful warrior with an eye patch leads the charge against the beleaguered bandits. The battlefield is chaotic as the bandits are methodically overpowered. A massive sword swings down, symbolizing the attackers' overwhelming might. The bandits flee in fear from the relentless assault, unable to mount a defense. The eye patch-wearing captain announces that the request to eliminate the bandits is fulfilled. He stands before Albus's group, stating they are here for their promised reward. The Lord recognizes the emblem of the famed mercenary group, the Wolf Claws. Albus stands smugly, his unconventional plan having succeeded flawlessly. With triumph, Albus reveals his strategy, outsourcing the issue to the allies of great heroes. Fiona asks when he contacted them, and he confirms it was done in advance. The imposing mercenary captain strides toward Albus and Fiona. The captain asks Albus if he is the young man who hired their services. Albus greets the captain with a charming smile, pleased to meet him. The captain inquires how Albus discovered their secret method of communication. He explains that only those they genuinely trust receive the contact details. Albus gazes thoughtfully, a nostalgic smile gracing his lips as a leaf drifts by. He recounts how someone mentioned it to him ages ago. In his hand, he clutches a small, folded note, the key to his insight. A flashback reveals the captain sharing contact details with a younger Albus. In the memory, young Albus studies the note, his face serious. He ponders if this connection will hold in the next cycle. A rough mercenary warns young Albus not to underestimate them. The mercenary's tone blends camaraderie with a note of caution. Albus shares the memory, reminding the captain of their legendary partnership. The captain observes, his face showing reluctant respect. Fiona watches the interaction deep in thought. The captain chuckles, agreeing that payment resolves any issues. He tosses a small item to Albus, explaining it was part of the deal. Albus catches it, thanking him, then promptly tosses it aside. The captain barks commands for his men to get ready to move. Albus tells Fiona to return the item to its rightful owner. Fiona gazes at the delicate silver pendant resting in her palms. She suddenly realizes this is the pendant the little boy lost. Albus confirms with a slight grin that the mercenaries recovered it. Fiona questions why he went through the effort to find it. Albus explains that he had a close bond with the mercenaries in a past loop. He reminisces about how they aided him back then, a cherished memory. A scene depicts him enjoying a peaceful moment with the mercenaries by a campfire. Albus watches them depart, reflecting on the value of memories. Fiona turns to Albus, a new understanding lighting up her eyes. A sharp panel transition signals the end of the current scene. Fiona finds the little boy and gently hands back the lost pendant. The boy hugs the pendant close, a serene smile spreading across his face. Fiona watches with a gentle, knowing smile of her own. She concludes that Albus is odd but can't ignore someone in need. A small detail of a tree branch creates a serene atmosphere. Two small birds chirp contentedly on the branch. Her tranquil thoughts are interrupted by the realization she was mistaken. Albus shifts back to business, urging Fiona to hurry with the packing. Fiona, holding a sack, is puzzled by their scant supplies. She questions why they have so little luggage, expecting more. Albus reveals, pained, that he spent everything on the mercenaries. The little boy calls out to the now broke hero and his friend. He proudly presents a huge cart overflowing with supplies, offering anything. Fiona and Albus are taken aback by the boy's unexpected generosity. Fiona stares, mouth agape, while Albus looks on, sheepish. The boy explains his father was a successful merchant, so he's repaying them. Albus recalls memories of his hometown's vast golden wheat fields. He remembers the rewarding labor and glistening sweat of the diligent villagers. He recalls the blinding, genuine smiles of the people from his past. In that moment, he vows to protect that peaceful landscape. The scene shifts to a grand church, addressing the devoted priests inside. Albus remembers the immense gratitude he felt when chosen as the hero. He felt an overwhelming pride in his ability to safeguard such a beautiful world. With a bright, noble expression, Albus swears to the heavens he will vanquish the demon lord. Two priests in the crowd observe, their faces reflecting a deep, solemn reverence for his vow. The hall bursts into applause, the audience profoundly touched by the young man's noble spirit. A senior priest from the Church of St. Carlos formally offers their unwavering support to Albus. With a humble grin, Albus conveys his heartfelt thanks for the church's support. An idea strikes him suddenly. He inquires if he could take some of the church's renowned holy water. The priest clarifies that although the fountain is usually sealed, he will make an exception this time. With a soft creak, a heavy ornate wooden door swings open, unveiling the way ahead. He gestures grandly toward a stunning courtyard fountain, granting Alba permission for this occasion. Fiona and another priest gaze at the sacred fountain, their faces lighting up with pure joy. As soon as permission is granted, Albus eagerly encourages his companions to start collecting the water. The priest stands in shock as Albus yells for his group to fill every container they possess. Their hall is vast, filled with numerous large barrels and glass bottles brimming with holy water. Fiona is in awe at the sight of so much legendary St. Carlos holy water, recognizing its power against monsters. After a challenging journey, Albus hopes this water will save them valuable time. He recalls a recent close encounter where they nearly wandered into a dangerous grizzly bear's territory. As Fiona prepares to use the water, the party's horse watches with a grateful expression. Albus quickly halts her, cautioning that her method won't yield a lasting effect. With a flourish, he proclaims he has a far more effective way to utilize their prize. He proudly reveals his peculiar invention, a horse-drawn cart equipped with a bizarre sprinkler system. Albus describes his holy water barrel sprinkler system, calling the makeshift contraption quite handy. The sprinklers gently mist the air with holy water as they traverse through the woods. As they ride, Fiona reflects on how moved she was by Albus's noble speech at the church. She asks him if he has always had such a noble heart, even as a child. With a cool, knowing smile, Albus shatters her illusion by admitting it was all a fabrication. Fiona is left utterly speechless, her eyes wide in disbelief at his casual confession of deceit. He teasingly asks if his tear-jerking act wasn't convincing, leaving her completely stunned. Recovering from her shock, she demands to know his true motivation for pursuing this quest. Albus looks away, a flicker of embarrassment crossing his face as he prepares to respond. He confesses that initially, his reasons for embarking on this journey were quite shallow. A memory surfaces, revealing his childish belief that being a hero meant everyone would pamper him. He explains his naive assumption that defeating the demon lord would be a simple task. Fiona listens with a weary, unimpressed expression, processing the depth of his childishness. She admits she is now feeling anxious. Having initially admired the hero ideal, Albus chuckles at himself, listing his many flaws and declaring this is the true hero. With a more serious tone, he acknowledges that this flawed mindset is why he has failed. Fiona listens closely, her expression shifting from shock to genuine concern for him. Gazing into the distance, Albus confesses he is currently overwhelmed with regret. Her gaze sharpens as she senses a deeper, more painful truth behind his words. She softly utters his name, her expression a blend of pity and utter confusion. Seizing this moment of raw honesty, she asks if there's anything else he's concealing. Albus looks down, his expression unreadable as she presses him for the full truth. She inquires about the real reason he keeps repeating the loop, a cryptic and significant question. Before he can respond, two arrows suddenly soar through the air, signaling an ambush. The horse rears violently, the entire cart jolting forward as they find themselves under attack. Fiona gasps in alarm while Albus watches with a weary, almost bored annoyance. A swarm of goblins bursts from the surrounding forest, their bows drawn and aimed at the cart. While Fiona panics at being suddenly surrounded, Albus mutters about the annoying, predictable pattern. He coolly assesses that the goblins have enough smarts to attack from a safe distance. Fiona urges a quick escape, but Albus grimly states that running is no longer an option. Their faces are grim as they realize they are completely ensnared by the goblin horde. From the shadows of the trees, a colossal brutish troll steps forward, joining the goblins' well-coordinated attack. Fiona gasps in horror as Albus acknowledges the emergence of their formidable new adversary. He observes their teamwork, noting the troll's brute strength complements the goblin's cunning. Panic grips Fiona as she realizes they can't face so many foes simultaneously, especially with their holy water dwindling. Albus asserts that the best approach in such a dire scenario is to conserve their strength. He theorizes that a horde of this magnitude must have a leader, pinpointing a potential target. He concludes that if they eliminate the leader, the rest of the horde will descend into chaos. Feigning ignorance, he claims he has no clue where the leader could be hiding among them. A menacing goblin leader adorned with a feathered collar emits a triumphant guttural laugh. The goblin horde mocks and cackles, encircling the seemingly defenseless adventurers in their cart. Suddenly, an arrow shoots from the cart, striking a goblin with a loud, unexpected thwack. The goblin leader is hit squarely in the head, confusion washing over him as he drops dead. The lethal arrow pierces the leader's skull, ending his reign in a single, decisive moment. From the cart, Albus continues to eliminate the now frantic goblins with his bow. He glances at his companion with a confident grin, revealing his earlier claim was a ruse. Fiona watches, utterly bewildered by his sudden and effective counteroffensive. Albus explains that he memorized their predictable attack pattern from previous encounters. The remaining troll, its goblin allies now in disarray, roars in confusion and fury. It hesitates for a moment, its small, brutish eyes struggling to comprehend the sudden shift. With a thunderous roar of pure rage, the furious troll charges forward, determined to attack. The enormous beast charges toward the cart, its expression filled with vicious intent to crush. Fiona screams Albus's name in terror as the horse rears up in sheer panic. Albus's expression hardens, shifting to one of focused, unwavering determination. He stands calmly, grabbing a small barrel of holy water from the cart. Leaping from the moving cart, he throws the barrel's contents straight at the charging troll. The holy water hisses and burns upon contact, causing the troll to bellow in agony. Fiona watches, a sigh of relief escaping her lips as she sees the holy water's effect. The massive troll stumbles back, blinded and disoriented from the sacred liquid. Seizing the moment, Albus leaps into the air, sword drawn and poised to strike. He swings his blade down in a swift vertical motion, executing a powerful technique he calls upper draft. The sword cleaves through the troll's skull, decisively ending the battle. This victory triggers a memory of a past defeat against a horde of frenzied, sharp-toothed goblins. A younger Albus glances back in alarm as Fiona shouts a frantic warning about the goblins. The memory continues, showing their party completely overwhelmed by goblins and a victorious troll. In that past defeat, a frustrated Albus had commanded a full retreat from the battle. The party stood defeated before the troll, vowing to succeed in their next attempt. One of his companions desperately urged the others to locate the leader during their chaotic escape. A spiky-haired goblin leader smirked confidently, certain of their impending victory. The memory depicts the adventurers facing overwhelming odds, promising a different outcome this time. In another past failure, a goblin ambushes Fiona while Albus is distracted by another foe. The party is shown being completely overrun by the monstrous horde in the dense forest clearing. In the present, Albus observes with a somber, reflective expression shaped by his past. He looks down, quiet intensity in his gaze as he contemplates the weight of his memories. A flashback reveals the massive foot of a giant creature looming near a small, cloaked Albus. Sensing his contemplative mood, Fiona asks him to finally disclose the true reason for their journey. With a noble and heroic demeanor, Albus declares that there is someone he wishes to rescue. Fiona gazes at him, her expression a blend of surprise and hope at his heartfelt confession. However, as he turns away, he privately acknowledges that this too was a fabrication. Albus turns his back on his companions, his expression inscrutable, concealing his true intentions. A year has passed since their journey commenced, the party traveling in a horse-drawn cart. Fiona, the hero's ally, gazes thoughtfully, her expression serious. A map lays out their destination, the magic continent of Gomet, ruled by the Demon King. She holds the map, expressing her confusion to Albus Sama. She wonders about their unusual path, questioning why they aren't heading to Lunan Port. Albus calmly shares his strategy to utilize an ancient glowing warp gate instead of sailing. Fiona reacts in disbelief, stuttering at the mention of such a legendary artifact. While she doubts the proximity of such a relic, Albus confidently affirms its existence. With a serious demeanor, Albus cautions her that this shortcut carries significant dangers. She absorbs his warning, her face reflecting both concern and determination. Understanding Albus's ways, she feels an unsettling premonition about his plan. Their path leads them into a thick, tangled forest, the way ahead unclear. They reach a set of ancient, crumbling ruins hidden within a forest clearing. Albus points toward the ruins, asking Fiona if she notices what lies ahead. Inside a cavern, they discover the warp gate, energy swirling mysteriously within. A voice explains that ancient wizards crafted the gate, powered by limitless energy. The group gazes in awe at the magnificent ancient magical structure. An elderly man with a long white beard and a twisted staff steps from the shadows. He approaches the group, his presence exuding age and mystery. The man recognizes Albus as the hero, claiming he knew this day would come. He introduces himself as the Shrine's Guardian, a role he has held for 4 decades. With a grand gesture, he permits the hero to use the warp gate. However, he reveals a condition, requesting them to fulfill his dying wish. Before he can elaborate, his companions suddenly disappear from his side. Albus reacts with lightning speed, pushing his friends out of danger. A surge of energy from the Guardian's staff narrowly misses them, striking the gate. While Fiona feels pity for the old man, Albus sees through his manipulative ploy. Albus, already aware of what's unfolding, prepares to reveal the old man's entire scheme. A flashback shows the old man detailing his quest for a rare rainbow gem. The old man insists on accompanying them to locate the gem in a western dungeon. Their mission requires a magic key from a bald man to move forward. Obtaining the key involves retrieving a flame staff from a merchant in the south. Naturally, the flame staff had been taken by a formidable demon. The demon concealed the staff within a fortress to the east. This series of tasks sent the group racing across the continent. The old man laments that this entire ordeal consumed a whole year of his life. He shares that his only desire is to catch a glimpse of that jewel. Returning to the present, he introduces himself as Marius, the wise wizard. Marius appears puzzled, questioning if he has even introduced himself yet. Albus cuts through the pretense, asking if the gem is truly what he desires. Marius attempts a philosophical diversion, holding up a flower to illustrate his point. He reflects that the things that truly matter are often surprisingly nearby. Albus, growing impatient, urges the old man to shorten his tale. Marius begins recounting his love story with Cecile, the tavern owner's daughter. Albus quietly signals Fiona to position herself for their own strategy. Marius explains he left Cecile to pursue magic, his companions listening closely. Fiona is taken aback as Albus seems to prepare her for something significant. He recalls his promise to Cecile to return one day with the rainbow gem. As Marius mourns the passing years, Albus encourages Fiona to play her role. Marius drops to his knees, pleading to see Cecile one last time. Suddenly, Fiona appears, magically transformed into the likeness of the young Cecile. Marius gazes in shock at the figure of his long-lost beloved. Now appearing as Cecile, Fiona greets him, asking if they've crossed paths again. They stand face to face, one lost in nostalgia, the other playing a part. Overwhelmed with feelings, Marius calls out Cecile's name while Albus smiles. Marius expresses regret for breaking his promise, but Cecile reassures him it's okay. With a gentle expression, she urges him to forget about the gem. Marius listens, his face a mask of past sorrows and regrets. His memory wavers, and he wonders if he ever made that promise to Cecile. The old man turns away, lost in the tangled memories of yesteryears. Fiona is taken aback as Marius reminisces about another woman, the captivating dancer Esmeralda. In an instant, Fiona transforms again, now clad in a mesmerizing dancer's costume. Marius is overjoyed, shouting Esmeralda's name with fresh excitement. As Esmeralda reminds him of his vow, Fiona wonders how Albus was so ready. The old man's thoughts drift to Mary, a bunny girl from a gambling den. With another change, Fiona appears in a bunny girl outfit, utterly mortified. Albus compliments her adorable look, while Fiona is blushing with embarrassment. Now as Mary, Fiona tries to rein in the ecstatic Marius from getting too carried away. Albus interjects, asking the old man if he's finally content. Fiona observes, her face still flushed from the entire situation. Marius expresses gratitude, saying it felt like reliving a beautiful dream. He admits it was delightful, as Fiona notes he has lived quite a rich life. He ponders his regrets, questioning if being with one person would have altered his fate. Marius concludes that his regrets are a significant part of his journey. He turns to Albus, seeking the hero's perspective on the matter. Albus declares he wants no regrets, aiming for the perfect conclusion. A memory of a past adventure with Marius and Fiona flashes in his mind. He recalls riding alongside the old man and a younger Fiona on horseback. The memory depicts the three of them resting peacefully around a campfire. Albus remembers listening closely to the old man's captivating tales. The memory shows Albus animatedly sharing a story with his friends. His wild gestures in the memory made his companions burst into laughter. Fiona watched him with a warm, amused smile. Back in the present, Albus smiles, saying he enjoyed Marius's wild stories. He sincerely hopes to hear them again someday. Marius studies Albus with a keen gaze, sensing something familiar. Albus meets his gaze, a silent understanding passing between them. The old man inquires if they've met before. Albus responds enigmatically, saying what lies ahead is a simple task. At the warp gate, Marius asks if they're ready to leave. Albus requests Marius to look after their horse, who neighs sadly. Albus signals for his companions to follow him through the gate. Marius watches them depart, pondering how many loops Albus has endured. The old man shifts his focus to the young woman with Albus. He calls out to Fiona, catching her attention before she leaves. He asks her if something sorrowful has happened. Fiona turns back, a faint bittersweet smile gracing her lips. Marius tells her he can see a deep, profound sadness in her gaze. Albus observes, his expression unreadable as the two converse. Marius places a hand on her shoulder, wishing for light to pierce her sadness. One eye widens. A tear falls as a deep realization washes over her. Fiona, the young cleric, gazes up at the ominous sky, her expression filled with dread. Alone on a barren ledge, she stands before the castle of the Demon King. In a panic, she shouts for Albus Sama, her voice mimicking his playful tone. A memory surfaces of Albus humorously pinned down by a creature, pleading for assistance. In that memory, Fiona gasps sharply, feigning surprise. With a smirk, she suggests Karma is leaving him there for a solid 10 hours. Nearby, she negotiates his punishment while teasing him about his adorableness. Another recollection surfaces, a friend pointing out a flaw in Albus's sword. Albus glances over, acknowledging the comment with a simple grunt. He explains that the sword is irreplaceable, much like a true partner. An armored ally points out Albus's own battered helmet in response. A female companion scolds him, insisting that prissier gear is always superior. Albus smirks, noting they've made it this far despite everything. The memory wraps up as the group approaches the foreboding castle of the Demon King. Suddenly, the scene shifts back to the present, the castle looming ahead. Fiona exclaims that a magical artifact has appeared, prompting Albus to ask for a look. She unveils the elvish magnifying glass, revealing their power levels. Albus observes their levels are as anticipated, given their early arrival. He playfully nudges her to examine the finer details. Fiona gasps as the glass discloses her age, height, and weight. Defensively, she blames the delicious food from the elven village for those figures. Worry etched on her face, Fiona clutches the magical mirror tightly. The mirror reflects a formidable level 65 monster lurking in the shadows. A terrifying manticore charges at them, its entrance abrupt and fierce. The multi-eyed creature emits a thunderous roar, its jaws wide open. Albus and Fiona huddle closely, bracing themselves against the looming threat. Albus narrates that 4 months have slipped by since they arrived on the magic continent. A memory shows them strolling peacefully through a stunning elven village. Hiding behind a boulder, he contemplates how the castle is drawing near. A vertical line hints at a question brewing in Fiona's mind. A question mark hovers above her head, signaling her growing bewilderment. The castle looms closer as she begins to voice her thoughts. Fiona inquires why they aren't heading to the Demon King's castle just yet. Albus stares ahead, his demeanor serious as he prepares to respond. He explains that they would be instantly killed, adding she's not fully informed. He reveals the Demon King is at level 150, leaving a chibified Fiona in shock. Fiona feels despair, but Albus reassures her they can triumph by leveling up. He outlines their new objective: gather the finest gear from the continent. He points to her novice staff, suggesting a powerful upgrade in a nearby cave. Fiona glances down at her staff, a conflicted look crossing her face. Softly, she calls out his name, ready to express her feelings on the issue. With resolve, she tells Albus she wishes to keep her staff. Albus listens intently, his expression serious and empathetic. A memory shows her receiving the staff as a beloved gift from her mentor. She believes her teacher's spirit and emotions empower her to persevere. Albus harshly reveals the staff is merely level 15 junk after assessing it. He explains that while the truth can be brutal, it's an essential reality. The figures he provides give them the hard truths necessary for their journey. A vivid memory shows him in a desperate fight, his words trailing off. The memory depicts his companion's armor shattering from a devastating strike. Another ally unleashes a spell, but it feels outdated. He remembers that emotions were useless against the Demon King's might. In the present moment, he declares firmly that victory is his sole aim. His fingers tighten around the sword's hilt as he apologizes for his blunt realism. Fiona gazes at him, a flicker of understanding dawning in her eyes. With renewed determination, she acknowledges the need to train hard. She pledges to transform her mentor's emotions into real power, into stats. Albus is visibly touched by her resolve and strength. A small determined smile appears as he says, "Let's move." Fiona reflects that her motivation extends beyond just her mentor. Her mind drifts to Albus, picturing him looking forlorn and isolated. Her fierce gaze reveals that she fights for him too. Together, they enter a perilous cave adorned with luminous crystals. They are seen battling a gigantic fish monster with sharp teeth from a small vessel. In a different dungeon, Albus hauls a treasure chest up a staircase. 2 years later, the Demon King's fortress still looms ominously. A familiar manticore prowls through a rocky path, hunting for prey. The creature spots Fiona alone and emits a cry of recognition. The multi-eyed beast growls, its face twisted in pure rage. It lunges at Fiona, roaring with fierce predatory intent. Fiona, now a formidable mage, calmly casts the spell Chrono Chains. With the beast restrained, she calls out to Albus, saying it's his turn. Her status is unveiled, Fiona Umale, now a powerful level 52. She stands poised with her ornate staff as Albus springs into action. Albus swings his grotesque weapon down, unleashing the Millennium Curses strike. The mace, covered in fleshy eyeballs, pulses with dark energy upon impact. The skeletal monster shatters from the force, leaving Fiona gasping in disbelief. Albus reflects on the weapon, calling it the most powerful ever forged. An infographic illustrates the creation of the morning star of ever-growing resentment. Now at level 86, Albus admits he had reservations about a 90% cursed weapon. Fiona remembers the dwarf who crafted it, laughing maniacally while crying. With his mighty weapon, Albus vows that the Demon King's reign is over. He proclaims he will annihilate his enemy, causing Fiona to question his motives. The scene shifts to the imposing Gothic towers of the Demon King's castle. Inside, a demon detects the hero's intruding presence. The demon general, the unyielding darkness Valgo, dismisses the threat as insignificant. He resolves to deal with the intruders personally to avoid disturbing the Demon King. Valgo ponders whether to crush them or set them ablaze. Instead, he opts to rip them apart and display their remains. He strides toward the door, confident of his imminent triumph. Reaching for the door, he announces that their final moment has arrived. Suddenly, Albus and Fiona burst through the doors, peering inside. Valgo is completely taken aback, frozen mid-step. Albus casually greets him, breaking the tension dramatically. Before Valgo can respond, Albus launches a powerful assault. A massive explosion propels Valgo backward as the heroes charge in. A stunned Valgo demands to know how these pests dared to attack him. Albus and Fiona stand firm, ready to confront the remaining minions. Fiona conjures a shimmering barrier, effortlessly deflecting a demon's strike. Fiona casts an ether barrier shield, protecting Albus as he rushes forward. With a serious demeanor, she maintains her stance, Albus a mere blur behind her. The formidable demon general, Valgo, lies defeated, his long white hair cascading down. A retreating demon soldier screams in fear, questioning the hero's terrifying weapon. The pair skillfully navigates a field of spike traps, their movements seamless and practiced. A concealed demon guard expresses disbelief at their knowledge of the hidden passageways. Fiona admires their smooth progress, while Albus muses that the castle feels like home. They take a moment to rest, igniting a small fire for warmth. Albus declares that the throne room is their next destination, surprising Fiona. Taking advantage of the quiet, Fiona mentions she has something to ask him. Albus listens, wondering if her question pertains to their companions. By the fire, Fiona ponders why it's just the two of them. She challenges his strategy, citing the common belief that safety lies in numbers. Albus clarifies that while he has traveled with many, larger groups can complicate things. He concludes that for this particular mission, 2 would suffice. A weary look crosses Albus's face as he reflects on his past adventures. He remembers his first team, introducing the elite warrior Loro and the talented Gina. Both were adept in battle, he recalls, and he trusted them completely. However, he starts to explain their shortcomings, glancing away from Fiona. Laurel, he remembers, was someone who only moved at his own pace. Gina, on the other hand, was worldly and frequently complained about her pay. Albus concludes they weren't suited for a journey that prioritized speed and efficiency. He thinks of Wirral, a reliable yet hard-to-persuade mercenary leader. Then there's Toko, a clever bandit known for emotional outbursts and brawls. The stargazer Aval was knowledgeable but had pressing family issues to handle. Albus recalls a varied group of companions: Muriel, Marius, Roland, Kashiwa, and Nadja. Fiona listens intently to this list of formidable individuals, her expression contemplative. She then inquires why he chose her among all those capable individuals. Albus meets her gaze, a serious look on his face as he considers her question. He playfully teases her, saying she's easy to persuade, then admits he's joking. Fiona begins to speak, her tone growing somber as Albus listens closely. She reveals her insecurities, claiming she's just an ordinary adventurer. Albus gazes at her with a serious, almost pained expression, his eyes intense. He gently asks if she truly hasn't recognized her own value yet. With heartfelt sincerity, he asserts she has become an adventurer capable of covering his back. Fiona's eyes widen as she processes his words, envisioning them fighting side by side. A small, confident smile appears on Albus's lips as he continues to praise her. He emphasizes her priestly abilities, which can heal even the gravest injuries. Thanks to her good judgment, he explains, she can support him with her magic. Most importantly, he adds, she can follow him without ever losing hope. He reminds her that when they first met, he told her she was the best option. Fiona stares at him, her eyes wide with a blend of surprise and emotion. A flashback reveals him telling a younger Fiona that she would not give up. The younger Fiona appears determined, her grip firm on her staff. He had encouraged her to keep pushing forward, assuring her she would grow. The memory shows how his words had taken her by surprise, even back then. Back in the present, he reassures her she's another fool who won't back down. Fiona gazes at him, her expression softening as she absorbs his words. She questions if he thinks she's that naive, but then concedes it's true. With newfound confidence, she smiles and simply says, okay, accepting his praise. Albus's expression brightens, his playful demeanor replaced by focused determination. His eyes burn with intensity as he braces for the ultimate showdown. The last flickers of their campfire fade as they gear up to leave. Albus now stands before the grand doors that lead to the throne room. He proclaims it's time to commence the final battle. Together, he and Fiona announce their intent to enter the throne room. A thin wisp of smoke rises, pondering the essence of a vessel. A flashback reveals a gathering by a campfire, discussing the Demon King's peculiar nature. A learned individual explains that the Demon King's wicked soul is reborn in a human host. A companion inquires if this implies the current Demon King was once human. The scholar affirms this chilling truth with a straightforward remark. Fiona's disbelief is evident, her face reflecting shock. Albus observes silently, his quietness revealing his awareness of this fact. Suddenly, the battle ignites, catching Fiona completely off guard. Albus and the Demon King collide in a whirlwind of fierce action. Fiona realizes, startled, that the fight has commenced without any warning. Their clash sends tremors through the throne room. Fiona's eyes widen in a mix of awe and fear as she questions if that's the Demon King. The imposing armored Demon King looms, sword poised menacingly. Albus stands firm, his face set in intense concentration as he grips his weapon. The Demon King emits a silent, threatening roar, baring his teeth. Their weapons collide with a thunderous impact that reverberates through the chamber. The two fighters are locked in a furious exchange of devastating strikes. Albus's gaze is fierce and resolute as he intensifies his assault. He deflects a strike from the Demon King's colossal sword, sparks flying. The Demon King grins wickedly as their battle rages on. From a safe distance, Fiona witnesses the overwhelming force of their confrontation. She realizes she couldn't even step into a fight of such magnitude. The Demon King mocks Albus, calling him foolish for bringing only 2 allies. Albus calmly counters that he doesn't intend to be arrogant. The Demon King dismisses Albus's self-assessment, finding it flawed. With a patronizing smirk, the Demon King questions Albus's certainty. He lunges forward, eager to overpower the hero in one swift move. Albus moves like a blur, closing the gap to engage in close combat. He knows that creating distance would lead to an instant death spell. Thus, close quarters fighting is the only viable strategy against him. The Demon King remarks that this is their first encounter. Albus corrects him, weary but certain, stating this is the 20th time. He unleashes a barrage of strikes, his staff a whirlwind of activity. The Demon King is compelled to block the unyielding onslaught. Albus's weapon strikes the Demon King's chestplate, creating a brilliant flash. His grip remains steady, his focus unwavering as he continues the assault. He executes his signature move, the Cursed Club Barrage, with tremendous force. The Demon King grimaces, his armor beginning to crack under the relentless pressure. Fiona watches in amazement, realizing Albus is truly dominating the fight. She sees that he is completely anticipating the Demon King's every move. He's even utilizing the room's layout more effectively than the Demon King. She is now fully convinced that Albus has faced this battle many times before. The Demon King grunts, finding Albus's skill both troublesome and irritating. He considers that casting magic this close could backfire and harm him. Heroic Albus watches on, his face a mask of pure, unfiltered shock. A colossal surge of destructive power erupts from the Demon King. The setting unfolds in a lengthy corridor illuminated by flickering torches within the Demon King's fortress. Stumbling heavily, the Demon King calls out for his master as he navigates the hall. Bruised and battered, he informs his subordinate Valgo that he will soon bury these pests. A dazzling flash of light in the distance catches his eye. A gigantic beam of dark energy slices through the air with tremendous force. A small, single-eyed creature is the source of the oncoming blast. The energy beam tears a massive hole in the castle's stone wall. Amidst the smoke and chaos he has created, the Demon King stands defiantly. Before the crater, he exhales in irritation, not intending to create such a large breach. His face contorts into a sneer, expressing that hero Albus has truly annoyed him. Among the debris, a bloodied Albus struggles to rise, his weapon in ruins. The Demon King smirks, shifting his focus to Albus's ally, Fiona. He observes that Albus managed to conjure a protective barrier in that fleeting moment. Fiona stands poised, her staff raised defensively against the monstrous figure. He derisively labels her a capable ally, boasting that he can easily crush her. Terror paints Fiona's face as the Demon King advances toward her. The enormous Demon King lunges at the defenseless cleric, intent on killing her. A sadistic grin spreads across his face, his clawed hand poised to strike. A shadowy clawed hand reaches out, ready to extinguish Fiona's life. His face radiates pure malice as he prepares to launch his attack. Fiona glances back at Albus, her eyes wide with fear and confusion. From the ground, Albus watches as the Demon King towers over Fiona. Albus curses the chaotic nature of the Demon King, lamenting his unpredictability. His expression hardens with weary resolve, aware that this fight is far from over. A memory flashes of his countless confrontations with this overwhelming adversary. He recalls the endless cycle of battles repeating over and over. The memory confirms he has faced this same struggle time and again. Pushing himself up from the debris, his body protests in agony. A fragment of the Demon King's shattered horn lies scattered on the ground. Albus gazes at his own hand, a desperate new strategy forming in his mind. Fiona observes as the Demon King shifts his focus back to Albus. Albus shouts, drawing the Demon King's gaze and directly challenging him. In a sudden burst of speed, Albus lands a powerful punch to the Demon King's head. The staggering impact sends the massive Demon King reeling backward. Albus has wrapped sharp, cursed shards around his fist, crafting a lethal weapon. The impact shatters one of the Demon King's horns into splinters. Fiona cries out in alarm, pointing at Albus's now cursed arm. She realizes he has encased his fist with shards of his cursed weapon. The dark energy of the curse snakes up his arm, tainting his flesh. Albus resolves to forgo a clean victory, knowing his foe's body is human. He thrusts his cursed fist forward, executing a precise lethal strike. His attack targets the Demon King's vital points, mirroring those of a human. The devastating strike sends the Demon King crashing to the ground, vanquished. Albus turns to his stunned companion, quietly calling her name. His expression turns serious as he mentions he has something important to share. In the ruined throne room, the Demon King lies still in a pool of blood. Fiona stares in disbelief, struggling to comprehend that the Demon King is defeated. Albus grips his cursed arm, the dark energy still swirling around it. A close-up reveals the mangled, cursed hand encased in spiked shards. Fiona rushes over, worried about his mangled arm, offering her healing touch. Albus gazes into the distance, lost in his own thoughts. He contemplates that the goal of this journey was to cut down on wasted time. Fiona is puzzled by his odd, detached thoughts about their victory. He reflects that this journey lasted 3 years and 6 months, a new record. He glances at Fiona, questioning if she believes they arrived on time. Fiona is perplexed by his inquiry, unsure of what he means. A faint cough disrupts the silence, emanating from the vanquished figure. The dead demon Kingster weakly utters the word hero. Albus and Fiona stand frozen, recognizing the voice. Fiona gazes at the stirring figure, her eyes wide with disbelief. The Demon King lies on the ground, seemingly attempting to address Fiona. Albus's eyes are locked on the dying figure, a strange realization dawning. He remembers Fiona asking what he needed to tell her, connecting the dots. He whispers that it's odd to see the figure struggling to speak. Fiona gazes at the defeated figure, a deep sense of recognition stirring within her. A wisp of black ethereal energy bursts forth from the Demon King's body. The dark tendril darts through the air, startling both Albus and Fiona. Albus observes the escaping soul, his face a mix of shock and concern. His eyes widen as he processes this new twist in their battle. A witch in their group wonders if a black entity just exited the body. A dark-haired swordsman cheers for their victory, urging everyone to celebrate. He yells to Albus that they have finally vanquished the Demon King. Albus can only manage a weary acknowledgement of their hard-fought triumph. The Demon King rasps the word hero once again. The swordsman realizes in horror that their enemy is still alive. He warns Albus to stay back, sensing the lingering threat. The Demon King's hands rise to his helmet, initiating a transformation. The entire party watches in stunned silence as the metamorphosis unfolds. The armor disintegrates, revealing a pale young man with dark markings. The adventurers come to realize the Demon King was a possessed human. The vessel weakly begs them to end his suffering and finish him off. Albus sees a victim and insists there's still hope for salvation. The vessel vehemently refuses salvation, wanting to escape possession. He claims his own fate doesn't matter, worried about someone else. With urgency, he pleads for them to save that child. Albus is baffled, asking which child the vessel refers to. The vessel explains that the Demon King's soul is moving to its next host. A memory flashes of the vessel and a young girl standing side by side. A voice refers to them as children cursed with blessings. Fiona recognizes the vessel, whispering a heartbroken big brother. The dark soul of the Demon King violently crashes into Fiona. Albus whips his head around, his face a mask of utter shock. He moves in a blur, trying to intervene, but it's too late. Dark energy swirls around Fiona as the Demon King takes control. Albus stumbles back as the dark energy lashes out at him. A fresh, dark wound appears on his shoulder as he fails to halt the possession. His face reflects deep regret and anguish. He gazes at Fiona, sorrowfully admitting he didn't arrive in time. Fiona stares in horror, dark, swirling marks spreading across her face as she whispers Albus's name. Her head hangs low, the peculiar twisting marks now stark against her shadowy visage. With deep remorse, Albus expresses regret for not fulfilling his true objective. He couldn't eliminate her swiftly. The possessed Fiona offers him a chilling, knowing grin, revealing her surprise at his time loops. Albus's face tightens with pain as he refuses to acknowledge his name. He refers to the entity wearing his friend's appearance solely as the Demon King. The Demon King derisively points out that its backup host was conveniently nearby all along. It questions why Albus would even think to bring her along on this journey. A weary, pained look crosses Albus's face as he endures the taunts. He admits this has occurred before. He has vanquished the possessed Fiona repeatedly. A memory surfaces, showing him pledging to find her, no matter where she might be. The heavy burden of this recurring tragedy is etched into his features. In another cycle, the possessed Fiona looms over a devastated city, threatening a massacre. With determination, Albus clenches his fist, swearing he won't allow her to commit such an atrocity. He charges ahead, blade drawn, ready to confront the entity wearing his friend's face. With a cruel grin, the Demon King mocks him, challenging him to try and stop her. Albus grits his teeth, his resolve unwavering despite the heart-wrenching odds. A flashback reveals him discussing the grim reality of Fiona's fate with a companion. His companion thoughtfully vows to seek a way to halt the possession. In a sprawling library, the companion calls out to Albus, having discovered something. He explains that urgency is crucial as a vessel needs time to fully bond with the soul. He suggests a desperate plan: defeat the Demon King before the merging is complete. Albus contemplates the slim chance of success if this occurs. This could stop Fiona from becoming the Demon King, a memory of his attempts flashing before him. Kneeling in despair, Albus whispers that he has failed yet again. The dying Demon King in Fiona's form mockingly asks if they are starting anew. It deems his struggle futile, claiming it's the same outcome no matter how often he tries. Albus's expression hardens, his sorrow morphing into unyielding resolve. Cradling her body, he declares his intent. He will save her, no matter the cost. He unleashes his ultimate power, a form of forbidden dimensional magic. Holding Fiona, he invokes a world-altering spell to reshape reality. The Demon King's consciousness expresses disbelief at his ability to rewind all of existence. Albus braces himself, clutching Fiona as time begins to unravel. His face is a mask of grim determination as the world collapses around him. He makes a solemn promise to defeat the Demon King before it can fully seize Fiona. Time resets, and the world reverts to a familiar starting point. A young Fiona at the start of her journey worries about embarrassing herself. She laments her status as a country girl before being seized from behind. Albus unceremoniously tosses the unsuspecting Fiona into the back of a cart. The city guards raise an alarm accusing him of kidnapping. He casually apologizes and reveals his identity by tossing them an insignia. The guard catches the medallion, recognizing it as the hero's emblem. The guards and Fiona are stunned to discover he is the chosen hero, Albus Stride. Seated across from her in the cart, Albus addresses Fiona Hummel by her full name. Fiona gazes at him, her mind still reeling from the sudden turn of events. With a confident smile masking his pain, Albus formally invites her to join his party. A memory surfaces of a 7-year-old Albus surrounded by towering stacks of books. He explains that magic instructors from the capital sent them, instructing him to study. His companion Merida comments on how challenging it must be to be the chosen hero. Merida observes that everyone likely has high hopes for the young hero. Young Albus tells her that he already understands something crucial about his situation. He admits to hearing the whispers behind him, labeling him an orphan and a fraud. With a wild grin, he proclaims that those very whispers fuel his determination. Merida gazes at him, her eyes filled with a soft understanding of his twisted reasoning. She embraces him from behind, expressing her eagerness for his triumph. The warmth of that memory fades, replaced by the chilling truth of now. Albus muses that the memory feels like it belongs to a distant past. With a heavy heart, he realizes he has once again failed to arrive on time. The story recounts the last loop's failure, where the Demon King took over Fiona. Albus had no choice but to unleash his ultimate magic to rewind everything. He reflects that time always resets to that immutable day of departure. Thus, his journey must restart, this time with an oblivious Fiona at his side. A vision of a massive dragon flashes through his mind, a challenge from a previous loop. They depart from the city, officially beginning the 37th loop. Night descends, the moon and stars illuminating the forested landscape. The group sets up camp for the night, with Alba quietly seated by the fire. As he carves a stick, it suddenly snaps in his grip with a sharp sound. At that moment, Fiona calls out his name, alarmed by something nearby. A gelatinous slime monster appears, which Albus dismisses with tired irritation. Fiona panics, confessing her deep-rooted fear of slimy creatures. With a resigned sigh, Albus acknowledges her well-known phobia. He leaps into action, slicing the slime cleanly in half with one swift move. He explains that targeting a slime's core is essential for a quick kill. He inwardly groans at the thought of repeating this same basic conversation. His thoughts wander to a recent clash with the fearsome dragon Grimwing. He remembers trying to comfort a frightened Fiona during that far more intense battle. He concludes that raising others is challenging, though he knows it's still early. A vision of a more capable Fiona in the future reassures him she will improve. He fervently hopes this loop won't conclude in the same tragic manner as the last. With a tired sigh, he settles back down beside the campfire. Fiona's voice interrupts him again, alerting him to yet another monster. He mutters in annoyance, wishing a certain loud companion were here to assist. Facing the new threat, he inquires what it is this time. Fiona squeals in delight at the sight of a small, fluffy, round creature. Albus's expression shifts to one of serious concern. He knows this one spells trouble. He identifies the creature as a hipstar, also referred to as a phantom rat. He explains that their unique ability involves a potent form of illusion magic. The spell takes effect immediately, Fiona's eyes swirling with mesmerizing patterns. She excitedly points to an illusory flower field and dashes off before Albus can intervene. He stands there, watching a hipstar nibble on cheese, thinking that raising people is a hassle, he concludes, as memories of a joyful orphanage flash in his mind. He recalls children playing happily in a field with a small, fluffy dog. A young woman, Merida, hangs laundry as a young Albus runs past her. Young Albus approaches Merida, noting she cares for 6 children and a dog all alone. He asks if she doesn't find it burdensome to look after them. He adds that they are practically strangers to her, not even related. Merida comments on his dark and cynical perspective for a 7-year-old. Albus quietly shares that his parents abandoned him, calling himself an unwanted child. Merida turns to him, her expression shifting from shock to gentle determination. She pinches his cheeks into a smile, urging him to stop looking so sad. A young woman pinches a boy's cheeks, asking why she chooses to stay with everyone. With a radiant grin, she shares that true joy lies in the happiness of others. Her straightforward belief resonates with the young boy, bringing a tear to his eye. A memory of a joyful meal paints the picture of the place she envisioned. She concludes her thought, describing the vibrant world she has crafted for them. Gazing affectionately at the boy, she cradles his face with tenderness. She then inquires what kind of world he intends to create. As the crackling fire fades, the poignant memory slips away. The scene shifts back to the present, a campfire flickering in a quiet, dark forest. Fiona, his companion, curiously asks Albus about his origins. He replies that he hails from a northern town named Tome. Albus Deflex, curious, asks Fiona about her favorite foods and her feelings towards animals. He reflects that establishing trust through conversation is vital. His rapid-fire questions make Fiona uneasy, fearing she's under scrutiny. Shifting topics, Albus asks if she has any siblings. Fiona's demeanor becomes serious as she reveals she has an older brother. A fleeting, painful image of a wounded young man with demonic tattoos flashes. She explains he vanished when she was 4, likely a victim of monsters. Since the Demon King's return, she notes, monster attacks have surged. With resolve, she declares this is her reason for joining the hero's party. Albus listens silently, his expression unreadable, thoughts concealed. He recognizes he's heard this before, yet communication remains his focus. Fiona flips the conversation, asking Albus about his family. He begins to share that he was raised by a woman who felt like a mother. A memory surfaces of a funeral where children mourn over the woman's coffin. Fiona listens closely as he recounts this painful chapter from his life. Albus shares that she succumbed to an illness when he was just 10. His gaze hardens as he concludes that people pass away far too easily. He laments that even his powers can't rewind time enough. The memory of the joyful world Merida built for them fills his thoughts. A bittersweet smile graces his lips as he reflects on his past. His composure finally shatters, and he lets out a quiet sniff. Fiona notices his troubled expression and softly asks what's wrong. With a tearful smile, she tells him that it's okay to smile even when sad. She explains, hands on her cheeks, that this is the key to moving forward. Albus stares at her, taken aback by her words and familiar gesture. A new determination ignites in his eyes, a small smile forming. Now he has someone to protect, a purpose solidified by Merida. In the distance, the snowy northern town of Tome comes into view. Inside a tavern, a man slams a hefty mug of ale onto the table. His friends tease him for overindulging, questioning his clerical responsibilities. Byron tells them to be quiet and not to boss him around. A waitress mentions that his cherished pupil has just embarked on a journey. Byron wonders if his Fiona has made it into the hero's party. He takes a long, thoughtful drag from his pipe, worry etched on his face. The quest to vanquish the demon lord continues beneath a bright sun. The narration recounts their success in quelling a bandit uprising in Zapata. Their journey then leads them to the dungeon, or Belle's underground tomb. Fiona faces the massive skeletal boss, Castor the Wraith. From behind a pillar, Albus cheers her on, urging her to succeed. Fiona stands bewildered, questioning why she must confront the boss alone. From the staircase, Albus clarifies that their focus is on bosses. He informs a bewildered Fiona that their previous attempt was the quickest yet. However, steering clear of fights turned the latter part of the journey into a challenge. He concedes that their unorthodox approach might have been too far out there. This time, he proclaims they will prioritize leveling up efficiently through boss encounters. He asserts that this specific boss is an ideal match for Fiona. Fiona gapes, her expression a mix of shock and fear. Albus peeks around a corner, urgency etched on his features. He carries a frozen Fiona, dodging a bony hand while urging her to move. The skeletal creature, Castor, towers over them as Albus addresses Fiona. While evading strikes, he clarifies that Castor is merely an undead being. This means it's highly vulnerable to healing spells, allowing for significant damage. He insists it's a simple boss for her and pushes her to cast a spell. Frozen in fear, Fiona stutters that she can't move her body. She gazes up at him, her eyes filled with a familiar dread. Albus recognizes that look, gently urging her to push herself a bit more. He's seen that paralyzing fear reflected on her face before. A memory surfaces of her teacher Byron questioning her lack of effort. He chastises a younger Fiona for being unable to face low-level spirits. Young Fiona can only lower her gaze, apologizing to her sensei. Byron reminds her of her ambitious dreams of joining a hero's party. He grimly states that idealistic individuals like her often meet an early end. Fiona listens, his harsh words striking a chord of fear within her. The memory shifts to Byron, labeling Fiona as a hopeless student. He admits he never believed she was cut out for the adventurer's life. His peers point out that he still trained her and sent her off. Byron acknowledges that Fiona's determination was indeed impressive. He recalls asking her why she was so driven to grow stronger. A younger Fiona stands resolute, her reason a closely guarded secret. Her own voice seems to suggest it was likely because of him. A disembodied voice whispers, inviting someone to approach. A young Fiona lies in bed, reminiscing about the day her brother vanished. She recalls standing by a snowy window, hearing the strange call. The voice calls her name again, urging her to step outside. A shadowy figure stands in a doorway, gesturing for her to come out. The voice from beyond the door continues to beckon her. She remembers the voice calling her, her eyes wide with recollection. Her older brother takes her hand, firmly instructing her not to go. He gently releases her hand, preparing to leave in her stead. With a soft smile, he reassures her that everything will turn out fine. She watches him walk away down the corridor, leaving her behind. He steps into the dark, snowy woods, glancing back one last time. A brilliant flash erupts from him, and he disappears. Young Fiona stands in stunned silence, her eyes wide with disbelief. The narration reveals that Fiona believed her brother sacrificed himself for her. Byron concludes that this is why she feels compelled to live for others. Two of Byron's colleagues listen closely to his tale about Fiona. In the present, Fiona grumbles about being carried, asking to be set down. Byron reflects that this is also why she holds the hero in such high regard. In the heat of battle, Albus unceremoniously drops Fiona onto the ground. She crashes down with a comedic thud, exclaiming his name in frustration. Fiona grits her teeth, her expression shifting to one of fierce determination. An older man's voice echoes her natural kindness. Her face reveals a profound internal struggle, a bead of sweat betraying her anxiety. From his throne, the skeletal Lich King, Castor the Wraith, casts a shadow over them. Her former mentor reminds her that once she decides, her strength shines. With renewed resolve, she stands tall, staff raised, ready for combat. She releases a colossal surge of healing energy against the undead enemy. Byron believes she has the potential to be the mightiest cleric when defending others. He muses that her only true barrier is her lack of self-assurance. The old mentor wishes for someone to reassure her that everything will be all right. Albus approaches, praising her impressive healing abilities. With a gentle grin, he assures her he always believed in her. Fiona gazes at him, touched and surprised by his steadfast belief. She quietly ponders how her old teacher, her sensei, is faring. With newfound confidence, she proclaims her intention to travel with the hero. Meanwhile, Byron sobs dramatically as his companions tease him about his solitude. A stampede of large, flightless birds rushes across the expansive plain. From their cart, the adventurers observe the silhouetted flock racing in the distance. Fiona watches the peculiar creatures, her face reflecting curiosity. She comments that she has never encountered these running birds before. Albus identifies them as Kebble Big Birds, renowned for their astonishing speed. He casually mentions that these birds aren't particularly bright. They instinctively follow one another, most unaware of their purpose. Fiona finds their oblivious antics rather endearing. Albus thoughtfully remarks that their relentless running reminds him of someone. He recalls a daring and reckless warrior who charged into battle without hesitation. The hero begins to utter the warrior's name, but his thought trails off. A bird emits a loud squawk, breaking the moment's tension. The party reaches their destination, the towering city of Kabalia. Albus assigns Fiona some errands to run in the city. He hands her a hand-drawn map outlining the quickest route. Albus warns Fiona about a few things to be cautious of on her journey. The supposed shortcut turns out to be a treacherous and dreadful path. As she enters the weapons shop, Fiona recalls Albus's caution about the keeper. A cheerful bald shopkeeper appears from the back to greet her. With a friendly smile, he inquires about what she seeks. Fiona shyly requests a silver sword, which he eagerly presents. Albus's voice echoes in her mind, warning her to be cautious of the shopkeeper. She knows his affable demeanor conceals the mind of a savvy merchant. The shopkeeper's saintly grin does little to alleviate her doubts. He plots to sell her worthless items while she just wants to exit swiftly. The shop's bell rings loudly as the door swings open. An angry voice bellows for the shopkeeper from the entrance. A furious warrior proclaims that the sword he just purchased has shattered. The young warrior's face is a mask of sheer, frustrated rage. The shopkeeper recognizes the man from the previous day, startled. He panics, realizing this is the customer he sold a defective sword to. Flustered, the shopkeeper nervously states that they do not provide refunds. The warrior bows deeply, offering a heartfelt and mortified apology. He stands before the shopkeeper and Fiona, his head lowered in shame. Fiona and the shopkeeper exchange bewildered glances, completely thrown off by his response. The warrior attributes the sword's breakage to his own lack of experience. He reveals himself as Laurel Liberio, his face contorted in pain. Laro awkwardly suggests buying another sword from them. The shopkeeper smirks, sensing an opportunity to exploit the situation. Fiona intervenes, shouting that Lara is being taken advantage of. Lauro fervently defends the shopkeeper's innocent demeanor, refusing to accept otherwise. The amused shopkeeper plays along, offering to help him choose another sword. He slyly picks out another subpar blade from his inventory. Lauro comes back, insisting he wants the same dull sword as before. The shopkeeper is utterly shocked by such an unusual request. Laurel suspects the shopkeeper intentionally sold him a defective sword. He believes it was a test to prepare him for any weapon. His expression darkens as he questions whether the shopkeeper sells junk on purpose. The frightened shopkeeper sweats, feeling the weight of immense pressure. He quickly offers a discount on the faulty sword to appease the warrior. Laurel strides out of the shop, triumphant, into the bustling street. He joyfully announces his success in acquiring the dull sword. Fiona watches him leave, calling out his name in disbelief. She questions if he genuinely believes he hasn't been scammed. Lauro's gaze remains fixed ahead, filled with unwavering determination. He brushes off her worries, claiming it doesn't matter. He shares his belief that perception is what truly counts in life. Lauro then inquires if she knows anything about the hero, Albus Stride. Fiona can only stare back, puzzled by his sudden question. He explains his ambition to join the hero's party in the royal capital. Lauro recounts waiting at the castle for the ceremony to begin. He remembers feeling an odd, unsettling sensation about the whole affair. He lingered in the castle town until he finally spotted the hero's carriage. In a frantic attempt to get noticed, he dashed into the street. He positioned himself in the road, blocking the hero's way. Laura waved his arms wildly, desperate to catch Albus's eye. Albus glanced over, his expression one of mild surprise. Laura's face radiated pure, hopeful determination. The hero's carriage rolled over him, and Albus seemed to accelerate. Fiona stands speechless, her face a portrait of exasperation. Laurel continues his tale, stating that he is still on the hunt. Albus himself appears, asking Laura what he's doing there. The warrior and the cleric exchange confused glances at the encounter. Laura immediately kneels before the hero. He expresses his wish to accompany Albus on his journey. Albus looks down, his expression serious and unimpressed. Laura beams with confidence, convinced he can assist the hero. Albus bluntly declined, stating Laura would only slow him down. Laurel remains undeterred, viewing this rejection as just another challenge. His heart races with a burning desire to prove himself. Albus observes, a thought forming about his peculiar companion. He concludes that Laurel is undoubtedly a well-meaning fool. Under a foreboding sky, the dark spires of the Demon King's castle tower ominously. Inside, among the ruins of shattered pillars, a weary, dark-haired warrior sits, exhausted from a fierce battle. He glances upward, weakly uttering the name of the hero, Albus, who stands in front of him. The warrior inquires if their lengthy battle has finally reached its conclusion, receiving a soft nod from Albus. His thoughts shift from the fallen king to the fate of their ally, Fiona. A shadow passes over Albus's face, his silence a heavy, grim response. The hero gazes ahead, his expression stoic, burdened by the weight of a tragic triumph. A heartbreaking scene unveils the reality. Fiona lies motionless, skewered by a colossal sword. Witnessing this, the warrior's face hardens, grasping the depth of their failure. He questions Albus about starting anew, his words heavy with past experiences. With a surge of unyielding optimism, the warrior insists that everything will be all right, vowing future success. Albus regards his companion, but his demeanor is icy and detached. Gently resting a hand on the warrior's shoulder, Albus calls him by name, Loro. With a disturbingly calm smile, he informs Loro that he's out for the next loop. Loro stands in stunned silence, his face a comical display of disbelief. The scene transitions to the present, where Albus and a new ally encounter Loro in a town. Loro grumbles that after searching high and low for Albus, he's met with indifference. With a toothy grin, he vows to prove his worth to the hero once again. He proudly announces himself as Laurel Liberio, destined to be the strongest warrior in the world. Albus' new companion, a girl with a long ponytail, watches with a weary expression. She asks Albus if this loud man could be the one he mentioned, receiving a subtle nod. Albus clarifies that Loro is a warrior from a previous journey, unexpectedly appearing here. His companion questions whether he genuinely doesn't want Loro in the group this time. To reach their goals swiftly, Albus explains, the team needs discipline and teamwork. In that context, he states that Loro was their biggest troublemaker. He recalls Loro eagerly accepting every side quest and request from the townsfolk. He also remembers Loro recklessly dragging them into perilous battles, like against a fierce dragon. Due to his relentless positivity, some even dubbed him the Positive Fool. However, Loro embraces the title of the Positive Berserker, feeling a rush of energy. The two companions seem to grasp Albus's reluctance. Loro, overhearing their conversation, declares he can't bear being dismissed without proving himself. A quiet pulse of energy radiates from Albus as he senses Loro's determination. The warrior leans closer, asking with a challenging grin if he should showcase his strength now. Suddenly, a large man seizes both Albus and Loro, lifting them effortlessly. A shorter man in a bowler hat appears, announcing he has found two lively contenders. He scolds them for attempting to brawl in the streets, but offers a better competition. The man in the hat gestures to their female companion, inviting her to join as well. He guides them to a bustling racetrack filled with spectators just outside the city. They are presented with a lineup of large, flightless birds ready for a race. Albus and Loro exchange glances, the tension of their rivalry palpable. Their female companion and the organizer announce the renowned local event, the Big Bird Race. The organizer explains it's a local tradition where riders race on giant keble birds. The crowd erupts in cheers, placing bets and reveling in the lively atmosphere. He reveals they are short on jockeys and suggests they resolve their dispute through the race. Laurel's eyes sparkle. He declares this the perfect opportunity and wagers for a spot in the group. Albus studies the determined warrior, his expression a blend of surprise and contemplation. He asks Loro if he genuinely desires to join the party that much, receiving an enthusiastic of course. Albus presses on, his gaze piercing as he inquires about the true reason for his eagerness. He astutely observes that Loro's original aim was never the quest itself, but personal growth. Laurel hesitates, caught off guard by the hero's insight. His expression grows serious as he reflects on the true nature of his ambitions. He concedes that upon reflection, he was merely seeking a way to become stronger. Yet his gaze sharpens, a newfound intensity igniting in his eyes as he elaborates. He remembers spotting Albus in the royal capital, a moment that ignited something within. The sight of the hero he describes awakened a profound, powerful emotion inside him. Albus listens intently, questioning what sort of feeling his presence could evoke. Laurel struggles to put it into words, likening the sensation to a fire igniting in his chest. The hero is taken aback, his eyes widening slightly at the weight of Laurel's words. Laurel admits he doesn't fully grasp it himself, but the fire compelled him to follow. Albus stands speechless, grappling with this deep and unexpected confession. The race announcer proclaims that a single lap around the track will determine the victor. In the stands, Fiona and the other spectators watch with bated breath. Albus and Laro position themselves at the starting line, poised for the signal to start. To everyone's astonishment, Laro bolts into an immediate and commanding lead. Albus can only observe from behind as his rival accelerates with astonishing speed. Fiona yells from the sidelines, astonished that Laura has suddenly taken the lead. She exclaims about his incredible speed, her eyes wide with excitement and disbelief. Caught in the pack, Albus watches his rival with a focused, determined expression. A flicker of realization crosses his face as he witnesses Laro's unexpected strength. His mind flashes back to a past failure, a moment of defeat in the Demon King's lair. In that memory, Albus accepts their fate, while Lara gazes at him with grim certainty. Laro had declared that if Albus wouldn't have him, he would simply seek him out. Albus reflects sadly that when he taps into his power, only he retains his memories. Back in the present, the race rages on at a breakneck pace, both men pushing hard. Laurel leans low over his mount, a determined grimace etched on his face as he extends his lead. He shouts to Albus, insisting that the past is irrelevant, only the present matters. His face is a mask of effort and concentration as he channels his inner drive. He tells Albus that at this moment his heart burns fiercely with emotion. A painful memory of a defeated Fiona flashes, revealing his frustration at his own helplessness. With tears welling in his eyes, he cries out that he wanted to save Fiona too. He surges forward, closing in on the leaders with a desperate burst of speed. Fiona and the race organizer shout in surprise as Loro charges from the outside lane. Albus feels an odd sensation, a premonition, as he watches Loro's advance. Laurel pushes himself and his mount to their utmost limit, determined to claim victory. He vows not to let the flame of his regret be snuffed out. A fierce, burning energy radiates from him as he races toward the finish line. A powerful sound effect marks his final explosive surge of speed. Albus watches, a small knowing smile forming as he comprehends his rival's heart. Loro crosses the finish line, fist raised in triumph, as Albus realizes he has already lost. Fiona and the other spectators erupt in cheers for the unexpected champion. Loro approaches Albus, asking if he has finally earned his recognition as a hero. Albus, slightly unnerved by his intensity, tells him to ease up. He tells Laura to just call him Albus, saying he's counting on him from this point forward. Loro gazes at Albus, his expression one of quiet, determined acknowledgement. A sharp, confident grin spreads across his face, accepting the hero's invitation. They solidify their new partnership with a firm, resounding fist bump. Loro has officially joined the team, though he oversleeps the very next morning. Loro reflects that life seldom unfolds as you wish. A memory surfaces of a young, spirited Laro vowing to become a great warrior like his father. The image of his noble parents starkly contrasts with the challenging journey ahead. A memory reveals Loro's parents sharing a moment of quiet, affectionate smiles. He reflects on his desire to show his mother the strongest version of himself. At her funeral, he mourns, realizing he can no longer display his strength to her. Young Laura is overwhelmed with grief, weeping uncontrollably over his immense loss. His father's voice pierces through the boy's profound sorrow, calling his name. Against the son's backdrop, his father issues a life-changing command: become strong. The boy's tears transform into a fierce, unwavering resolve. 3 days after departing Kabylia, the group forges ahead, heading north. Their route leads them down an ancient, overgrown path through Rhonda's forest. Out of nowhere, a swarm of monstrous carnivorous plants ambushes them with menacing hisses. Caught off guard, Albus emits a frantic cry for assistance. While his friends observe from the cart, he bolts from the creatures. Fiona, seated in the cart, wonders why their leader seems to be fooling around. With a weary expression, Albus explains that the path is a monster's den. Fiona realizes why this old road is avoided by everyone. He insists that despite the risks, it will serve as a significant shortcut. A figure leaps from the cart, landing solidly on the forest floor. Having drawn the monsters away, a companion declares it's Laro's turn to act. From a distance, Laro confirms he has the situation well in hand. With intense focus, he prepares his massive axe for a powerful blow. He unleashes a devastating strike, shouting its name, Landslide. The resulting shockwave sends an unsuspecting Albus tumbling down an embankment. Albus, slightly dazed, assesses that the situation is now under control. He stands at the chasm's edge, confirming that all is well. The cart's wheels rumble forward, continuing their journey. After 3 days of travel, Laurel reveals he has come to a realization about them. His companions, Albus and Fiona, inquire about his thoughts. He points directly at Fiona, accusing her of being too afraid to fight. His sharp critique then shifts to their leader, Albus. With growing frustration, he tells Albus he should be fighting as well. He complains that all Albus does is issue commands or flee. Lauro demands that the hero demonstrate what true strength looks like. He admits that Albus's passive demeanor is starting to irritate him. Fiona gently interjects, questioning whether strength is truly that essential. Laurel turns to her, disbelief evident in his expression at her question. He fervently argues that strength is crucial for defeating the Demon King. His harsh words cause tears to well up in Fiona's eyes. Seeing her cry, Albus firmly tells Lauro he is responsible. Lauro sits on the cart, beginning to explain his harshness. He reveals he hails from the southwestern region of the Kingdom of Ardelia. A map indicates his home was on the disputed border with Zarem. He explains that his father was the lord assigned to defend this border. From a castle wall, his father pointed out the Zyram army's fortress. The lord explained that the Demon King's revival had led to a temporary truce. He cautioned his son that conflicts with their neighbors would inevitably arise again. A young Laurel nods in agreement, accepting his father's counsel. His father was not merely a lord, but a legendary and formidable warrior. Standing at his mother's grave, Laurel vowed to become strong like him. Fueled by this vow, he joined the Southern Guard and rose to captain. He and his men trained relentlessly, even during the peaceful truce. He pushed his men hard, declaring they would double their running distance. A skull and crossbones flag represents the grueling nature of his training. Lauro grins fiercely, admitting he relished the journey of becoming stronger. He thought his father would surely commend him for his tireless dedication. His father's gaze is serious, tinged with disappointment. Lauro's father stands solemnly, prepared to share tough news. In a flashback, Lauro dominates his opponent in the training yard. His sparring partner groans in defeat, unable to withstand his might. Lauro mocks his vanquished foe, asking if he's already given up. He challenges the other soldiers, urging them to hit him harder. One soldier wearily calls him Captain Lauro. A messenger arrives, stating that the Lord requests his presence. With his back turned, his father states he cannot allow him to inherit the lordship. He coldly tells Lauro that he is relieved of his captaincy. The news strikes the young warrior like a physical blow. Kneeling, Laurel pleads for another opportunity, promising to grow stronger. His father asserts that he must first understand what it means to be weak. Laura contemplates that life doesn't always unfold as desired. With nowhere left to go, he departs from home and begins to roam. Years of seeking strength alone have brought him to this moment. Albus jolts him from his thoughts, reminding him to stay focused. A powerful tremor rattles the forest, hinting that something significant approaches. A colossal sentient tree, a trant, emerges from the woods. Laurel screams in alarm at the sheer size of the beast. Fiona urges them to flee, but Lauro has other plans. His eyes sparkle with confidence. He believes he can take it down solo. Just as he prepares to charge, Albus shouts for him to hold on. The hero insists Lauro should hear him out. The massive Trent continues its relentless march toward their cart. Albus, alongside Lauro and Fiona, quickly devises a strategy. Laurel listens intently, surprise etched on his face. Albus explains that Fiona will act as bait to draw the monster out. A diagram illustrates that he and Lauro will set a trap. They plan to stretch a rope between two trees to trip the giant creature. The Trent is depicted stumbling toward its inevitable downfall. Albus reveals the trap is the very ditch Laurel created during his landslide. Beyond the ravine lies a deep valley with a stream flowing below. With a knowing glance, Albus tells Lauro he can unleash his full power. The warrior leaps toward the ensnared Trent, ready to unleash his might. Fiona explains that Lauro can transform his fighting spirit into fierce flames. She recalls how a previous battle in the forest sparked a devastating wildfire. His greatest flaw is his inability to restrain his overwhelming power. Laurel unleashes his ultimate move, a massive Nova Fireball. His face reflects intense focus as he channels his energy. He stands proudly at the edge of the now charred, smoldering valley. Albus reminds him that while strength matters, so does accepting others' imperfections. With a warm smile, he tells Laro that everyone has their weaknesses. Lara looks up, clearly moved by Albus's words. He remembers his idealized image of his strong, admirable father. Then he recalls a moment that shattered this image, witnessing his father's tears. Laura remembers a time when his father, the strongest man he knew, shed tears. With newfound determination, Laurel reflects on this deeper understanding of his father. He promises to have an honest conversation with his father once his quest concludes. A marker shows that 3 months have elapsed since their adventure commenced. The adventurers triumphantly enter the lively city of Craftsman Brutus. Their ally elaborates on how different trade guilds flourish side by side in the city. He boasts that every guild here hosts celebrated artisans. Smoke billows from chimneys, indicating the city's relentless industriousness. Albus declares his intention to upgrade his weapon and gear up the whole team. Within a forge, a stern guildmaster with a beard supervises the work. The master eagerly offers to introduce them to the guild's top craftsmen. Albus courteously declines, stating he already has someone particular in mind. With a knowing glance, he gestures toward the individual he has selected. He points out a young apprentice at the forge, known as Blacksmith Toma Bordeaux. The guildmaster is completely flustered by Albus's specific and odd request. He clarifies that Toma is merely an apprentice, not yet a certified master. Albus firmly insists that it must be Toma for the task. Fiona gently reminds him that they need to adhere to the guild's regulations. Albus retorts that the rules are irrelevant. He wants the best and quickest. He confidently claims that Toma is the one who can achieve the results. Toma glances up from his work, utterly confused by the sudden focus. Albus slyly suggests an unconventional idea to the bewildered guildmaster. He proposes that Toma should take the master's certification exam immediately. Albus argues that if he becomes a master, there won't be any problems. The other blacksmiths murmur in disbelief at the bold suggestion. A close-up captures the young apprentice's shocked and frantic expression. Peeking from behind a sign, Toma wonders what this fuss is about. He panics, insisting he's just a novice and can't possibly become a master. Albus takes a sip from his mug, contemplating the term novice. At a table, Albus discovers that Toma has been with the guild for a decade. Toma resigns himself, thinking that skill is everything in their world. Laurel inquires about the exam, and Albus clarifies its straightforward nature. He outlines the task: create a masterpiece to impress the judges. He gives Toma a tight deadline of just 3 days to finish it. Albus offers his assistance, claiming to have once been a creative director. He reassures the anxious Toma, telling him that he will be just fine. Albus encourages Toma to tap into his decade of accumulated creativity. Toma appears uncertain, questioning what creativity he could possibly possess. He reluctantly pulls out a battered, spiral-bound sketchbook to show them. The party leans in to examine the designs within the book. A close-up highlights the well-worn spine of the sketchbook. 3 days later, the moment for the review has come at the guild. The guildmaster announces that it's time for Toma's evaluation. The stern judges demand to see his masterpiece. Albus and Fiona watch with anxious anticipation as the moment unfolds. With a dramatic flourish, Toma reveals his creation from beneath a cloth. He showcases a stunning sword featuring a beautifully patterned blade. The judges gasp in unison, astonished by the remarkable craftsmanship. They marvel at the intricate details, recognizing it as a rare Dardalk's blade. Albus and Fiona note the positive reactions, feeling hopeful for Toma. Toma calls for Laro to present the next segment of his submission. Laro strides forward confidently, adorned in a new suit of ornate armor. At first glance, the judges deem the armor to be quite unremarkable. Yet, as they examine it further, their faces reveal growing curiosity. A close-up shot showcases the robust build of the armor's pauldron. Another detailed view highlights the helmet's impressive and complex design. The focus shifts to the expertly crafted protective gauntlet. With a loud clang, the armor morphs, astonishing the blacksmiths. Spectators rave about its remarkable aerodynamic form and resilience. The guildmaster proclaims that Toma has successfully completed the master exam. Toma gazes at Albus, his expression radiating joy and relief. Albus muses that this moment is from a forgotten time loop. He remembers this event occurring 3 years later in the Dwarven nation. In that cycle, he encountered Toma, a blacksmith admired by dwarves. Back then, Albus had commended Thomas's exceptional craftsmanship. Toma revealed he had spent an extensive period within the guild. He confessed he never had the courage to leave and test his abilities. His hesitation stemmed from a deep admiration for other artisans. At 7, he departed from his family to become an apprentice. He learned by imitating the focused, diligent craftsmen around him. Their unwavering commitment and talent completely enthralled him. A close-up reveals his genuine and profound respect for his mentors. His admiration was so intense that he stopped viewing himself as their equal. He tells Albus that he eventually understood there was nothing to fear. A close-up captures Albus, fully engaged in Tom's narrative. Fiona inquires if Albus was aware of Thomas's remarkable talent all along. Albus responds with a knowing smile, confirming her suspicion. He explains that he merely echoed Toma's own words back to him. 3 days prior, he had simply encouraged the young blacksmith not to fear. Toma admitted that his greatest motivation was the simple wish to create. Albus had supported this, urging him to pursue his passion. Toma reflects that he was already on that path back then. Albus had affirmed that he was indeed a genuine craftsman. Toma observes, absorbing Albus's impactful and affirming words. Post-exam, a sword is tested with a resounding strike. Toma turns to Laro, seeking his thoughts on the enhanced weapon. Albus notes that while it appears unchanged, its performance has improved. He confirms he can sense its newfound strength and congratulates Toma. The guild masters joyfully invite Toma to join in their festivities. Toma smiles, realizing there was truly nothing to dread. Albus and his companions observe the heartwarming scene unfold. The masters playfully scold Toma for concealing his talent for so long. Laurel questions how Albus knows the future, leading to a quiet epiphany. Later, the group arrives at a vibrant outdoor marketplace. Laurel comments on the thrilling and bustling ambiance of the market. Fiona excitedly spots a stall featuring rare barren carrots. She realizes that other vegetables are also local specialties from her hometown. The amiable vendor explains he acquired them from a traveling merchant. Fiona understands this means she can finally prepare a special dish. Radiating joy, she decides to make Boko Hot Pot for dinner. Albus and Laro look puzzled by the name Boko Hot Pot. Their cheerful friend Fiona explains it's a traditional, nutrient-rich dish from her homeland. A deep, weary dread washes over Albus as he exhales a long sigh. When Laurel inquires about his troubled expression, Albus simply mentions a memory. Laura remembers that Albus recently discovered he's trapped, endlessly reliving their past. He envisions the hot pot as a terrifying dish crafted from monstrous ingredients. As Fiona skips away to gather supplies, Laro is left with troubling thoughts. He voices his genuine concern about how the dish will turn out. While foraging, Fiona reminisces about the nuns at her monastery preparing this meal. A memory surfaces of her childhood, joyfully sharing the dish with friends and mentors. She tells a listening Laurel that it's a flavor filled with joyful memories. Laura watches in horror as Fiona starts cooking, stirring a dark, bubbling concoction. She insists it's fine, but he thinks the pot resembles a witch's cauldron. Albus calmly peels vegetables, urging the complaining Laro to lend a hand. He pragmatically explains that cooking is all about efficiency and saving time. Laro and Fiona inspect the strange, unfamiliar vegetables they're preparing. The two men sit, methodically peeling the orb-like ingredients while Fiona observes. With intense concentration, Fiona blows through a bamboo pipe to stoke the fire. She carefully adds the prepared vegetables and other ingredients into the pot. With practiced precision, she sprinkles a final seasoning into the simmering stew. A ladle scoops a spoonful of the hearty completed hot pot from the cauldron. Fiona proudly presents the Finnish Boko Hot Pot, a traditional dish from the north. Laurel hesitantly admits that the finished dish doesn't look bad at all. His heart racing with anxiety, he nervously takes his first taste of the stew. A look of profound shock and realization crosses his face. He joyfully declares that the hot pot is absolutely delicious. The comforting flavor of the tender vegetables and perfectly seasoned broth astonishes him. Fiona takes a bite of her own creation, her cheeks stuffed. Her cheerful demeanor falters as she tastes the familiar flavor. A look of quiet confusion and disappointment clouds her expression. Albus observes her reaction with a somber, knowing gaze. The three adventurers gather around the campfire, sharing the meal together. Later that night, a bright full moon hangs over the mountains. While Laro sleeps soundly, an unsettled Fiona remains awake by the fire. Albus approaches the contemplative cleric and gently asks what troubles her. Fiona looks up at him, her face filled with quiet sorrow. She admits that the hot pot didn't taste quite as she had hoped. The nagging feeling that she made a mistake keeps her awake. Albus listens, his own face reflecting a deep hidden sadness. He tries to console her, suggesting that memories can often be misleading. While acknowledging it tasted great, Fiona agrees something felt off. She expresses a profound sadness, feeling as if she's forgotten the true flavor. Albus gazes at his friend with empathy, understanding her pain. A close-up reveals his somber expression, heavy with unspoken truths. The scene transitions with a series of lines indicating a shift in time. The lines solidify, marking the start of a flashback to a previous loop. A memory begins with an apology spoken over a snowy stone structure. In a past timeline, Albus confesses to Byron that he failed to protect Fiona. Her mentor, Byron, listens, grief etched on his face as he holds her staff. He expresses gratitude to Albus for returning the cherished memento. With sorrowful pride, Byron states that his student fulfilled her duty well. Albus confirms that the Demon King was vanquished in that timeline. The scene unfolds with Albus seated at a rustic wooden table, ready to eat. A gentle nun presents him with a bowl of Boko hot pot to warm his spirits. She notes that Fiona prepared it for him, though she felt it was lacking. Albus takes a contemplative bite of the familiar steaming dish. A sudden insight hits him as he savors the hot pot. He realizes it tastes just as he remembers. Fiona's memory was accurate. The nun wisely remarks that memories can often be unclear. She reflects that the flavor Fiona recalled might have been better than reality. The flashback reveals Byron hoping they left Fiona with cherished memories. Albus watches, his face somber, grasping the burden of idealized memories. In the memory, a nun exits the room after her kind act. Albus stays seated, his expression one of deep thought. He engages Byron again, indicating he has another question. He clarifies that his question pertains to Fiona and her brother. The snowy backdrop shifts, bringing the narrative back to the present. Albus comforts Fiona, assuring her they will vanquish the Demon King. He promises they will savor the real dish together again. With quiet determination, he vows to ensure her safe return. Fiona glances back at him, a hopeful smile lighting her face. She assures him that once they succeed, she'll invite him for a meal. 4 months have passed since the group set off on their quest. A cheerful young man named Z-Lark introduces himself as a traveling trader. Fiona, a bit shy, responds with her own introduction. Both are bound, and Z-Lark inquires how Fiona ended up captured. They find themselves prisoners in a rough cage, carried by a giant ogre. Z-Lark explains that ogres are clever beings that set traps for hunting. He adds cheerfully that they capture their prey alive to keep it fresh. He comforts the frightened Fiona, claiming he has something handy. He reveals a small vial of magical seeds from the enchanted continent. The ogre lumbers ahead, blissfully unaware of their scheme. Z-Lark deftly flicks a single seed through the bars of the cage. Fiona panics, questioning his actions as the seed lands on the ground. From afar, Albus and his companions spot 2 ogres approaching. Albus readies his bow, his expression serious and intent. His arrow flies straight, hitting one of the ogres squarely in the head. The enormous creature roars in pain from the unexpected strike. The other ogre is taken aback as a monstrous plant bursts forth, attacking its ally. Albus observes that the remaining ogre is clever enough to escape the turmoil. Fiona spots Albus, who questions her presence there. Z-Lark stares in disbelief, whispering Albus's name. Albus recognizes the merchant with a sigh of mild irritation. Later, the group gathers around a small campfire. Z-Lark is starstruck, thrilled to meet the legendary hero. He exuberantly celebrates his fortunate encounter. Fiona asks Albus if he knows Z-Lark, and he confirms he does. He explains that Z-Lark trades in medicinal and magical goods. Albus wonders internally if Z-Lark is a fan or something more unsettling. The merchant is a mysterious figure who appears unexpectedly in various places. A cheerful Z-Lark mentions that the elusive hero even shows up on the magic continent. Looking down at the seated young man, Albus considers his potential usefulness. Z-Lark shares his immense pride, revealing he embarked on this quest to aid the hero. With determination in his eyes, he begins to recount a dream from his past. He enthusiastically informs the group that he has a special item prepared for this moment. Out of nowhere, he tumbles into the campfire, correcting himself that he had a dream. From the ground, he narrates how bandits ambushed him and took his possessions. His friends comment on his unfortunate luck, culminating in his capture. With unwavering determination, Albus vows to retrieve Zilark's stolen belongings. The entire group, especially Zilark, is taken aback by the hero's surprising offer. Zilark, in disbelief, questions if the hero truly intends to assist him. Laurel smirks, suspecting Albus has some ulterior motive behind this generous offer. The party ventures into the woods, driven by their new mission. Albus confidently identifies the culprits as the red-tailed bandits hiding in the western caves. He reassures them that the merciless killers will soon face justice. The others are amazed by his insight, as if he has experience in this matter. One companion inquires about the dream Zilark mentioned, expressing admiration. Zilark's eyes brighten as he admits his profound love for storytelling. He fervently explains how the legendary tales of humanity ignite his spirit. He reverently states that hero Albus's own saga is currently unfolding. With a grand flourish, he marvels at the sheer wonder of it all. His theatrical speech is abruptly cut short by the return of the furious ogre. Laurel and Fiona shout in alarm, recognizing the beast from their previous encounter. As the ogre readies to strike, Albus prepares his sword for the fight. He calmly assesses the monster's motive as revenge for their last clash. Stepping forward, Zilark recalls his magic seeds, tossing one to the ground. Albus observes closely as Zilark gears up to unleash his peculiar plant magic. The seed lands softly, popping right in the path of the charging ogre. A monstrous plant bursts forth from the earth, which Zilark claims has overgrown. The massive ogre is hurled backward by the force of the unexpected attack. The plant's thick tendril strikes the creature with bone-crushing power. Laurel and Fiona stare in utter disbelief at the sudden shift in events. The writhing plant continues its onslaught, finishing off the now vanquished ogre. The companions watch, one commenting on how close that encounter was. Wiping his brow, Zilark admits he nearly met his end, saved by his last few seeds. Laurel, impressed, wonders if this unusual merchant might actually be quite powerful. Albus quietly concurs, revealing he was unaware of Zilark's true capabilities. With a contemplative look, he admits even he was oblivious to this. Zilark triumphantly raises a finger, eager to finally complete his interrupted thought. He proclaims that his dream is to become part of Albus's epic tale. With a bright grin, he expresses his excitement for their ongoing partnership. His companions shout at him to handle the plant still thrashing about. Later, Zilark stands on a cliff, arriving at just the right moment. He explains he thought the party might require his assistance in this perilous area. He cheerfully offers to sell them antidotes for the poisonous creatures at a discount. Zilark attempts to catch Albus's attention, who is lost in his own thoughts. Albus is completely absorbed in his map, searching for a feasible path. Zilark comments on the hero's resolve against the odds, expressing his admiration. He then asks Albus if he has ever considered simply giving up. Albus looks up, his expression unreadable as he processes the question. Zilark continues, asking if he ever feels broken or overwhelmed by emptiness. Turning away, Albus quietly states he has long since moved past such feelings. Fiona cautiously peeks out from behind the bushes, eyeing their target. She recognizes the cave as the hideout of the notorious Red Tail Bandits. The group announces their goal to reclaim Zilark's stolen items. Albus mentions they'll also snag a rare power gem, suspecting Zilark's true intentions. Lauro is eager to charge ahead, but Albus quickly restrains him, urging patience. Albus informs the team that only 4 guards are stationed outside. He signals the ambush, and 2 figures spring into action. The party swiftly takes down the unsuspecting bandit guards without a sound. In mere moments, the 4 guards are tied up and incapacitated effortlessly. With a flourish, Albus announces their task is complete, his team poised. He reiterates their strategy: sneak in, grab the loot, and exit without conflict. He argues that a direct assault on 20 bandits would be far too dangerous. However, their lax security makes a stealthy approach entirely feasible. Fiona questions if this is how he has managed to succeed repeatedly. Zilark interjects, challenging the rationale behind their non-confrontational strategy. He insists it would be wiser to eliminate the bandits now. Albus firmly dismisses the suggestion, stating that delivering justice isn't his role. He reassures them that local guards will take care of it, emphasizing efficiency. Ulu, a small boy in the group, cheerfully supports this plan. He adds that he enjoys this kind of story, his smile revealing his excitement. Zylark gazes at Albus, still grappling with the choice to avoid confrontation. He exhales in frustration, ultimately conceding to the hero's strategy. The cloaked group moves as one toward the cave's entrance. Inside, a guard anxiously wonders if it's time for the shift change. Albus tells Fiona to follow him while the others keep watch. They spot a solitary guard stationed in front of the storage room ahead. The guard, stretching lazily, notices them and inquires about their identity. Fiona steps up and casts her dream sleep spell, enveloping the guard. With the guards now snoring, Albus commends Fiona's magic, amused by their stealth. He grins playfully, ready to rush in and seize all the loot. Suddenly, a massive spiked flail swings through the air towards them. Albus is taken aback, barely managing to deflect the surprise strike with his sword. He drops to the ground, narrowly escaping the crushing blow as Fiona watches. Fiona screams his name in panic at the unexpected violent ambush. A figure steps from the shadows, casually catching the weapon's chain. The woman announces that hero Albus has indeed arrived, her grin wide. She introduces herself as Zank Zamsak, the leader of the Red Tail Bandits. The rest of the party finds themselves suddenly surrounded by armed bandits. Albus retorts that taking her down would make him the hero. He realizes with irritation that their entire infiltration has been compromised. Albus's gaze sharpens, his mind racing to comprehend this unforeseen twist. A memory of Ulu's voice echoes, asking if he has forgotten his emotions. Ulu insists that Albus must not lose touch with his feelings on this journey. In the memory, Albus remains silent, unable to respond to the pointed inquiry. Ulu shares that he too felt this way before joining the group. He despised how each day felt like a monotonous cycle without change. He expresses gratitude to Albus for revealing a new world to him. Ulu encourages his leader to embrace life, explaining his heart craves excitement. A young man with dark hair earnestly states that a dull journey leads to a boring story. Hero Albus absorbs these words, his expression weary and shadowed. In a dark cavern, the bandit chief Zank gasps in shock at the sudden arrival of a cloaked Albus. Albus tightens his grip on the sword's hilt, his face obscured as he braces for the upcoming battle. Zank charges forward with astonishing speed, her cape fluttering as she closes in. Albus looks bewildered, caught off guard by her rapid and unexpected strike. Without hesitation, Albus counters, unleashing a fierce gust of wind magic at his foe. The magical surge slams into Zank, propelling her backward in a burst of dark energy. Her bandit crew gasps in disbelief, horrified to witness their powerful leader being so easily thrown back. In the midst of the turmoil, Albus's allies ponder their next steps, with Zilar appearing particularly flustered. Albus casts a quick glance back, his gaze sharp and intent as he evaluates the changing battlefield. Ulu, another ally, urgently shouts at Zilar, urging him to take action. Zilarl is taken aback, stuttering in confusion as he questions if he's truly being summoned. After a brief pause, a determined yet slightly anxious smile spreads across his face. He announces his readiness to act, clutching a small object as he prepares to unleash his abilities. Vines tipped with flowers burst from the cavern floor, swiftly ensnaring the startled bandits. Abandoned cries of shock erupt as a thick, fleshy vine wraps around him, lifting him off the ground. Albus and his red-haired ally Fiona watch in stunned silence at the unexpected display of magic. The warrior Laurel grins fiercely, issuing a challenge for the now vacant Zank to face him. The cave devolves into a chaotic melee with adventurers and bandits clashing among the vines. Albus surveys the chaos, his expression one of deep astonishment as he mutters in disbelief. He reflects on his past, realizing that he's never witnessed such a level of disorder before. A young boy notes that this is even louder than any of the previous loops. Ulu's advice to embrace life flashes through Albus's mind. A slow, genuine smile forms on his lips as he contemplates the idea of excitement. Amidst the beautiful chaos, he exclaims with delight how exhilarating this experience is. A horned figure recalls a world-shattering event when the sky fractured and the earth disappeared. He remembers feeling an overwhelming surge of magic during the cataclysm. The village is depicted engulfed in roaring flames, a scene of utter devastation and disorder. A monstrous beast approaches two small children trapped in the midst of the destruction. A horde of mocking goblins and other creatures survey the havoc they have caused. A young Albus with blonde hair kneels beside the body of a fallen woman amid the wreckage. A large, shadowy hand reaches for the weeping boy, who glares back defiantly. Tears and grime streak his face, but his eyes blaze with unadulterated hatred. A silhouetted demon, Zylark, emerges from the flames, startling a female demon general. General Azalipi questions Zylark's reluctance to eliminate the children. As the ninth tower, she wonders if their youth is the cause of his hesitation. She ponders what might occur if the boy were allowed to mature. The young boy is depicted wielding a sword, his eyes aflame with a thirst for vengeance. Azalep thinks it would be far more thrilling to crush him once he has grown stronger. She gazes at Zylark with a knowing, slightly sadistic smile, relishing the thought. Zylark brushes off her violent fantasies, stating he has more pressing matters to address. Azalep demands to know why Zylark still lives, questioning how he survived the hero. He snaps back that she shouldn't underestimate him, as he is one of the 13 Heavenfall Towers. Amidst the ruins, Zylark realizes time has reset, having witnessed this village before. He reflects that, lacking a sense of time, he has attacked countless human settlements. The repetitive destruction of ruins under his command has become utterly tedious. His role as a general was to eliminate foes and expand territory for the Demon King. He executed these tasks meticulously, leaving a trail of corpses behind. Time kept rewinding, trapping him in a cycle of familiar events over and over. It appeared he was the only one aware of this peculiar temporal distortion. A silhouetted Zylark stands before the foreboding and imposing castle of the Demon King. He set aside his responsibilities, diving into his own investigation, sifting through ancient tomes for clues. He began to suspect that the castle of the Demon King was the epicenter of the magical chaos. At last, through the crescent edge of his scythe, he pinpointed his target. There he discovered the source, a battered hero named Albus propped up by his ally Fiona. The sight of the injured Albus became the focal point of his significant revelation. Zylark's single eye widened in sheer wonder at the scene unfolding before him. In that instant, he resolved to follow this man's journey closely. Albus appeared resolute, blissfully unaware of the powerful observer now tracking him. Zylark observed Albus as he retraced his steps, facing defeat against the Demon King, only to ultimately prevail. Even after claiming his grand victory, the hero continued to relive his quest endlessly. Zylark, concealed behind a tree, gazes at the hero's group with wide, inquisitive eyes. He finds the hero's relentless struggle to be utterly captivating. This intrigue blossomed into a profound desire to learn more about him. He resolved to get closer, joining the group as an ordinary traveler. A subordinate rushes up a narrow staircase, calling out for Zylark's Sama. In a grand library, Zylark is engrossed in reading as his subordinate approaches. Zylark from the 5th tower is informed that the humans on the upper levels have been dealt with. The subordinate inquires about this place, and Zylark refers to it as a treasure trove. He believes stories are remarkable, as they provide insight into human emotions. He ponders what tales and feelings lie behind the faces of his human foes. He muses that grasping their emotions would make even mundane tasks like hunting more meaningful. These monotonous tasks might then become slightly more enjoyable for him. Yet even this intellectual pursuit, he concludes, fails to fully satisfy him. Now part of the group, he tells Albus he has long sought the ultimate narrative. Albus listens intently, his expression serious, as Zylark continues. Zylark addresses the hero Albus with a knowing, slightly playful grin. He asks for forgiveness, explaining he's no longer content with merely hearing Albus's tales. He wishes to engage in the adventure, sometimes aiding the group. At other times, he plans to introduce unexpected dramatic turns to their journey. He clarifies that to enhance the story, he must provoke Albus's emotions. He drops a small, pulsating seed onto the ground, activating its magic. A massive, writhing mass erupts, and he asks how they feel about this twist. A woman with a cruel grin wonders what might happen if a companion were to fall. The tendrils lash out at the cleric Fiona, who stands poised with her staff. The warrior Loro leaps in front of Fiona, becoming ensnared by the attack. Zylark stands calmly, observing the chaos he has just unleashed. His expression remains cool and inscrutable as his dangerous experiment unfolds as intended. Albus places a firm hand on Zylark's shoulder, confronting him head-on. His gaze sharpens as Albus declares he knows Zylark is a demon. Caught off guard, ZLR can only manage a slightly flustered Odir in reply. Albus admits that while he sensed something was amiss, Zylark had been a decent merchant. He cautions Zylark not to get carried away with his perilous schemes. With a challenging grin, Albus asks if Zylark would like to join them for real. Laro and Fiona erupt in protest, taken aback by Albus's sudden and reckless proposal. Albus adds a cold stipulation. Zelark is only welcome if he remains useful. After a long journey, the hero Albus finally manages to vanquish the Demon King. To save Fiona from death, Albus uses magic to rewind time, starting anew. His quest to save the world and one girl repeats endlessly. A horned, elf-eared young man observes the hero's group, deeming their tale foolish. He reflects on his unique ability to retain memories in this looping reality. This ability, he realizes, is beyond even the Demon King's reach. A soft, contented chuckle escapes him as he concludes he must be unique. In the woods, Zelark stands patiently, waiting for his moment to enter. In a shadowy clearing, Fiona whispers anxiously, questioning if their ally is a demon. The hero, Albus, quiets them, clarifying Zelark's bizarre behavior this time around. His warrior friend, Laro, inquires how he knows, given Zelark appears entirely human. Albus asserts that demons possess certain traits they can't fully conceal. He elaborates that their irregular breathing and slower heart rates give them away. He continues with their silent movements and odd reactions to bird calls. A contemplative Albus admits one more detail has been troubling him about Zelark. He remembers a moment when he pressed Zelark for details about his origins. The demon had cheerfully insisted he hailed from a bustling western city. When Albus mentioned Elnas, Zelark eagerly confirmed it was a lovely place. The demon then commended Albus for his impressive breadth of knowledge. Albus' recent illness was eradicated a millennium ago, proving Zelark's info was outdated. The real concern, however, was what would unfold in the next loop. In a fresh timeline, Zelark cheerfully introduces himself to the group. He once more claims to be from the western commercial hub of Elnas. Albus listens intently, his expression sharp and knowing, his plan set for this moment. In a cavern, he challenges Zelark, asking if he still remembers his past. The demon is taken aback, realizing the hero has seen through his ruse. With a slight grin, Zelark concedes that Albus sees through everything. Revealing his horns, he questions if Albus will still welcome him to join. Albus consents, but only if Zelark proves to be of use. With the hero's hand resting on his shoulder, an unusual alliance is forged. Zelark cheerfully agrees to be under Albus's protection, surprising his companions. Laurel and Fiona object, reminding Albus that he is a demon. The warrior points out that Zelark had just attempted to kill Fiona. Their new ally offers a casual apology, calling it a momentary lapse. He claims to abhor conflict, leaving his companions utterly baffled. Ironically, he states this is precisely why he wishes to join them. In a tense standoff, Albus and Zelark confront a new, furious threat. The bandit leader smashes her flail, enraged by their apparent betrayal. She screams Albus's name, confronting the bandit leader he had hired. The furious woman shouts that they followed Albus's orders to the letter. She reminds Zelark of his assurance that victory would come easily. With a chilling grin, the demon tells her she could never have succeeded. He clarifies that her role was merely to intimidate them, and now it's over. His gaze sharpens as he coldly informs her that she can die now. A shadowy tendril strikes out with astonishing speed and force. The brutal assault hits the bandit leader, sending her crashing backward. Zelark's expression is one of cold, detached calculation after the strike. Loro stands stunned by the sudden shift in events, completely bewildered. Albus acts quickly, taking down another foe with a powerful strike. He looms over the fallen enemy, instructing Zelark to rest. The demon glances back, taken aback by the hero's bold challenge. He asks if Albus has a problem with killing, noting the woman deserved her fate. Albus coolly responds that such matters do not trouble him in the slightest. The remaining thieves, terrified by the display, choose to flee the scene. The hero clarifies he doesn't preach morals or see clear distinctions between good and evil. His allies listen intently as he shares the true reason behind his actions. He asserts with conviction that he won't allow Zelark to dictate the outcome. The demon responds to this with a subtle, curious grin. Albus notes that Zelark appears to be manipulating events for his own entertainment. He gets ready to make his final, conclusive statement on the issue. With brutal honesty, he calls Zelark's script dull. The insult strikes home, leaving Zelark's eyes wide in disbelief. The personal jab completely shatters his previously confident demeanor. Albus turns away, insisting ZLARC must adhere to his orders to join. Left to himself, the demon's shock starts to twist into something darker. He repeats the word dull, a manic grin spreading across his face. He brushes off the insult, claiming it doesn't affect him at all. He argues that he is merely pursuing what he finds engaging. His wild, crazed eye reveals the chaos his words try to hide. He stands still for a moment, his expression obscured and unreadable. Enormous, thorny vines burst from the earth, ensnaring the group. The sudden violent assault throws the heroes into chaos. From a distance, Zelark observes, beginning to sort through his mixed emotions. He confesses that for a brief moment, he oddly considered killing Albus. The party confronts him, Laro challenging while Fiona looks worried. The heroes seem small next to the massive, fleshy, flower-tipped vines. Fiona recognizes the flora, recalling how they defeated an ogre effortlessly. The brash Laurel scoffs, dismissing them as mere plants. He readies to incinerate them, but Albus cautions him against it. Albus reprimands him for recklessly using fire inside a cave. A plant's maw opens wide, swallowing Laurel's fire attack entirely. The flames are snuffed out instantly, leaving the warrior in shock. From his vantage point, Zelark feigns disappointment at the chaos. He casually offers Albus a chance to loop back again. With a self-satisfied grin, he suggests they should play again soon. His taunt is interrupted as an arrow whizzes through the air. The arrow narrowly avoids him, smoke trailing from the near miss. Zelark turns, surprised by the swift and precise counterattack. Albus stands poised with his bow, his expression serious and focused. He moved with astonishing speed to launch the unexpected shot. The demon acknowledges the hero's impressive and immediate reaction. He challenges Albus, asking if he can navigate this storm of vines. With a flourish, he invites them to experience the full might of the fifth tower. As Albus assesses the situation, a glowing butterfly flits by. He spots more butterflies near the vines, igniting a new idea. He ponders how the autonomous plants can identify their prey. He theorizes they might simply react to movement around them. The hero turns to Fiona, proposing they test his hypothesis. She understands that casting spirit magic papilla will summon a swarm. She admits she can only summon small ones, but they fill the air. Loro notices the vines distracted, declaring it's a perfect opportunity. He unleashes a fierce slash, carving a path through the occupied vines. Albus leaps through the gap, closing in on Zelark with his sword raised. A mocking laugh escapes from the horned demon Zelark. The hero, Albus, is completely taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief. Zelark mocks him, questioning whether he genuinely believed victory was guaranteed. From below, vicious, thorny vines burst forth, ensnaring the hero. Albus yells in agony as he crashes to the ground. Fiona and another companion scream his name in terror from afar. A sharp thorn jabs into Albus's shoulder, making him grit his teeth. Zelark stands and strides toward the now captured Albus. With manic delight, he exclaims that this pained expression is precisely what he desired. He declares he has yearned to witness this very look of defeat. The demon patronizingly explains that Albus's feelings have become superficial from the repetition. He argues that a predictable existence can never truly evoke Albus's emotions. He asserts that lacking feelings is akin to having lost them entirely. He claims Albus's heart desperately craves stimulation. To evoke this sensation, he will introduce elements of surprise, anxiety, and despair. He concludes that an engaging story requires all these dramatic components. Albus gazes up, his eyes unwavering and clear despite the pain. He quietly remembers Zelark saying something similar during a past encounter. With quiet intensity, Albus asserts that the demon comprehends nothing. Zelark asks him to repeat what he just said. The hero concedes that endless repetition indeed drains excitement. With unyielding determination, he begins to present his strong counter-argument. He breaks free, proclaiming that he hasn't lost his emotions. Zelark stares, his confidence completely shattered by the hero's defiance. Fiona and Lara observe the tense confrontation unfold. As he walks away, Albus tells Zelark he simply hasn't witnessed his emotions yet. The demon stands alone, processing the hero's enigmatic words. A memory surfaces, revealing the powerful emotions simmering deep within Albus. Zelark is taken aback, his eyes wide with a mix of shock and confusion. In a flashback, a monstrous beast attacks, forcing a man to scream. Albus calmly concludes that even a mighty tower cannot stand against him. Zelark watches the past battle, his eyes reflecting deep surprise. A warrior leaps into the air, unleashing a powerful gale blast. Albus coolly states he has no need for Zelark's narrative twists. Holding his sword, he asserts that straightforward documentaries are far more engaging. The scene reveals the aftermath, with the warrior defeated by Albus's single blow. Loro admits he is finally beginning to believe Albus has been looping. He observes that Albus's power isn't merely about levels or skills. Instead, it feels like a strength built up over time. He concludes that Albus knows precisely how to position himself for maximum impact. Zalark turns away, a puff of air signaling his resignation. His expression shifts to one of grim determination as he stands. As his arm regenerates, he declares he cannot be underestimated as a tower. Loro is shocked, realizing Zalark managed to block Albus's attack. Zalark throws his hands up, cheerfully announcing his surrender. The entire party is left utterly perplexed by his sudden capitulation. He eagerly offers to continue serving Albus without hindering him. He explains that as a general, he wishes to avoid other demons. He proposes to assist while remaining neutral. Albus listens to the proposal, his expression serious and inscrutable. He promptly agrees to the arrangement, shaking Zalark's hand. Loro vehemently protests, telling Albus he's being far too trusting. Fiona yells that he must never place his trust in the demon. She fervently declares that all demons are deceitful and malicious beings. The group hangs on her every word during her passionate address. Fiona shares the tale of her homeland's struggles against demon invasions. Her village was constantly bombarded with news of their horrors. She remembers hearing about soldiers who were crucified in one town. In another settlement, the burnt bodies of residents were stacked high. With profound sorrow, she envisions the pain her missing brother endures. Furious, she demands to know how Zalark can be certain he's different. Fiona lowers her gaze, her fury momentarily replaced by sadness. Zalark responds to her with a sly, infuriating grin. He elaborates that such behavior is simply inherent to demons. Fiona is furious, questioning if that justifies his actions. He coolly asserts that he doesn't seek forgiveness or regret. He concludes that humans and demons will never truly comprehend one another. Loro snaps, delivering a hard punch to Zalark, who cries out. Albus observes that the previous assaults were indeed effective. Laura ponders aloud what they should do with the vanquished demon. Albus and Fiona watch, mulling over their next steps. A new strategy forms in Albus's mind as he announces an idea. Later, in a serene forest clearing, tranquility reigns. Zalark's eyes flutter open as he regains awareness. Fiona, cradling him, informs the others that he has awakened. Albus inquires if the now-aware Zalark has reached a decision. Calmly, Albus gestures for the demon to approach him. He presents a black collar, which Zalark recognizes in shock. Albus explains that it's an oath collar, a magical binding tool. He cautions that breaking the oath will lead to a brutal demise. This, he claims, is how he will limit Zalark's actions. Alba sets a single straightforward condition for the oath. No lies. Zalark stares back, processing the surprisingly simple request. His companions are equally taken aback, questioning if that's all. Albus admits he enjoys using others to fulfill his ambitions. However, he clarifies he has no desire for a master-slave dynamic. Zalark listens intently, a quiet realization dawning on him. He offers to add his own stipulation: he won't harm humans again. Albus and Laurel exchange surprised glances at this voluntary addition. Fiona is left wide-eyed, astonished by the demon's gesture. Zalark asks if this will finally be enough to gain their trust. He formally agrees, stating he has chosen to trust hero Albus. With a playful grin, he asks Albus to show him something intriguing. Albus calls him an oddball, amusement flickering in his eyes. Zalark smirks, retorting that the remark is rich coming from Albus. Albus activates the oath magic, sealing their unusual pact with a flash. The group continues their journey by cart, a new, uneasy dynamic forming. Zalark and Fiona sit together in the back, a quiet tension lingering. Laro asks where Albus discovered the rare collar, who explains its origin. Albus then turns to their new ally, calling out Zalark's name. With a solemn expression, Fiona addresses her horned companion, Zalark. Sitting at the back of the cart, she tells him he doesn't need to force it. A close-up shows her struggle within. She confesses her lingering distrust of him. Yet she resolves that since they are now companions, they must make an effort. Fiona vows to uncover the true Zalark, beyond just the demon facade. To start, she opts to address him with the respectful title Zalarks. Zalark responds with a warm smile, returning the gesture with Fiona-san. He then mentions he doesn't plan to stay with them indefinitely. His real wish, he clarifies, is to be a neutral observer during their travels. Suddenly, Albus points energetically, insisting Zalark prepare for hard work. He dramatically unfurls a lengthy scroll, claiming he spent the night writing it. Albus enthusiastically shares his ambitious plans for building bridges and slaying dragons. Ziller completely disregards him, commenting on the pleasant weather, much to Albus's irritation. A serene forest scene unfolds as narration reflects on the inevitability of mistakes. A small, fluffy white dog appears, suggesting that no one is to blame. The narration continues, emphasizing that regardless of caution, accidents can still occur as the dog trots along the forest path. An establishing shot of the thick forest sets a quiet, slightly eerie atmosphere. Leaning from the cart, a concerned Fiona inquires about their leader, Albus. Zelark, engrossed in a book, calmly explains that Albus went ahead to scout. He elaborates that they are traversing a perilous area known as Oro's Playground. Zelark cautions that although the prankster witch Oro is absent, her curses remain. Laurel listens closely as Zelark outlines the dangers of veering off the path. Suddenly, something catches the warrior's eye, moving among the trees. A small fluffy white dog emerges from the woods, and Laurel recognizes it. While Zelark suspects it might be a monster, Laurel is convinced it's merely a dog. The animal barks loudly, its demeanor appearing friendly. Crouching down, Laurel greets the creature, curious about how it arrived here. Suddenly the dog lunges, biting Laurel's hand, causing him to yell in pain. As Fiona cautions him about the stray, Zelark observes with a contemplative look. The dog's expression is serious, filled with determination. Zelark's gaze sharpens, sensing something off about the dog's behavior. He murmurs that the dog appears to be trying to convey something to them. Ignoring Fiona's anxious protests, Zelark chooses to follow the beckoning dog. The group trails behind the small creature into a clearing in the woods. They halt, staring in disbelief at a sight that feels all too familiar. Fiona gasps, recognizing a pile of clothing that belongs to Albus. She wonders what could have transpired as Zelark urges her to keep her distance. Zelark identifies a glowing magic circle on the ground as one of Oro's cursed traps. He explains that the forest is riddled with such traps that activate instantly. When asked about Albus's fate, Zelark recalls Oro's many bizarre curses. He speculates that Albus may have been transformed into something entirely different. The dog's inner thoughts confirm it is indeed Albus, and he needs their assistance. A flashback reveals Albus scolding himself for his carelessness in stepping on the trap. He remembers being transformed before he realized it, now needing the curse undone. The dog jumps around frantically, trying to get his friends to recognize him. Laro reasons that Albus couldn't possibly look this adorable as Fiona cuddles the dog. Albus internally seethes at Zelark, who is clearly relishing the chaotic situation. The dog forcefully headbutts Zelark, who, taken aback by the impact, confirms Albus's identity. The group deliberates on how to reverse the spell, agreeing they must redraw the circle. Zelark confidently assures them to leave it to him, claiming he has the experience. Laurel continues to observe Zelark with deep skepticism. The altered Albus waits patiently while his friends argue about their predicament. Laurel boldly challenges Zelark, questioning if he was behind the whole affair. Zelark turns to confront Laurel's sharp accusation. He coolly reminds the warrior of his vow to stop lying. Lauro isn't convinced, suggesting ZLR might have tricked Albus into the snare. The dog Albus internally groans, wishing they would speed things up. Out of nowhere, a gigantic bird's claw snatches the little dog from the sky. The group screams Albus's name in terror as a massive rock carries him away. The bird ascends over the forest, its small captive wriggling in its grip. Held tightly in the talons, Albus grimly contemplates that this could be his end. He laments his team's dysfunction, wishing they could just get along. Albus glances at his tiny paw, a desperate idea flashing through his mind. He wonders if he can still activate his world-changing ability in a dog's form. As the rock continues its flight, Albus realizes he might be in deep trouble. A colossal flower-tipped creature bursts forth from the ground below. Laurel rides the creature skyward, while Zelark observes the chaos unfold. With a fierce roar, the warrior takes off in pursuit. From below, Zelark and Fiona watch as Lauro chases after the rock. Lauro leaps from his earthy mount, aiming for the giant bird. He activates his deadfall technique, grabbing hold of the rock's leg. His force pulls the massive bird down, freeing Albus in the process. The warrior tumbles through the air alongside the liberated dog, bracing for impact. Laurel flips upside down, using his body to cushion the dog's landing. He stands victoriously over the unconscious rock while Albus lies in the magic circle. Zelark watches the scene unfold with a subtle, knowing smirk. He stands apart from the rest, observing the aftermath. Lauro and Fiona gaze as their leader is brought back to them. A transition panel signifies the conclusion of the chaotic rescue. Now human and bear, Albus sits up relieved, calling it a narrow escape. His companions react with a mix of relief and embarrassment at his state. He grumbles about the rough rescue, but Lara counters that it was his own doing. With a faint smile, Albus admits it was good teamwork after all. Laurel and Zlark share a quiet, significant glance. Laurel claims his body acted on its own, but Zlark knows he wants to savor the tale. As they walk away, Laurel gruffly warns Fiona against any funny ideas. Fiona playfully teases Albus, saying she wouldn't have minded if he stayed a cute dog. The group continues on while a shadowy figure observes them from the trees. A witch on a broomstick watches them from high above. The witch, a former ally, wonders what these fools are doing in her mentor's yard. Beneath a crescent moon, Albus and Zlark share a quiet discussion. Albus sits by the fire, asking Zlark why he retains his memories. Zlark puffs out his chest, grandly proclaiming it's because he is chosen by God. He brushes aside the specifics, insisting the key point is that he is special. Albus concludes with a tired expression that Zlark doesn't truly know why. Zlark reveals that Laurel also seems to hold on to fragments of his past. Albus reflects that while the world appears unchanged, he senses a shift. He wonders if his other former teammates might also have their memories intact. When asked about his plans, Albus resolves to find them and discover the truth. Under the crescent moon, Albus decides to chart his course after meeting them. A close-up reveals his determined, weary gaze, hinting at the long journey ahead. The setting transitions to a sunlit forest, heralding a fresh day and an unexpected meeting. Concealed in the foliage, Albus and his friends gawk in humorous disbelief at what they've found. In an open space, they catch sight of a unique creature, with Albus voicing his astonishment. The tiny, possibly adorable mouse-like being glows with an otherworldly magical light. Identified as a golden star, this legendary mouse boasts golden fur of extraordinary worth. Laurel eagerly assesses its value, realizing this treasure could significantly aid their journey. The group expresses their confidence in Zlark, trusting him to secure the valuable creature. A lone sprout emerges from the earth, marking the start of Zlark's efforts. A thick vine lashes out, but the golden star nimbly evades the awkward strike. Zlark vents his frustration, admitting his plant magic can't keep up with the agile creature. A mysterious witch on a broom swoops down, coolly inquiring if she can capture it. Albus and his companions gaze up, startled by the sudden appearance of the formidable sorceress. She is introduced as Gina Grace, a once-in-a-century talent from the Royal Magic Academy. Albus recognizes her, a memory of their shared history surfacing from the past. A complete portrait confirms her identity, showcasing her with her staff and broom. A flashback reveals a young Gina acing the Academy's challenging entrance exam at 11. Another memory shows her graduating at the top of her class, highlighting her exceptional talent. It's confirmed she was once their ally, participating in the defeat of the Demon King. Back in the present, Gina readies to unleash her formidable crystal magic. With a shout of Crystalia, she summons a massive magic circle, encasing the golden star in crystal. Albus, Laurel, and Zlark find themselves ensnared in the spell, their feet trapped in crystals. The golden star is perfectly encased within a large, flawless crystal, capture complete. Gina lands with grace, her boots crunching on the newly formed crystalline surface. She comments on her good fortune, never expecting to stumble upon such a treasure. Laura shouts in exasperation, demanding she do something about his stuck legs. Gina calmly clarifies that the magical crystals will eventually fade away on their own. She asks if he wants her to make them vanish now, a question Laurel answers with anger. With a sly grin, Gina requests a payment of 1,000 coins per person for her assistance. Later, the group travels in their cart, with Gina soaring alongside on her broom. Gina casually inquires if Albus is truly the renowned hero, confirming his identity. Albus, looking weary, quietly affirms that he is indeed the one she seeks. He reflects that joining the Demon King's subjugation once seemed like a wise choice. Gina explains she responded to the call for the prestige and generous rewards it promised. She bitterly complains about being dismissed and left stranded in the castle town. With a frustrated expression, she demands to know who will compensate her for her troubles. Lara mutters to himself that the witch seems fixated on money. Gina turns to him, her gaze sharp, ready to correct his misunderstanding. She passionately asserts that magic itself is an incredibly costly pursuit. Her true passion, she clarifies, lies in the research and exploration of magic. She enumerates the steep costs of magical tools, rare materials, and ancient texts. With a sigh, she mourns the harsh truths of life and her growing expenses. Fiona, listening closely, pauses as a new thought strikes her, questioning Gina's finances. She asks why Gina, a celebrated graduate, isn't receiving financial backing from the academy. Gina looks surprised that her companion seems to recognize her. The group confirms her fame, with Albus referring to her as the academy's celebrated prodigy. Fiona's face brightens with admiration, saying she looks up to Gina for her help to others. Gina averts her gaze, a hint of complexity lurking behind her composed exterior. She brushes off the praise, claiming her motivations were purely for the rewards. Her tone shifts somber as she reveals her expulsion from the academy 3 years prior. The group is taken aback, and Gina explains the academy's intolerance for heretical magic. Her face hardens with determination as she declares her need to delve into a specific magic, no matter the cost. Albus gazes at her, a thoughtful look crossing his face as a plan begins to take shape. He positions himself in front of her, using her name as he readies a significant proposal. He inquires if, despite everything, she still wishes to join their conquest group. Laurel and Fiona are taken aback by his unexpected invitation to the witch. Albus ponders whether his old friends might still hold on to their former memories. Gina regards him with an unreadable expression, weighing his offer. Perched on her staff, she coolly turns him down, stating she won't accompany them. She smiles, claiming she's lost interest and will leave the quest for world peace to them. Albus observes her, his face a mask of quiet reflection following her refusal. Laro can't resist teasing Albus about the rejection, telling him to be quiet. The scene shifts as the group prepares to part ways on the road. Gina declares this is where they separate, standing away from their cart. Fiona sits on the cart, offering a heartfelt goodbye, expressing it was a privilege to meet Gina. With a bright, genuine smile, Fiona assures her they will definitely cross paths again. Gina is momentarily taken aback by her sincerity, responding softly yet hesitantly. Fiona beams with joy, clutching a small decorative item in her hand. Gina's composed demeanor falters for a brief moment, surprise flickering in her eyes. She glances back, a questioning expression suggesting something remains unspoken. Albus calls her name one last time, catching her attention before she leaves. He asks if her workshop is close by, a question she finds too personal. Gina retorts that sorcerers typically keep their workshop locations a closely guarded secret. Albus's demeanor shifts to serious as he advises her to strengthen her workshop's defenses. He questions her why, gesturing toward the image of a lone stone tower. A vision of the tower engulfed in flames flashes as he warns it will soon be destroyed. Gina comments that his warning is peculiar, though she seems to ponder it. A memory surfaces of a younger Gina encountering a tall, graceful witch named Oro in a forest. Oro observes that the young girl appears oddly distant, her gaze fixed on something far away. The witch notes that the child's eyes are locked on the horizon even as they converse. Young Gina explains that her father instructed her to wait for him in that very spot. She reveals with quiet sorrow that she has been waiting there alone for 3 days. The girl asks if Oro is there to take her home, but Oro replies no. Oro astutely concludes that the little girl was left behind to reduce the number of mouths to feed. Young Gina looks down, her face shadowed by the weight of this painful truth. With a quiet affirmation, she confirms the heartbreaking reality of her abandonment. Oro stands before the small girl, a contemplative look on her face. She introduces herself as Oro, the witch, her face partially hidden by a large hat. Seeing it as destiny, Oro kneels and invites the abandoned girl to accompany her. The scene transitions to the Grand Royal Magic Academy, where someone inquires about Gina. Senior sorcerer Enrique Winford confirms they are discussing the prodigy expelled 3 years ago. He and a colleague recall that she was the apprentice of the notorious prankster witch, Oro. Enrique explains they had no choice but to expel her upon learning of her origins. A bearded man pulls a tray of freshly baked cookies from a steaming oven. This man asks Enrique if he has heard a certain story before, holding a cup. The man is identified as Headmaster Al Zane Drac, who shares rumors about Oro's research. He explains that Oro is rumored to be studying magic that manipulates time and space. Enrique is horrified, recognizing dimensional magic as a forbidden art that disrupts the world's order. The headmaster states that before they could verify anything, they received news of Oro's demise. A stern-looking man with weary eyes in Reich contemplates a serious issue. His expression sharpens as he questions whether a disciple is pursuing forbidden research. The headmaster Drac, sporting a beard, graciously offers cookies while seeking confirmation. Enrique stands by the window, asserting that forbidden research is unacceptable. The headmaster then inquires about the course of action if heresy is proven. Drac's expression hardens as he gives a chilling command to take it from her. In a lighter moment, another man praises the headmaster's improved baking skills. An adventuring party rides in a horse-drawn cart through a rugged terrain. A worried girl with red hair asks Albus if their current path is truly safe. She insists they must safeguard their friend Gina, who is in imminent danger. Albus looks ahead with determination, declaring they need to hurry. He reveals he knows the attack will happen during the new moon. His companion comments on how remarkably well-informed he appears. Albus explains this insight stems from a previous loop, recalling a message. The message detailed the destruction of Gina's workshop by the Academy. A memory shows Gina receiving the crumpled report from Albus. Her face reflects pain as she mourns the loss of her research. Seated and clutching the report, she processes the heartbreaking news. In the memory, Albus asks if she plans to return home. Overcome with grief, Gina hides her face in her hands, despairing. Her sorrow transforms into determination as she vows to complete their mission. Back in the present, Albus confidently asserts that Gina is strong and will manage. With a knowing glance, he adds that they can still help her. He cheerfully encourages his bewildered companion to keep moving in their cart. A witch's boot firmly lands on the grass, ready for a confrontation. Floating on her broom, Gina comments on the party's oddball nature. She approaches her solitary stone tower, nestled within a forest clearing. The witch stands with a serious demeanor, sensing an unwelcome presence. Her gaze sharpens as she realizes her foes have finally come for her. A memory surfaces of a younger Gina being told this tower is her new home. The memory depicts Oro leading the small girl to the tower under the night sky. Upon entering, they found the tower's interior in complete disarray. Oro, with a duster in hand, wore a cheerful yet demanding expression. She immediately set the young Gina to work with an endless list of tasks. A faint, satisfied smile appeared on Oro's lips as she observed the girl. The witch asked the young girl if she planned to complain about the work. Young Gina earnestly replied she wouldn't, grateful for a roof over her head. She promised to do whatever was necessary, her face filled with resolve. From a window, Oro softly called her a good girl. The tower looms tall, a symbol of a painful memory now unfolding. An older Gina, dressed as an apprentice, asks her master why she must leave. She questions why she is being sent all the way to the academy. Tears welling in her eyes, she begs to remain Oro's apprentice forever. Oro, with her back turned, explains she has something crucial to attend to. She delivers the final blow, stating that Gina has become a burden. Back in the present, on the night of the new moon, the assault on Gina commences. A group of masked executors announces their intent to retrieve her research. The leader issues the Academy's direct command for a swift operation. He instructs his subordinates to remain alert for any magical traps. One executor employs a magical device to scan the area for threats. He reports no magical reactions detected, indicating the path is clear. The leader, despite his doubts, commands his unit to advance. Suddenly, the ground beneath the approaching executor fractures and crumbles. In profile, the leader's mask is visible as he questions the absence of traps. He ponders how a sorcerer's hideout could lack any defenses whatsoever. The earth gives way entirely, causing several executors to fall into a pit. A masked figure gasps in horror, realizing too late that it was a trap. The executors find themselves impaled on sharpened stakes at the pit's bottom. One executor calls for calm, recognizing that the traps are all physical. From above, Gina coolly explains that sorcerers can be easily fooled by simple traps. Hovering on her broom, she reflects on how the hero's words ring true. A memory of Oro calling her a burden flashes through her thoughts. She finally realizes Oro was trying to shield her from the academy. A vision of Oro's smiling face appears, making Gina feel a connection. She confesses her loneliness after Oro's departure, now understanding why. Her determination solidifies as she expresses her wish to uncover Oro's quest. With fierce resolve, she vows to see her mentor one last time. Gazing down at the attackers, Gina pledges to defend this place for her master. A memory surfaces of a lesson outside the tower, which Oro found tedious. Her began teaching young Gina about the Academy's magic principles. She described the 4 main elements and 3 sub-elements. This framework, she noted, granted the Academy power but allowed for heretics. Young Gina mentions she has already encountered this concept in her readings. She affirms her grasp of innate elemental traits that shape magic. A diagram illustrates how using magic outside one's attribute diminishes its strength. Holding a magical device, Gina reveals her innate attribute is Earth. Her mentor, Oro, exclaims how dull that is, leaving Gina puzzled. With a knowing grin, Oro began to share a deeper magical insight. Back in the present, Gina stands resolute, prepared to defend her home. The executor leader growls, acknowledging Gina's bravery. Suspended above, Gina is asked if she can truly face them alone. The leader boldly proclaims their identity as the Fearsome Purge Executors. The elite Magic Academy force raises their staves, gearing up to strike. With a fierce glare, Gina prepares herself for the impending onslaught. She unleashes her crystal magic, Crystallia, forming a protective barrier. An executor calmly reassures his comrades, noting the crystal's toughness. He accurately identifies that crystal magic belongs to the Earth attribute. A diagram displays elemental weaknesses, showing wind's strength against Earth. The executor concludes they should exploit its vulnerability to wind. Another executor casts a powerful tempest spell, summoning a massive wind vortex. The fierce wind spell swirls around Gina, enveloping her entirely. She remains composed within the storm's eye, her eyes shut. The raging tornado of wind magic astonishes the executor. The wind spell fades, seemingly having no impact on its target. One of the masked executors stares in disbelief, shocked by the failed attack. Gina is revealed to be completely unharmed, encased in a massive red gem. The attackers are left stunned, questioning how crystal magic could be fire. The leader commands his men to ignite the workshop, believing she can't resist. In response, Gina extends her hand, ready to cast another powerful spell. She conjures a massive blue crystal, aquamarine, extinguishing the flames. A powerful torrent of water erupts from the brilliant blue gem, stunning the attackers. Two masked executors express their shock, questioning the witch's water attribute spell. Another executor expresses disbelief, claiming Gina's natural affinity should be Earth. The attackers argue that, regardless, she shouldn't wield other attributes with such strength. With a confident grin, Gina asserts that their so-called logic doesn't apply to her. She elaborates on her rare talent to blend various attributes into her fundamental crystal magic. Gliding gracefully on her broom, she showcases her gemstone magic to her astonished foes. As she gears up for another strike, an unseen force suddenly knocks her staff away. Gina's eyes widen in shock as her powerful staff splinters in her grasp. The executor leader emerges, his own staff still raised from the earlier assault. The witch's figure spirals from the sky, her broom spinning uncontrollably. The leader mocks her, revealing his forces weren't all foolishly gathered together. He towers over her, explaining that his paralysis magic will leave her utterly defenseless. Gina crashes to the ground, groaning from the impact and the spell's effects. Lying there, she grimly realizes her adversary had been lurking in the shadows all along. The leader outlines their strategy: cunning, methodical, always exploiting the enemy's vulnerabilities. With his followers gathered, he demands she surrender all her forbidden magical research. Despite her predicament, Gina defiantly pretends to be clueless, claiming ignorance. The leader clicks his tongue in irritation, labeling her a nuisance for not understanding their mission's significance. He declares that the Academy must uphold world order by monitoring forbidden magic. From the ground, Gina questions his conviction, asking if he genuinely believes that. The leader coldly asserts their solution is straightforward: destroy anything they deem suspicious. He condemns her and her entire workshop to be reduced to ashes. From her position on the ground, Gina's face hardens into a defiant, knowing smirk. A dazzling, intricate magic circle suddenly bursts from the earth, ensnaring the startled executors. The leader and his subordinate shout in surprise, recognizing it as a self-triggering trap. Gina calmly reveals she was fully prepared for this very scenario. She summons Diamond, a massive, shimmering, crystalline barrier that envelops her in radiance. The masked executors shield their eyes, identifying the powerful light attribute barrier. The healing light of the spell flows through Gina, dispelling the paralysis. Her captor expresses disbelief, realizing the barrier also has healing capabilities. Gina recalls her master Oro's words, fueling her unyielding determination. A memory of Oro's advice resonates: question the norm, keep searching, and enjoy the journey. With renewed passion, Gina vows to shatter their rigid beliefs. The leader chuckles in admiration, recognizing her as a formidable opponent and a true talent. The tense standoff is interrupted by a distant voice calling out to everyone. A young woman, Fiona, descends from the sky on a magnificent Pegasus, urging the fighting to cease. The masked executors gaze up in awe and confusion at the sudden appearance of the mythical creature. Gina watches in surprise, recognizing the newcomer as one of hero Albus's allies. The executor leader identifies the Pegasus and its gear as belonging to Headmaster Drac himself. Holding a formal scroll, Fiona confirms she comes under the Headmaster's direct orders. She commands the Purge executors to halt their mission and withdraw from any involvement with Gina. Gina, staff in hand, looks on in bewilderment at this sudden and unexpected twist. Fiona explains that after parting ways, her group headed straight to the Magic Academy. She reveals that their leader, Albus, engaged in direct talks with the headmaster there. The flashback shows Headmaster Drac questioning Albus about the purpose of his unexpected visit. Seated confidently, Albus requests that the Academy refrain from interfering with the heretic witch, Gina. Drac finds the request absurd, as a caption notes the hero's uncanny foresight. An establishing shot reveals the sky above the grand and imposing Magic Academy. The impressive spires and tall clock tower of the Magic Academy rise against the clouds. Headmaster Alzine Drac is formally introduced, wishing he had known his guests were arriving. Inside the round table room, he laments not having fresh-baked cookies ready for Albus's visit. Albus lifts a cookie, playfully inquiring if the headmaster baked them himself. With a mischievous grin, he questions whether the headmaster infused the cookies with any odd magic. The Grand Headmaster appears briefly taken aback by Albus's cheeky remark. Albus bites into the cookie, exclaiming with genuine joy about how delicious they are. The headmaster offers to take some treats to Albus's friends in another room. Drac's demeanor shifts to seriousness, asserting that baking is as intricate as magic. He elaborates that a single misstep in ingredients or steps can ruin the whole batch. He tells Albus that achieving perfect balance is vital in all aspects. The atmosphere darkens as Drac concludes that Gina Gracious must be eradicated. He brands her a heretical witch dabbling in perilous, world-altering, forbidden magic. He asserts that she poses nothing but a danger to the fragile equilibrium of the world. Drac then expresses his confusion regarding Albus's stance. He pointedly asks Albus why he feels the need to protect Gina and what binds them. The headmaster suggests that their meeting was merely a coincidence. Albus confidently asserts that Gina will be an invaluable ally against the Demon King. Drac remains doubtful, pondering Albus's steadfast belief. He proposes an alternative, suggesting he introduce Albus to one of the Academy's top sorcerers. A stoic figure with slicked back hair appears, a celebrated master of ice magic. Albus brushes off the suggestion, teasingly telling the headmaster he must be joking. He confidently states that no sorcerer in the Academy can surpass Gina. Albus challenges Drac, asking if he doesn't secretly acknowledge this fact. The headmaster keenly notes that Albus seems to know quite a bit about the witch. Albus sidesteps the remark, keeping the source of his knowledge under wraps. A memory surfaces of Albus walking away from Gina, hinting at their past connection. In that earlier conversation, Gina tells Albus that their previous journey was brutal. Albus listens closely as Gina recounts the challenging events of a forgotten loop. She recalls returning after their victory only to find her home reduced to ashes. A fleeting memory shows Gina and Fiona joyfully sharing a moment of friendship. Another memory depicts them studying a book together, their heads nearly touching. A third memory reveals them strolling and chatting in a town, enjoying each other's company. Gina stands with Albus in a barren graveyard, confessing that she lost her friend. With deep sadness, she whispers the name of her lost friend from that timeline, Fiona. The scene shifts back to the present outside Gina's workshop tower, where the conflict unfolds. Fiona conveys the headmaster's condition. The Academy will leave Gina alone from now on. The only stipulation is that Gina must accompany hero Albus to confront the Demon King. Gina erupts in fury, grabbing Fiona and demanding to know what she's being dragged into. Fiona calmly warns that even if she triumphs today, the relentless Academy could return. She concludes that accepting the headmaster's terms is the more advantageous route for Gina. Gina remains highly skeptical, questioning why the hero is going to such lengths for her. She grumbles about the hassle, sarcastically wondering if her magic is just that captivating. Fiona quietly agrees with a sigh, her expression revealing her understanding of the situation's weight. Albus appears, confirming he has settled the terms but leaving the final decision to Gina. He then turns to Fiona, asking her to verify something for him. Fiona looks puzzled, asking what she should communicate to the witch. Albus reassures her that there's nothing specific she needs to convey. With a gentle, knowing smile, he simply requests her to have a good conversation with Gina. Fiona is left looking bewildered, trying to decipher her leader's enigmatic intentions. She approaches the cautious Gina, inquiring about the magic she wished to study. A young witch named Gina glances back with a serious, knowing expression. She explains to a taken-aback Fiona that she is continuing her master's research into forbidden magic. Gina sits in front of a massive door, her smile filled with hope, believing this could lead her back to her master. Fiona raises an eyebrow, recalling that Gina's master, the sorcerer Oro, was rumored to be dead. With a somber yet resolute look, Gina's hair is adorned with a delicate flower. She confides in Fiona that her quest feels like an attempt to resurrect the deceased, futile and hard to believe. Fiona, unwavering, asserts her faith that Gina will reunite with her master. Gina, deep in thought, admits she too longs to see someone special. A memory of a bespectacled young man surfaces as Gina reveals he might already be gone. Despite the bleak possibility, she tells Fiona she clings to the hope of their reunion. Fiona's face lights up with a warm smile, telling Gina they share the same hope. Gina looks taken aback, her expression softening in response to their connection. A close-up of Gina's eye reveals a surge of emotion as a realization hits her. In a flashback, Gina recalls her challenging journey with Albus, recognizing its difficulties. She concludes that the struggles were worthwhile because she met Fiona, whom she sees as truly good. Overwhelmed with feelings, Gina's face crumples as she tearfully expresses her wish to see Fiona again. In another scene, a bearded headmaster tells Albus he fails to grasp his reasoning. With a confident grin, Albus explains his faith in Gina, believing they share a common goal. The headmaster, standing before the academy at night, expresses skepticism about Albus's vague reasoning. He confides in a subordinate that while Albus's logic is odd, having the hero owe him a favor could be advantageous. The headmaster admits to a newfound respect for hero Albus, now viewing him as a determined individual. He resolves that if they manage to defeat the Demon King, he will lift Gina's expulsion, gaining credit for the academy. The scene shifts to a tall, solitary stone tower, the heart of Gina's research and memories. In a flashback, Fiona opens a door in the tower, calling out for Gina and asking if she's ready. Finding the room empty, Fiona looks around in confusion, questioning Gina's whereabouts. The focus shifts to a detail of the tower's interior, hinting at a concealed passage. The perspective changes to reveal a hidden staircase descending from the room. The view follows the twisting spiral staircase deep into the tower's core. Gina is seen departing, thinking she wants to join them, realizing her desire to go along. In a powerful memory, her master Oro explains that Gina is bound by dimensional magic. Oro reveals this magic has halted Gina's aging, leaving her in a state of suspended time, pondering what will break the spell. She vows to master the spells one day so they can truly converse again. A title card appears, marking the start of the tale, the first loop of hero Albus's quest to vanquish the Demon King. A grand send-off ceremony for hero Albus and his companions unfolds in the royal capital. The king observes the ceremony from his throne, his demeanor regal and serious. The citizens cheer joyfully, fists raised in celebration of their hero. A single dark boot steps forward, signaling a dramatic disruption to the festivities. A mysterious voice calls out to Albus, who turns to identify the speaker. A cloaked figure approaches Albus, stating it has been a decade since their last encounter. Albus recognizes the figure from a distant childhood memory with his dog. The cloaked messenger explains he wished to speak with Albus privately, as the hero wonders where the crowd has vanished. The messenger acknowledges that the day of departure has finally come, after Albus's extensive training. He delivers a grim warning, stating that Albus, in his current state, cannot defeat the Demon King. Albus's eyes widen in shock and confusion at this unexpected, devastating revelation. The messenger stresses the overwhelming power of the Demon King. He reveals that Albus must repeat his journey countless times to gain the strength needed for victory. To aid him, the messenger grants the ultimate dimensional magic, the ability to reshape reality. He explains that upon death, Albus will return to the start of his journey, gathering experience for the final triumph. Albus listens intently, his face shadowed as the messenger admits he cannot foresee how many years this will take. The journey could last a century, and the messenger asks if Albus is ready for such a grueling fate. With quiet determination, Albus simply consents to the terms. He explains his motivation is to create a world where everyone can find joy. He clarifies that this is the future a woman named Merida envisioned. The messenger beams, satisfied with his response, explaining this is why he selected Albus. A dazzling burst of light erupts within a clock-like magical circle engulf Albus as the spell is unleashed. Albus gazes, dazed and overwhelmed by the sheer force surrounding him. A close-up reveals his wide, shocked eye, the moment that changes everything. Suddenly, he finds himself back at the departure ceremony, the crowd cheering as if nothing occurred. His friends, Gina and a knight, notice his distraction and inquire what's troubling him. Albus surveys the jubilant crowd, his face reflecting worry and detachment. He grips his cloak tightly, confusion and inner conflict etched on his features. Turning toward the castle, he brushes off their concerns, insisting it's nothing. The narrative shifts to the present, marking the 37th loop, 6 months into this new adventure. A companion inquires if they should wait for Fiona, but Albus clarifies they'll meet her in the next town. He mentions that Fiona is riding the headmaster's Pegasus, which is 10 times swifter than their horse. Albus confidently asserts she'll catch up with them shortly. His companions marvel at the legendary creatures, suggesting they trade their horse for one. Albus pragmatically points out that Pegasi are too fragile for pulling carts, and the headmaster would never permit it. The group expresses hope that Fiona will succeed in persuading Gina to join them. A companion remarks on the lengths Albus went to arrange everything this time. He questions whether Gina was worth all the trouble, her silhouette flashing in his mind. Albus turns away, a tired and uncertain look crossing his face. He quietly confesses he's unsure if it was worth the effort. Yet he resolves to trust in his companions once more. His friend agrees, pondering that since they can always restart, trying new things isn't a bad idea. Albus narrows his eyes slightly, contemplating his friend's insight. A familiar voice cautions Albus that he can't afford to take things so lightly. Albus peers over the side of the cart, his expression changing. Annoyance is evident on his face as he turns to confront the speaker. He snaps back that the cloaked messenger always appears out of thin air. The messenger waves nonchalantly, greeting Albus as if they haven't seen each other in ages. Albus, exhausted from endless loops, wonders how long it's truly been since his initial departure. The messenger remarks that it feels like they've crossed paths somewhere along the journey. He muses whether it's been a century or a century and a half. Albus cynically asks if he's here to check on him, but the messenger clarifies he's come to offer advice and a warning. The messenger gazes at Albus, gravely stating it's time to consider quitting. Albus stares at him in disbelief, questioning what he means by that. He turns away, struggling to grasp the messenger's words. The messenger explains that the original mission of defeating the Demon King has already been fulfilled. A painful memory surfaces, showing Albus striking down a wounded Fiona. The messenger accuses Albus of looping for an unnecessary reason, all to save one girl. He delivers a stark ultimatum. Albus must abandon his quest to save Fiona Umal, the vessel of the Demon King. The scene flashes back to the 5th loop, the first time the Demon King was vanquished. Albus confronts a monstrous horned Demon King in an epic showdown. The defeated Demon King hovers above a massive crater as Albus and his party watch. The party is seen departing the city in their cart after their hard-won victory. In a devastated city street, a woman resembling Fiona appears, claiming she has been waiting for hero Albus. Albus stares in sheer horror, his face a mask of shocked recognition. From afar, Albus and his party gaze down at the woman, as he incredulously asks if she is the Demon King. The Fiona doppelganger smirks ominously, declaring it's time for round 2. In the ruined city, a powerful surge of energy sends Fiona and Albus hurtling through the air. A title card reveals this memory belongs to the 6th loop of their journey. A younger Albus observes the unfolding events, his expression serious and intent. Loro, his companion, notices Albus's distraction and inquires about his concerns. Albus's attention is drawn to a small graveyard where Fiona kneels in prayer. Beneath an ethereal glow, Fiona mourns silently before a line of simple wooden crosses. He mentally recognizes this girl as the destined vessel for the Demon King. Loro wonders aloud if she might be linked to the Demon King's forces. Determined to find out more, Albus excuses himself and approaches her. He inquires if she serves as a local cleric, but she clarifies she's just a traveler. Fiona shares that she heard about the tragic monster attack on this village. She expresses a heartfelt wish to honor the lives of the unknown victims. With genuine sorrow, she offers a prayer for the deceased, mourning their loss. As she wishes them peace, Albus observes, visibly touched by her empathy. The hero's demeanor softens, moved by the compassion of the young cleric. He asks for her name, eager to learn more about this gentle soul. A mysterious messenger rides in a cart delivering a grave warning to Albus. He reveals that if Albus continues to loop, he will be expelled from the timeline. Albus recalls the messenger's cryptic warning about vanishing from existence. The tale recounts the origins of an ancient evil, later known as the Demon King. After the first hero's triumph, it appeared that peace had finally returned. Yet the Demon King's soul refused to fade, enduring through the ages. Across the centuries, the soul has revived by taking over new human hosts. To combat this, the messenger selected heroes and bestowed upon them world-altering magic. He explains that previous heroes also looped multiple times to maintain peace. The messenger solemnly states that this potent magic has now reached its breaking point. As evidence, he points out that those around Albus are retaining past memories. The world-altering spell is a grand magic that resets the flow of time. While some unique individuals have always been immune, changes are now occurring. The phenomenon of memory retention is beginning to affect ordinary humans. The messenger's finger glitches, signaling that the spell is nearing its conclusion. He warns that Albus, the spell's caster, will be expelled from the timeline. Albus absorbs the grim prophecy with a somber, contemplative expression. He quietly asks what will become of him if he is cast out of time. The messenger clarifies that death will no longer apply, but he will be invisible. He will be condemned to wander eternally as a ghost, unseen by the living. Albus processes this bleak fate with a simple, quiet acknowledgement. The messenger instructs him to defeat the possessed Fiona and conclude his journey. Doing so will eliminate any remaining vessels, allowing the Demon King to lie dormant. A painful memory resurfaces of Albus cradling a dying, possessed Fiona. The messenger speaks of a future that awaits if he follows through with the order. In that serene future, crowds of joyful people will cheer for their hero. He questions whether Fiona is truly worth more than this peaceful existence. Albus begins to articulate what his companion genuinely means to him. His expression is grave. His difficult choice has already been made. He simply states that Fiona is merely a traveling companion to him. He recalls the fifth loop when a possessed Fiona wreaked havoc in the capital. In the sixth loop, he invited her to join the party, hoping to understand her better. After witnessing her transformation into the Demon King, he grew cautious of her true strength. Yet, he discovered she was frightened of weak monsters, a strange disappointment. This marked the beginning of their long and intricate relationship. From that moment on, they journeyed together as part of the same party. A flashback reveals their encounter with new allies beneath fluttering banners of the kingdom. United, they battled a colossal one-eyed beast deep within a cave. They shared a meal, bonding over laughter and stories around a large pot. A humorous memory features Fiona grappling with the quirky old wizard Marius. Despite her anxieties, she consistently honed her skills, showcasing immense potential. Even as a young girl with her mentor, her natural talent was evident. She evolved into a proud and skilled member of the Heroes Party. The scene transitions to a tranquil village filled with sturdy, simple stone homes. Albus recalls watching Fiona interact warmly with two young boys. A close-up captures Fiona's gentle smile as she converses with them. Another memory features his companion Gina joyfully playing with children. Albus's eyes reflect the burden of these treasured, serene moments. The haunting image of Fiona, possessed and marked by the Demon King, resurfaces. He recalls confronting her in a blazing building, sword raised against her. Dirt smudges his face, revealing the anguish from that horrific encounter. He remembers confiding in her about her grim fate as the Demon King. In a serene forest, he attempted to convey the tragic, impossible truth. Initially, Fiona laughed, thinking he was joking with her. He urged her to listen carefully to his difficult tale. Her expression shifted from laughter to serious, focused attention. As she absorbed his words, a single tear of sorrow slipped down her cheek. The quiet sadness in her profile revealed her acceptance of the harsh truth. By the campfire, she inquired how many times they had faced this struggle. He confessed uncertainty, estimating perhaps 5 times or more. She then made a grave request for him to end her life if she became the Demon King. Albus stood in shock, rendered speechless by her heart-wrenching plea. She smiled serenely, stating her life was a small price for peace. She revealed this stemmed from the guilt she carried over her brother's death. A tearful smile reflected her painful realization about her brother's fate. She vowed to prevent anyone else from dying due to her actions. Albus remembers his own despair, kneeling at a grave, feeling overwhelmed. He recalls facing the possessed Fiona, a blade poised between them. He admits to himself that he would be lying if he never considered giving up. A close-up reveals the deep anguish and fatigue etched into his features. Yet, despite the suffering and despair, his determination remained intact. The messenger labels Fiona a noble sacrifice, urging Albus to surrender. Albus calmly counters the messenger, asserting he is mistaken about her. With a gentle smile, he states that simply traveling together is enough reason. He declares with unwavering certainty that he will not abandon that hope. The messenger appears taken aback by the hero's steadfast resolve. He questions whether Albus truly comprehends the implications of his words. His voice rises as he asks if Albus understands the meaning of vanishing from existence. He reiterates that Albus's life will become meaningless and eternal. He challenges Albus to envision the ultimate, stretching loneliness of forever. Albus gazes at the messenger, a quiet, knowing look in his eyes. He turns the question back, stating the messenger has experienced it himself. The messenger is left utterly speechless, his argument dismantled. With a confident grin, Albus pledges to forge the perfect future he envisions. A young woman expresses her unwavering faith in Albus, encouraging him to believe. In a barren landscape, Albus outlines his ultimate ambitions to a cloaked figure. With a tranquil grin, he describes this as the ideal future he has imagined. He selflessly mentions that his presence in this future isn't essential. The figure's visible eye widens in utter disbelief at this statement. After a brief pause, the figure recognizes the strength of Albus's steadfast determination. A potent energy radiates from the figure as he calls Albus by name. With a final directive, the cloaked figure allows him to act as he pleases. Albus receives this with a subtle, knowing smile, his resolve intact. His mind drifts inward, thinking of someone named Merida he wishes to inform. He recalls his friend Van, who worked diligently to become a sorcerer's apprentice. Van reached this milestone, though it occurred after Albus had already left. A hopeful Fiona remarks that the future is something no one can accurately foresee. She believes that aiming for a better world is a noble pursuit for everyone. The story rewinds to a year prior to Albus becoming the chosen champion. An elven scout on a craggy summit peers through a spyglass, alarmed. A long dormant brazier atop the Demon King's fortress has been ignited. The scout urgently instructs her companion below to inform the king at once. Her anxious expression reveals the grim news. The Demon King has returned. Beneath a full moon, the grave tidings reach the grand royal castle. The king and his advisors confirm the brazier was lit after 160 years. The stern king proclaims this a clear indication of the Demon King's resurgence. His advisors mourn that their fleeting hope for lasting peace has vanished. The king recounts the ancient tale of a hero destined to defeat him. They strategize to strengthen cities against the escalating monster assaults. The council expresses skepticism about whether this legendary hero will truly come. The king's tired gaze reveals that all they can do is hope. A slumbering Albus remains oblivious to his role as the prophesied hero. The narrative shifts to the present, 6 months into the 37th cycle. A map indicates the party is divided, making their way to the city of Rondell. A cheerful voice calls out to Albus and his companion from the roadside. A young woman with twin tails waves enthusiastically, trying to catch their attention. With a radiant smile, she asks the driver for a ride. Seated on the cart, she expresses gratitude, explaining her feet are sore. She introduces herself as Miria, gesturing toward her village down the road. Albus notes they are passing through there, which Miria considers fortunate. A companion cautions her about monsters, but Miria dismisses the threat with laughter. She reveals a knife coated in basilisk venom for protection, surprising her companion. Miria chuckles at the warrior's frightened reaction, insisting she must defend herself. She observes their strength and jokingly inquires if they are the hero's party, quickly doubting the hero would use a rickety cart. Miria cheerfully declares that she doesn't believe in heroes anyway. Albus and his companion listen, their expressions serious and concerned. She scoffs at the notion of relying on a single special individual to save the world. Suddenly, the horse pulling the cart begins to accelerate. Albus tells his companion they should slow down, then quickly corrects himself. With a grim expression, Albus realizes they need to speed up instead. Gripping the reins, he instructs his companions to brace for battle. A sudden ruckus ahead startles the passengers in the cart. Miria and Lara turn toward the noise, curious about what's unfolding. Miria's face fills with dawning dread as she comprehends the reality. Reptilian creatures swarm the village, attacking the fleeing townsfolk. Albus leaps into action, his sword slicing a monster in half. From their windows, villagers gaze in disbelief as the hero battles. Zealous channels his plant magic, ensnaring a monster with a vine. Loro stands guard in front of two villagers, warding off the creature. The plant magic works wonders, shattering the monster's weapon. Back to back, Albus and Loro confront the remaining foes. Miria observes the swift and decisive fight from the cart. She softly utters Albus's name, finally recognizing him as the true hero. Once the battle ends, the village falls silent, a lone monster escaping. The thankful villagers express their gratitude to hero Albus. Relieved everyone is unharmed. Laurel inquires if Albus anticipated the village's attack. Albus gazes with a somber understanding, avoiding a direct response. He shares that there aren't enough soldiers to safeguard small towns. He intended to arrive here and is thankful they made it in time. Myriad pushes through the crowd, calling out to hero Albus. Her face shows deep sorrow as she questions why he wasn't there sooner. Albus and Lara are taken aback by her sudden accusatory tone. She laments that if he had arrived earlier, her village might have survived. An elderly man clarifies that Miria hails from a nearby village. He reveals that her village was destroyed by monsters a year prior. Laura realizes this tragedy occurred before Albus even began his quest. Albus's face reflects profound sorrow and helplessness. He can only offer a quiet, heartfelt apology for her loss. The sky above the trees remains clear as the group continues onward. Sunlight brightens the leaves of the trees. Laura contemplates the immense challenges of being a hero. Zealous remarks that he's gleaned insights from studying human history. He explains that initially, the hero served merely as a scapegoat. Leaders exploit the hero to evade responsibility for the Demon King's menace. Zealous grins wryly, noting that no one anticipated the hero's success. The belief that Hero Asterisk would defeat the Demon King emerged later. This belief, he states, originated from the first hero's remarkable achievement. That achievement became a beacon of hope for the people, yet a burden for the hero. Zealous questions Albus on why he embraces this cursed hero's role. Albus turns away, his face inscrutable, leaving the question unanswered. A memory flashes in his mind, standing alone in a graveyard. Miria approaches him in that graveyard, congratulating him on his triumph. Albus's face lights up with recognition. He realizes she is the woman who had previously confronted him. Myriad admits she wasn't thinking clearly during their last meeting. She explains that she later looked into all the rumors surrounding him. While some labeled him a fraud, others called him a reckless madman. Despite the gossip, she discovered he had rescued numerous towns and villages. With a grateful smile, she expresses her thanks and vows to remember. Albus gazes at her, his demeanor open and ready to hear her. Myriad asks him what motivates him to undertake all of this. He shares that he was an abandoned child, always feeling unwanted. A warm smile graces his lips as he admits he finds joy in being needed. The young man's eyes reveal a profound, contemplative determination. He explains his aim was to rush and vanquish the Demon King for peace. He believed this relentless approach was the only way to reduce casualties. Their path now takes them toward the vast Furo River, located south of Rondell. Albus examines a map, realizing they would typically need to take a lengthy detour via the bridge. Yet he highlights that Zelark can create a bridge using his plan abilities. Albus excitedly proclaims this will serve as a significant shortcut for their group. Suddenly, his companion Laurel raises a hand, loudly expressing his concerns. With a nervous smile, the warrior admits he can't swim. He voices his fears to Zelark, worried the plant bridge might collapse. Zelark reassures him, explaining he will use several tree trunks for added strength. Despite the comfort, Laurel appears completely terrified at the thought of relying on him. With a resigned sigh, Laurel begrudgingly acknowledges he has no other options. A contemplative and inscrutable look crosses Zelark's face as he observes. Noticing the gaze, Lauro anxiously asks what that expression means. Later, Albus mentions witnessing Zelark defending the villagers. He genuinely applauds Zylark's admirable actions during that encounter. The two exchange a quiet, significant glance beneath the open sky. As they continue their journey, Zylark offers a vague word of gratitude. The sky grows darker as night begins to envelop the landscape. A brilliant full moon hangs above, surrounded by twinkling stars. At the riverbank, Albus decides they will set up camp for the night and cross in the morning. He strides to the forest's edge, ostensibly to collect firewood. Sensing a presence, he tells the concealed figure there's no need to hide. Albus confidently steps into the woods, inviting the mysterious person to reveal themselves. From the shadows, a menacing demonic figure emerges, radiating a threatening aura. The demon General Galoon confronts Zylark, demanding to know why he associates with the hero. Zylark, standing before the general, respectfully addresses him as Lord Galoon. He clarifies that the hero defeated him, binding him by an oath caller. The imposing general watches, his face a mask of sheer disbelief. Galoon bursts into mocking laughter, finding the entire situation utterly absurd. He mocks Zylark, claiming the fifth tower has turned into the hero's pet. Zylark urgently cautions him to lower his voice, fearing the hero might overhear. Smugly, Galoon reveals he has cast a shroud of darkness to conceal their presence. Dark energy crackles as he reaches for the collar, intending to shatter it. He boasts that breaking a mere oath collar is child's play for him. With a flash, the magical collar around Zylark's neck splinters. Galoon declares that the binding spell has been lifted, and Zylark is now free. With a wicked gleam in his eye, he commands Zylark to eliminate the hero. Zylark looks down, his expression pensive as he contemplates the order. Galoon presses him, questioning what is causing the hesitation. He recalls his demonic duty, a truth he should be well aware of. Zylark's gaze sharpens, narrowing with sudden intensity. Turning to the general, he calmly concedes that Galoon is correct. A chilling smile spreads across his face as he admits he's weary of pretending to be friends. The next morning breaks, revealing a bright, clear day by the river. With a surge of magic, enormous tree trunks rise to form a bridge. The newly created wooden bridge stretches impressively across the entire river. Albus and Laurel gaze in awe, exclaiming that the bridge truly reaches the opposite bank. With a cheerful, "Let's go," Albus leads the rattling cart onto the bridge. A look of confusion crosses Albus's face as he senses something is off. He turns to Zylark, who follows behind, asking what the issue is. Zylark's eyes are shrouded, his expression dark and inscrutable. He starts to share his memories of the Demon King's revival from 11 years prior. He describes the thrill that demons experienced, a sensation beyond human comprehension. In that instant, he claims, the true aim of all demons became evident. With fervent joy, he proclaims that demons exist solely to hunt humans for their ruler. Laurel is filled with dread, questioning how Zylark managed to remove the collar. Albus's face shows irritation mixed with a dawning understanding. Zylark stands shrouded in shadow, concealing his real motives. He silently wishes he could share the same unwavering belief as the others. The enormous wooden bridge beneath them starts to shake and rot. The horse bolts as the bridge crumbles into dust behind them. Albus shouts in panic that the bridge is decaying as they sprint across. Laurel glances back, calling out Zylark's name with a mix of blame and fear. He then urges Albus to speed up and ensure their safe passage. The flashback shows Zylark's composed expression from the night before. He stands solitary in the woods, his demeanor calm and calculating. The actual events of the previous night begin to unfold. The focus shifts to the trunk of a massive tree in the forest. The truth comes to light. Galoon lies defeated, impaled, and bound to a tree. Powerful vines burst from the earth, overpowering the general. The general screams in pain, utterly at Zylark's mercy. With his final breaths, Galoon hurls the word traitor at Zylark. Zylark coolly tells him he was aware of the plan, having seen it before. He explains with a cunning grin that he recalled the scheme from a past loop. He begins to lecture the trapped general, stating he has 2 points to make. His first lesson is to never blindly trust ranks or underestimate an enemy. With a confident grin, he claims he could have flipped the ranks at any moment. Secondly, he clarifies he is not aligning with humans or albies. The general lets out a final desperate cry before his demise. Zylark states he acts for his own sake, for the sake of an engaging tale. He touches his neck where the collar once was, now a mark of his freedom. He concludes that remaining with the group will only attract more unwanted attention. These pursuers, he reasons, would merely be distractions in the story he's weaving. The group successfully reaches the opposite bank of the river. Their cart waits on the far side, the danger now behind them. The last traces of the magical bridge dissolve into the water. Furious, Loro asserts that ultimately, a demon will always be a demon. Albus agrees, but adds with a slight grin that he was quite the intriguing demon. In the distance, Z-Lark walks a solitary path once again. He touches his collarless neck, reminiscing about his time with the group. He decides to act as if the collar still functions for Albus's benefit, as their journey was enjoyable. An ornate crimson map indicates a shift to a new destination. The narrative arrives at Rondell, the grand and thriving commercial center of the continent. Its formidable stone walls stand tall, a testament to its lasting strength. The private armies of the city's noble families guarantee its security. Even with the Demon King's return, Rondell continues to thrive in tranquility. One of the city's most renowned attractions is the Grand Casino. Inside, elegantly attired guests relish the lavish ambiance of the gaming hall. In a luxurious casino, a croupier oversees a spinning wheel of fortune. Nearby, a young man examines his hand of cards next to piles of betting chips. A suitor inquires of a beautiful young woman with a rose in her hair if she is by herself. Her face lights up as he effortlessly offers to teach her the games. Strolling together, the man boasts proudly about his noble lineage from Rondell. He scans the room, a confident smile playing on his lips as he seeks opportunities. Albus and his companion, dressed in tattered clothes, step into the opulent venue. The nobleman grumbles about the recent surge of unwelcome outsiders at the casino. Albus, clutching his betting slip, asserts he's a legitimate customer who has placed his bets. His companion observes the scene with a stoic demeanor, taking in the surroundings. Their attention shifts to the Golem Arena, where colossal constructs are engaged in battle. The nobleman elaborates that gamblers wager on which magically summoned golem will triumph. He confidently suggests his date bet on the first golem, while Albus calmly chooses number 3. Laughing, the nobleman ridicules the outsider for betting on a golem with a losing streak of 15. In the arena, the seemingly weak golem number 3 stands tall over its defeated opponents. The crowd, including the nobleman, stares in disbelief at the astonishing upset. Unfazed, Albus declares his next wager will be on number 2. The nobleman scoffs again, claiming that such a win would be equally impossible. In a burst of energy, golem number 2 crushes its rival, achieving another shocking victory. Albus then predicts the final match order will be 2-3-1. His final guess hits the mark, a perfect strike that cements his incredible luck. Now he and his companion hold large bowls brimming with casino chips. Albus politely steps away from the other gamblers to cash in his winnings. A frustrated loser screams while others rush to place their bets. The young woman with the rose approaches, her eyes wide with wonder. She trails behind them as they navigate through the casino's grand hall. Curious, the woman asks the two travelers about the secret behind their incredible winning streak. Albus beams with triumph, revealing he already knew the outcomes thanks to his looping ability. He shares with his friend that this day is historic for its series of unexpected wins. The unlikely results sparked a betting frenzy, making it a record-breaking day for the casino. Albus cryptically adds that the golem incident isn't the only noteworthy event of the day. Feigning clumsiness, the woman stumbles, bumping into Albus's companion. She recognizes them, exclaiming how incredible their earlier winning streak was. The two travelers stand with their bowls of chips, accepting her compliments. She inquires about their third friend, and they explain he lost money and wandered off. With a playful sparkle in her eye, she asks where they plan to bet next and if she can join. Albus's expression turns serious and unreadable as he considers her request. He firmly states they are done for the day, turning down her request to continue playing. He clarifies this is merely a way to gather travel funds while their friends are delayed. The woman's playful demeanor wavers slightly at his serious tone. Albus narrows his eyes, clinking his chips as he questions her intentions. He asks if she has a reason for wanting to stop him from cashing in his chips. His blunt accusation leaves her momentarily flustered, struggling to find words. She quickly retreats, a nervous smile on her face as she walks away. Albus watches her leave, his suspicions clearly unresolved. From a balcony, another man waves, seemingly caught up in the casino's chaos. The woman casts a final knowing glance back at the travelers. She apologizes for delaying them and says she will head back. She pauses, turning her back to them before asking one last question. She inquires what it's like to travel across the world. Albus becomes reflective, admitting that while travel is routine now, he remembers the thrill. A genuine smile flickers across his lips as he continues his thought. He reminisces about the excitement of arriving in a new city for the very first time. He nods confidently, realizing that traveling is quite enjoyable. The woman listens intently, her face reflecting deep thought as she murmurs her agreement. With a bright smile, she bids them a final farewell, calling them lucky guys. Her voice takes on a serious tone, cautioning them that good fortune often invites misfortune. She encourages them to embrace their luck as it is before departing. Albus' friend inquires about her intentions, but Albus appears lost in thought. He reflects that the reality of her words will soon be revealed. The string of victories was actually the result of manipulation. Someone had been discreetly undermining the favored golems to weaken them. A mountain of gambling money had accumulated at the casino as a consequence. In the management office, a man screams in horror, realizing the money has vanished. The casino's enormous vault has been breached, its shelves completely bare. A calling card identifies the culprits as the notorious Desolo thief crew. Albus' companion understands their chips are now worthless, and Albus confirms it. The companion's face contorts in disbelief at their sudden change in luck. An irate patron approaches them, recognizing them from the betting floor. Another man yells that the woman with the rose has stolen his wallet. He shouts in frustration, his memory of her now forever tainted. Albus' companion instinctively checks his pouch, eyes wide in shock. He discovers his coin purse is missing too, while Albus claims he knows her well. He reveals that in a previous loop, she was a companion named Taco Lucid. Toko strolls down a city street, shedding her disguise to reveal her true identity. With a confident grin, Albus proposes they go after her. The scene transitions to the impoverished lower district of Rondell. Toko, now dressed in her practical thief outfit, navigates the desolate streets. She spots a young boy named Jan nursing an injury and inquires about it. The boy explains he was beaten for breaking his boss's cherished vase. He laments his misfortune while Toko listens with concern. Generously, she hands him a handful of coins, urging him to buy something to eat. The boy is taken aback by the amount, asking if it's truly okay. Toko smiles warmly, saying he was fortunate to encounter her in a good mood. The narrative shifts to the Distillo thief crew's hideout, resembling a church. Toko's cheerful demeanor stems from the success of their casino scheme. Inside, a man with a long braid, Amari, declares he wants to celebrate. However, his mood darkens as he addresses a younger member named Sunny. Amari questions Sunny about abandoning his post and fleeing. Sunny panics, trying to explain that he narrowly escaped the guards. Amari scolds him, emphasizing that his cowardice endangered everyone. He slams his hand down, underscoring the seriousness of Sunny's actions. A larger man restrains Sunny as Amari suggests a finger as a fair price. Sunny cries out in fear, pleading for them to hold on. Toko interrupts, announcing her arrival as Sunny begs for mercy. She strides into the room, curious if this is some new game. Ignoring the chaos, she asks Amari where her share of the loot is. The atmosphere is tense as she confronts Amari, knife in hand. Amari greets her back, calmly requesting the return of his knife. With a fierce scowl, Toko grits her teeth and demands her share. Inside the hideout, Toko expresses her disdain for the charged atmosphere. Amari explains the necessity of discipline as their gang expands. Toko's expression darkens, annoyance flaring at his serious tone. In a challenging tone, she probes his mention of a mistake. Toko boldly asserts that her plans are nothing short of perfect. Amari states calmly that he had anticipated Sunny's predictable escape. He remembers knowing the timid boy would definitely back out. Tokoe insists her impeccable plans shouldn't be derailed by his nonsense. Crew members observe that once Toko starts, she can't be stopped. Their dispute is interrupted by a tranquil woman in a nun's attire. The crew members enthusiastically welcome their cherished leader, Sister Nicola. She softly advises Toko not to hold a grudge against Amari. Nicola clarifies Amari's challenge as a leader seeking a resolution. Amari watches, his expression resolute as if justifying his choices. Addressing her followers, Nicola commends them for their efforts. Overlooking the city, she discusses Rondell's split into two classes. She highlights the stark differences between the wealthy upper and impoverished lower districts. Her gaze sweeps over the laundry-strewn alleys of the commoners. She proclaims that the elite exploit them, deepening the wealth divide. With a piercing look, she questions if they can truly stay silent. Standing alongside her lieutenants, she declares them righteous thieves battling injustice. She expresses heartfelt gratitude to all her supporters. Nicola appreciates their acceptance despite her upper-class background. Tears welling up, she tells them how genuinely proud she is. A young boy and a battle-scarred man watch with intense focus. While the crew cheers for Destilo, Toko remains silent and reserved. Sister Nicola turns to personally thank Toko for her achievements. Nicola assures her that she will update her once a new target is chosen. Toko quietly acknowledges the directive with a simple, "Okay." She then presents a pouch, explaining it's this month's contribution. Nicola accepts the pouch with a smooth, knowing grin. As Nicola departs, Toko requests a moment to discuss her father. She earnestly expresses her desire to meet her dad soon. Her anxious expression betrays her deep concern for his health. She reminds Nicola of her gratitude for getting him into the clinic. Toko's voice trembles as she reveals it has been 2 long years. With a calm smile, Nicola simply reassures her not to fret. She claims her father's condition is actually getting better. A glimmer of hope sparks in Toko's wide, astonished eyes. In disbelief, she asks if this good news is genuinely true. Nicola tempers her excitement, suggesting it's best to wait before visiting. Toko's hopeful expression quickly shifts to disappointment. With downcast eyes, she quietly accepts the harsh reality. Sister Nicola maintains her serene, almost angelic smile. A sudden uproar from the main hall startles both Toko and Nicola. Laurel bursts in, seizing a thief and demanding the stolen money back. Toko instantly recognizes the furious warrior from the casino. Amari wonders how this pursuer could have tracked them down. Albus instructs Laro to create a diversion while he sneaks in. Laro sarcastically comments on being expected to handle the crowd solo. The clash begins with a swift, sharp clash of steel. Laro and Toko immediately engage in a fierce exchange of strikes. Toko clicks her tongue in frustration during their heated duel. Laurel can't hide his astonishment at her impressive fighting skills. Albus quietly slips through a side entrance unnoticed. He forcefully kicks the door open, splintering it with a loud crack. Inside, he notices Laura creating quite the commotion. His demeanor shifts to serious as he contemplates the issue. He remembers Toko as one of their allies from a previous loop. Her abilities made her a dependable and valuable member of their team. Yet, a major conflict arose between her and another teammate. In a flashback, Toko insists on meticulous planning before entering a dungeon. Laurel brushes off her caution, claiming they can wing it. Their teammates remark on Toko's surprisingly uptight demeanor for a thief. Laurel scolds Toko for pocketing a ring instead of returning it. Toko angrily retorts, criticizing Laurel's chaotic inventory management. Their other companions can only shake their heads at the endless squabbling. Albus concludes that their personalities clash completely. Toko's face twists in sheer, unfiltered frustration. They both yell, each finding the other infuriating. Albus doubts Toko will be able to rejoin them. A memory surfaces of Laro sharing his views on luck. A young Toko listens, recalling her father's similar teachings. She remembers her father as a skilled dungeon explorer from the lower district. He taught her that luck, good or bad, is 2 sides of the same coin. He emphasized the need for thorough preparation to seize good fortune. This enables one to grasp even the tiniest sliver of luck. The scene shifts back to one of Albus' countless past adventures. A companion informs Albus that Toko has disappeared with her belongings. The others immediately point fingers at Laura for her abrupt exit. They demand to know if he said anything odd to her. Laurel struggles to recall that their argument took a strange turn. He remembers Toko wanting to know about his parents. He had calmly mentioned that his father was at the fortress, his mother absent. Toko's face had filled with a quiet, unspoken sorrow. Laurel had bluntly asked if her mother had been ill. He tried to brush off her feelings, insisting it was all in the past. He coldly reiterated his belief that it was just bad luck to accept. The harsh dismissal clearly hurt Toko deeply. She turned and walked away from him and the group in silence. The others ask Laura what happened next, but he has no clue. A companion defends Lauro, urging them not to blame him for the outcome. Albus takes responsibility, admitting he couldn't prevent her departure. The narrative snaps back to the present within the thief's hideout. A powerful strike lands, shaking the very foundations of the room. Laurel unleashes his full might, his face a mask of intense focus. He and Toko engage in a rapid-fire exchange of blows. Lauro swings his massive weapon in a wide, powerful arc. Toko skillfully dodges and weaves around his forceful strikes. Lauro, parrying a blow, is forced to acknowledge her incredible speed. In the heat of battle, Toko realizes her opponent can anticipate her every move. Her fellow thieves watch the fierce duel, urging her to slow down for assistance. From the sidelines, the group's mysterious leader, Sister Nicola, observes the fight with an unreadable expression. A wave of irritation crashes over Toko as she confronts her relentless foe, Loro. Overwhelmed by this intense emotion, Toko resolves to take down this particular man. Sister Nicola observes the unfolding chaos, commenting on the fight's impressive nature. Out of nowhere, the hero Albus steps into a back room, suggesting they pause the conflict. His sudden appearance from a side door leaves the thieves bewildered, questioning his presence. With a confident grin, Albus greets Sister Nicola by name, mentioning he's heard much about her. Maintaining her calm demeanor, Nicola coolly inquires about the identity of this unexpected visitor. As he enters the room, Albus clarifies that he hadn't intended to visit this place at all. He issues a stark warning, revealing that the city guard is about to raid their hideout. Toko and the other thieves are visibly shocked by his confident and alarmingly precise prediction. Feigning amusement, Sister Nicola questions how he could possibly possess such knowledge. Albus unveils a harsh reality. Nicola is on the verge of betrayal by her noble allies from the upper district. Nicholas Confessade hesitates, her eyes narrowing as she processes his startling revelation. A red-haired thief and Albus listen closely as the full extent of the betrayal is exposed. He explains that their noble cause was a facade, merely a tool for the nobles' power games. He states that their entire thieving operation was just a pawn in their rivals' secret schemes. The assembled thieves murmur in disbelief, their trust in Sister Nicola completely shattered. With a patronizing smile, Nicola dismisses his assertions as nothing but absurd fabrications. Albus proposes they hear the truth straight from the source he conveniently located for them. With a swift kick, he breaks open a trapdoor, revealing a man who had been hiding below. The frightened man looks up from the ground, asking Sister Nicola what's going on. The thieves recognize his lavish clothing, whispering that he must be of noble birth. The red-haired thief identifies him as Viscount Kurtz, a prominent figure from the upper district. Albus reveals that Nicola summoned the Viscount to discuss splitting their casino earnings. Sister Nicholas's mask of composure shatters, genuine shock flickering in her eyes. Her expression hardens into icy rage as she demands to know who Albus really is. A low, unsettling laugh escapes her lips as she stands before Albus, her true self surfacing. Toko watches her face transform into one of shock and betrayal as Nicola's laughter fills the air. The laughter intensifies, a chilling sound that confirms their darkest fears. She laments why it had to come to this after dedicating 2 years to training and supporting them. Wiping a tear of laughter from her eyes, she mockingly refers to them as her fine pawns. Toko stares in horror, the betrayal from the woman she trusted etched deeply on her face. The other thieves are equally shocked, their faces pale with disbelief at the revelation. One thief whispers that it must all be lies, desperately clinging to a glimmer of hope. Amari argues that Nicola shared money with them, promising the rest would support their cause. The Viscount interjects, clarifying that she only contributed a small amount to avoid drawing suspicion. Amari demands to know where the remaining funds went, to which Nicola calmly confirms it was all a deception. She admits the money was meant for her ascent in the upper district's social hierarchy. With a smirk, she adds that she also enjoyed herself a bit at the casino. Turning to a devastated Toko, Nicola sarcastically commends her for her wonderful, albeit naive, plans. Toko apologizes, confessing she lied because she feared losing the sister. Nicola reveals the final, crushing truth. Toko's father passed away 2 years ago after being hospitalized. She cruelly suggests that deep down, Toko must have already sensed his condition was hopeless. With a triumphant sneer, she questions if that means the deception isn't truly her fault. To facilitate her escape, she unleashes a blinding spell, Holy Light, aimed at the heroes. Laurel identifies it as a flash attack, forcing his companions to shield their eyes. As Nicola attempts to flee, Albus turns his head, blinded by the brilliant light. In a swift motion, the still-sighted Laurel grabs her by the shoulder, halting her escape. Toko, standing beside her captured leader, quietly agrees with Laurel's assessment. Nicola is taken aback, questioning how he can still move despite her blinding spell. A dark realization settles on Toko as she confronts the possibility that she might have known the truth all along. Laurel tosses Nicola over his shoulder, sending her off balance completely. He bellows the name of his technique, cravat, while slamming his fist into the ground. The force of the blow splinters the wooden floorboards in a stunning display. The fight concludes with Nicola lying defeated, while Toko stands above her, triumphant, yet heartbroken. Toko gazes down with a sorrowful expression, burdened by the weight of the truth. In a flashback, Albus and Laro invite Toko to join their quest to subdue the Demon King. The Toko from that moment is completely taken aback by the life-changing proposal. In the present, Albus contemplates the situation, his demeanor serious and reflective. He muses about how twisted Nicola was, realizing no one could have foreseen this. Toko shares that she became an adventurer to explore the world, just like her father, who delved into ruins. Her face is clouded with sorrow as she reflects on her past motivations for embarking on this journey. Now she comprehends what Lara meant about the world being a series of coincidences. Albus concurs, stating that everyone must come to terms with their misfortunes. Toko counters, asserting that she is different because she never even attempted to grasp her own fortune. Tears well up in her eyes as she mourns her blind trust in Nicola regarding her father's care. Albus absorbs her heartfelt revelation, his expression somber and deeply empathetic. She senses a stark contrast between her proactive self in Loros and her current state. As she wipes away a tear, she confesses that being with Loro only amplifies her self-hatred. This profound self-loathing leads her to declare that she cannot remain with the group. Albus quietly acknowledges her painful choice with a somber, understanding nod. He gently reassures her that from what he knows, there was nothing she could have done differently. With a warm smile, he tells her it was merely bad luck, and that's all there is to it. His simple words of solace seem to resonate with her, softening her defensive demeanor. Toko admits that Albus is an odd person, yet she recognizes he has a good heart. She vows that one day, when she can forgive herself, she will travel with them again. Albus reiterates that life is a series of coincidences, adding a mysterious twist. He assures her it's not her fault and that eventually she will come to understand this. He promises her that everything will turn out all right in the end. Toko turns away, his kind words seemingly too heavy for her to handle. In confusion, she lashes out, claiming she doesn't understand them and that they make no sense. With fresh tears, she questions what they could possibly know about her suffering. A memory reveals a young, hopeful Toko pledging to leave the city and explore the world with her father. A boy named Amari scoffs at her aspirations, his face reflecting pure cynicism. He reminds her of their poverty and her father's illness, trying to crush her dreams. Yet young Toko's optimism remains unyielding. She vows to create her own good fortune. Amari narrates that they grew up in the same slums, never grasping her optimism. He reflects that Toko was always distinct from the other children they grew up with. In a place filled with despair, he muses that she saw something none of them could. He lets out a frustrated shh, unable to reconcile her hope with their grim reality. The scene snaps back to the present, the atmosphere in the hideout thick with renewed tension. Laro yells for everyone to pause, attempting to de-escalate the charged situation. He urges the furious thieves to settle down, reminding them that the mastermind is already dealt with. Toko joins in, pleading with her former allies to halt their aggressive approach. Amari sarcastically thanks them for revealing the truth, questioning if they feel good about it. He explains that even if it was all a fabrication, Sister Nicholas's words were a precious glimmer of hope. His face reflects despair as he admits they genuinely believed they could escape their suffering. The thieves passionately assert that they truly believe they can transform the city. Loro acknowledges their struggles, while Albus observes the tense standoff from the sidelines. In response, Albus unleashes a fierce gust of wind, casting a spell he names Blowback. The thieves gasp in disbelief as the wind snatches their weapons away. Albus, with a serious expression, emphasizes the need to rectify their errors and move ahead. Toko observes the scene unfold, worry etched on her face. Amari, their leader, questions how they are expected to achieve such a feat. An idea suddenly hits Albus, a solution forming in his mind. With manic enthusiasm, he suggests a new business venture to them. The entire band of thieves stares at him, completely baffled by his strange proposal. He excitedly pitches his concept for a portable cooking pot, forecasting huge demand. Laurel thinks to himself that Albus is out of his mind for suggesting this now. From behind, Toko warns him not to toy with her using such nonsense. Yet she steps forward, her demeanor serious as she requests more information. The thieves are stunned that their strategist is genuinely considering Albus's ridiculous idea. Amari questions her seriousness, but Toko insists they should attempt to help legitimately. She turns to the skeptical Amari, assuring him that everything will turn out fine. A confident grin spreads across her face as she pledges to devise a flawless plan. Amari observes her, concern etched on his face for his friend. His gaze softens as he reflects on the tough situation they all face. Pulling Albus aside, Amari cautions him not to pressure Toko too much. He refers to Albus as a hero, recalling his earlier invitation for Toko to join. Amari makes a tough request, asking Albus to take Toko away from the city. Overhearing this, Toko gasps his name in shock and confusion. Amari urges Albus to think carefully, noting his tendency to lose his composure. He points out that merely returning the money won't resolve their complicated issues. With a grim determination, Amari declares that Destilo must face consequences, and he will take the blame. Toko's eyes widen as she processes the gravity of his words. She asks if he genuinely intends to turn himself in, confirming he is their leader. He acknowledges his role, admitting he was the first to fall for the sisters' trick. He tells Toko she has always been different from them, and that he will remain. He remembers how she always looked ahead, speaking of her dreams with passion. With a somber expression, he confesses that he envied her deeply for that. He reminds her that she strives so hard to fulfill her father's dream. He tells her she has done enough, and they've come this far because of her. For her father's sake, he insists she must see the world beyond this place. A single tear falls as she grapples with accepting his selfless sacrifice. The group watches as Toko starts to walk away, her choice seemingly made. Loro insists it's not his fault this time. Toko is leaving of her own accord. The adventurers tread through a tranquil forest path, the mood now heavy. One of the companions comments on how suddenly quiet it has become. Toko, walking ahead, wonders to herself why everything has turned so silent. Loro admits that just looking at Toko irritates him since they don't get along. Yet he confesses to himself that he also feels an odd sense of loneliness. Toko glances back, her expression contemplative and softened by the stillness. Approaching her, Laro expresses his condolences for her loss, adding that he's lost someone too. He feels relieved to share this, suggesting they might now share their grief. Albus listens to their conversation, his expression serious and contemplative. Toko turns to Albus, asking him to hear her out even if it sounds nonsensical. Albus looks at her, starting to recall something someone once shared with him. He remembers her promise to journey together again, once she could forgive herself. In the present, he gently inquires if enough time has passed for her. Both Albus and Laura observe her, waiting for her decision. A flood of memories crashes into Toko, blending hardship with camaraderie. She glimpses moments from past escapades, battling monsters, and sharing quiet times. One memory stands out, enjoying a joyful meal with Fiona beneath the stars. She remembers walking alone along a rugged mountain path. Another recollection shows her before a massive, ancient tree standing solitary. Her face reflects a distant gaze as she navigates her tangled feelings. Confusion fills her wide eyes, mirroring her inner chaos. Albus and Laurel observe her quietly, allowing her some space. A close-up of her eye reveals the weight of her uncertainty. Laro glances at Albus, admitting he's lost in the situation. Toko starts to explain, unsure of the reason behind her feelings. Her heart lightens slightly, a small smile appearing on her face. Suddenly, a friend urgently calls for everyone to look outside. Peering out, they spot a shape in the sky, initially mistaking it for a bird. Laurel realizes the truth, shouting that they are finally free. Fiona and Gina arrive, soaring on a stunning white Pegasus. Fiona joyfully shares her relief at being reunited with Albus. With a warm grin, Albus expresses his happiness that she's safe. Toko observes the reunion, quietly asking Amari if everyone is truly okay with this. With newfound determination, Toko states her desire to embark on a journey. Amari gently reassures her not to fret about those who remain behind. He and the other thieves vow to find their own way to attract good fortune. Gina bursts out in anger, demanding to know if they've run out of money. The group explains that Laro gave all their casino winnings to the thieves. Toko and Fiona exchange polite yet slightly awkward greetings. Toko studies her new allies, a rugged hermit and a kind girl. She concludes with a wry thought that Albus isn't the only oddball here. 3 months have slipped by since they departed Rondell. 9 months since they left. The group steadily advances northward across the Enner's continent. A map illustrates their path to Galmat, with the party divided into 2 teams. Fiona and Lara form a forward party, riding the Pegasus that can only carry 2. Toko, with the second group, questions the need for their separation. While another companion cooks, Albus laments missing out on Fiona's cooking. Albus admits he didn't foresee the Pegasus becoming so attached to Fiona. The Pegasus, meant to return to the academy, insists on following her. To hasten their journey, Albus announces a change in their route. His companions wonder how they can possibly catch up to the flying Pegasus. Albus smirks confidently, knowing exactly what to do. He reveals their shortcut, an ancient, powerful warp gate. The group traverses a dense, silent forest on their way to the destination. Their path leads to a clearing filled with ancient, crumbling ruins. From the shrine steps Marius, its guardian for 4 decades, who anticipated their arrival. He grants the hero permission to use the gate as he pleases. However, he kindly requests that they fulfill his dying wish. Albus watches with a deadpan expression, unimpressed, having heard this before. He recognizes the old man as Marius the Hermit, also known as the Wise Wizard. With a sly grin, Albus tells the old man he doesn't work for free. Albus questions the old man's presence, warning him not to expect any favors. The hermit Marius reveals his desire to acquire the legendary rainbow gem. Albus' 2 female companions, Toko and Gina, observe the peculiar exchange. When Marius requests to share his story, Albus urges him to get on with it. He starts reminiscing about his youthful affection for a tavern girl named Cecile. Albus subtly signals his allies to take their positions for the plan. Marius reveals he abandoned Cecile to devote himself to the art of magic. Toko and Gina watch, bewildered by Albus's sudden and odd scheme. He recalls vowing to return one day with the rainbow gem for her. As Marius pleads for assistance, Albus's friends question his choice. The elderly hermit kneels, begging for one last glimpse of his lost love. Toko magically morphs, embodying the very essence of young Cecile. Marius gazes in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief at the sight. Toko greets the astonished Marius, who whispers Cecile's name in awe. Albus' companions are taken aback by Toko's performance as he promises to explain later. Marius, with tears in his eyes, apologizes for not keeping his promise about the gem. Toko, as Cecile, tells him that their reunion is what truly matters now. She comforts him with a warm smile, alleviating his long-held sorrow. The old man's head begins to shake as a conflicting memory resurfaces. Marius halts mid-story, confusion suddenly washing over his face. He questions if he ever truly made that promise to Cecile. His thoughts shift to Esmeralda, a captivating dancer, leaving Toko puzzled. Gina appears, transformed into the enchanting and exotic dancer Esmeralda. A flustered Marius exclaims her name, completely swept away with joy. Gina, as Esmeralda, teasingly reminds him of his promise regarding the gem. Albus hopes this intricate performance will finally ease the old man's regrets. Marius's thoughts then wander to yet another woman, Mary, a bunny girl. Toko instantly shifts again, now dressed as the playful bunny girl Mary. An exasperated Toko grabs Marius, demanding to know why they are doing this. Albus calmly inquires if the old man has finally had enough of this. Their other companion is horrified, questioning what kind of journey this has become. A spirit-like energy escapes Marius as he collapses from the overwhelming experience. Albus's companions are stunned, asking when he could have prepared for all this. A self-assured Albus chuckles, having foreseen the old man's tales. The weary hermit expresses his gratitude for helping him revisit his past. Albus asks if Marius managed to relive his treasured memories. Marius looks up, his demeanor shifting to serious and clear once again. He discloses that there is one last memory he wishes to revisit. With newfound clarity, he recalls that he actually found the rainbow gem. He explains that the fog clouding his mind has finally cleared. In a flashback, he remembers traveling with a young boy and girl. The journey was brief but chaotic, bringing them a lot of trouble. He recalls the numerous challenges and mishaps they faced along the way. At the end of their adventure, they finally discovered the legendary rainbow gem. He remembers reaching for the gem on its pedestal with triumphant hands. His expression in that memory radiates pure, unfiltered joy. The young Albus in the memory offers a simple, knowing apology. Marius realizes with disappointment that it's merely an ordinary rock. His young companion points out that this revelation can't be the whole truth. He understood then that the journey itself was the most thrilling part. In the present, he declares that this simple stone is his greatest treasure. Marius then asks Albus how many times he has gone through this journey. With a knowing glance, he tells the hero he respects his tough decision. He feels this unending quest carries a significance that surpasses any outcome. Albus gives a gentle, peaceful smile, recognizing the old man's insight. As they separate, Albus ponders why these memories are surfacing now. He turns to the hermit, inviting him to join their journey. Marius declines, claiming an old man like him would only slow them down. He assures Albus that he will come to his aid if trouble arises. Albus and his friends head toward the shimmering warp gate. Marius waves them off, vowing they will reunite someday. Beneath the stars, one of Albus's friends questions what just occurred. Albus grins, clarifying that Marius simply wished to share his tales. He humorously finds himself wedged in a rock, calling for assistance. His companions express irritation, suggesting they leave him stuck for 10 hours. Albus counters with compliments, praising their stunning costumes. Sometime earlier, another group explores the door in ruins in Galmouth. A colossal stone door is smashed open by a tremendous force from within. The warrior Laurel unleashes a fierce battle cry as he confronts skeletons. Nearby, the cleric Fiona casts spells amid the chaos of the dungeon. Lauro joyfully announces their escape as Fiona cautions him about foes. The victorious group exits the dungeon, with Fiona ready to heal. This marks their second successful dungeon conquest on the continent. Fiona holds up their treasure, a stunning and potent heavenly bracelet. Her companions agree that the magic-enhancing bracelet suits her perfectly. Fiona humbly argues that such a powerful item would be wasted on her. One companion reassures her, stating she has been invaluable to them. Fiona spots something in the distance, gesturing toward a nearby village. The group nears the walled village, curious about their discovery. Fiona observes something unusual perched atop the village wall. A commanding voice suddenly instructs them to halt immediately. A gigantic, translucent slime monster looms over a solitary figure. Fiona gasps at the slime's size, but Laurel prevents her from charging in. Lauro detects the overwhelming magical presence surrounding the lone sorcerer. The sorcerer recognizes the approaching party, calling out Lauro's name. He turns, his eyes landing on Fiona as he utters her name. He comments that they have arrived much sooner than he anticipated. The sorcerer is humorously engulfed by the enormous slime monster. His retainers panic, yelling that their young master has been devoured. A voice shouts to target the creature's core. The retainers chastise their rescued master, Aval, for his reckless actions. They assure the travelers they can manage the monsters on their own. One of Aval's men expresses gratitude to the travelers for their concern. He explains that their master, despite his poor fighting skills, always tries to assist. Fiona and Laro are puzzled by the villagers' loyalty to their master. A retainer reveals the village is named Asteram, ruled by the Clovel House. He introduces the heir of the house, Aval Clovel-sama. He adds that their master is simply shy and struggles with outsiders. Fiona starts to present her party to the villagers. Aval interrupts, claiming he already knows who they are. A young man with a monocle, Aval identifies Lauro and Fiona as newcomers. He inquires why their leader, Albus, is absent, surprising Fiona. His serious demeanor suggests he knows more than he should. He discloses a shocking fact: only he retains the memories of their past. One day, he recounts, he unexpectedly found himself with memories that shouldn't exist. These were clear memories of his adventures with the heroes' party in a former life. He vividly recalls the terrifying battle against the monstrous Demon King. Among his memories is a resolute cleric named Fiona, who fought alongside them. He gradually grasped the cyclical nature of the world that Albus was ensnared in. Upon realizing the world had reset, his memories of the past journey resurfaced. He resolved to wait for Albus and the others to locate him again. Spotting Fiona and Laurel, he senses their destined reunion is imminent. He feels a deep admiration for Fiona, secretly calling her his Oshi. This profound respect is something he recognizes from ancient scriptures. Fiona, puzzled by his distance, inquires why he stands so far away. Her face shows innocent curiosity, oblivious to his internal admiration. She steps closer, causing him to instinctively flinch away. Aval becomes noticeably flustered, thinking she's invaded his personal space. Fiona directly asks if they've met in a previous time loop. Concern washes over her face as she contemplates the possibility. Abel listens intently, his gaze locked on her with quiet focus. He acknowledges that the others also seem to hold fragments of past lives. Fiona sadly admits she remembers nothing at all. She expresses her insecurity, fearing she wasn't a worthy ally for Albus. Ava looks down, absorbing her heartfelt and vulnerable admission. He gently probes whether memories truly define a person's value. Her quiet sincerity and lack of confidence are traits he deeply respects. He knows that even the smallest things can make people feel insecure. He reassures her that her inner bravery is what truly counts and deserves recognition. Fiona looks up, her eyes widening at his unexpected kindness. With a small, grateful smile, she quietly expresses her thanks for his support. One of Aval's retainers remarks on their ill-timed arrival at the village. A bewildered Fiona turns to Aval, asking what the man meant. Aval delivers a grim warning. The village will face destruction in 3 days. He coldly adds that he will be the one to bring about its ruin. The source of this calamity is a monstrous crystalline beast, the evil dragon Holokias. The elves have confirmed that the dragon is advancing from the northern mountains. Aval explains that the Demon King dispatched the dragon to turn their village to ashes. Fiona is horrified to discover the Demon King is directly behind this assault. Laurel questions how they can possibly confront a creature of such overwhelming power. Aval confidently asserts he can vanquish it using the stellar magic he inherited. Fiona recognizes stellar magic as an ancient art capable of reshaping the land. Internally, Aval feels elated to receive praise from his Oshi Fiona. Laro, still puzzled, asks why the village must be sacrificed for the spell. Fiona gazes at the village's towering central structure, sensing its significance. A look of realization dawns on her as she comprehends the plan. Crystal decorations adorn the village walls, essential for a larger spell. The entire village is revealed to be an elaborate magic circle. This serves as their ultimate defense, a mechanism capable of obliterating any monster. Fiona realizes with dread that the spell will be unleashed upon the village itself. Aval confirms with grim determination that they have chosen survival over their home. Laurel offers his assistance, asking Aval if he can help take down the dragon. He recklessly suggests that simply slaying the dragon would resolve everything. Abel grins, recognizing that Laura is the type to make things happen. He cautions that Lara has arrived prematurely and lacks sufficient strength. Yet he concedes that her presence is surprisingly comforting. Fiona gazes ahead, her expression serious and resolute, ready for what lies ahead. Aval warmly invites them into his spacious home to strategize. Inside the manor, Fiona inquires why the Demon King is targeting this village. Aval clarifies that it's due to their persistent refusal of the Demon King's orders. The demand is for the Clovel family's head to bolster his army. He discloses that his father is the infamous demon Cloval, a heretic who cherished humans. Aval concludes that he is the offspring of a demon and a human. A villager urges a traveler not to interfere with their preparations. Toko argues with villagers who are incinerating their belongings in a massive bonfire. She asserts that it's not yet certain the village will face destruction. Aval and his companion approach, drawn by the early morning commotion. His companion explains that Fiona is attempting to halt the villagers' grim ceremony. A villager tells Fiona they aren't being defeatist about their circumstances. They express their unwavering faith in their young master, Aval. Aval agrees that his magic is genuine and he will vanquish the evil dragon. A villager rallies the others, pledging they will endure even the crossfire. Aval informs Fiona that this is simply the way things are in their village. He states with a sigh that everyone has already made their decisions. Aval stands next to Fiona, observing the villagers' solemn and determined ritual. He thinks to himself that Fiona is a kind soul he can't help but root for. The group looks down, recognizing the deep bond of trust between the Lord and his people. Laro asks Abel to share more about his father, the legendary demon Cloval. Aval adjusts his monocle, ready to share his family's extraordinary tale. He recounts how the land was once harsh, plagued by relentless monster attacks. Then his father emerged, driving away all threats to the village. His father's sole wish was to lead a peaceful life, free from conflict. Initially, the villagers were bewildered, but they gradually accepted the demon. The village girl fell for his father, and from their union, Abel was born. Fiona asks where his formidable father is now. When the Demon King returned, his father was coerced into joining the army. For a while, he resisted, but his health eventually began to fail. Now he is forced to recover at a secluded shrine on a nearby mountain. The Demon King noticed his frail condition and issued a final ultimatum. Clovel was commanded to either enlist or face destruction by the dragon. With his father incapacitated, the Demon King demands Aval to take his place. Laurel questions if Aval truly believes he can conquer the powerful dragon. Aval affirms with complete confidence that he will prevail. He has faced this very battle at least once in a previous time loop. He asked Fiona and Laro to assist in evacuating the villagers instead of fighting. Fiona observes, her expression serious and her determination unyielding. Aval watches as the villagers continue to incinerate their belongings in a large bonfire. He reflects on how heartbreaking it must be for them to destroy their memories. Fiona whispers that they shouldn't have to part with such things so easily. Ava looks on, his face a mask of quiet, somber resolve. A chibified Aval internally tells Fiona that there's nothing she can do. 2 nights later, a full moon illuminates the cloudy night sky. A monstrous winged demon, the malevolent dragon Holokias, descends from the sky. Atop a mountain, villagers are in a frenzy as one man urgently directs the evacuation. Within a stone shrine, the young sorcerer Aval strides forward, filled with determination. He approaches his parents, a human woman and a seated demon lord with horns. Concern etched on her face, Aval's mother warns him to stay safe. With a heavy heart, Aval silently says goodbye to both his mother and father. His expression hardens as he declares his intent to leave. A childhood memory surfaces when a traveler visited his village. As a child, he had let his guard down and confided in that stranger. He disclosed the truth about his father being a demon and their shared blood. The man reacted violently, labeling the boy a monster. In that moment, Aval understood the world viewed him as a monster, yet his village embraced him. Now, facing the enormous dragon, Aval vows to annihilate his beloved village. Fury ignites in his eyes as he holds the dragon and the Demon King responsible. Flipping open his grimoire, Aval shouts the incantation to unleash his grand magic. A large defensive crystal on the village wall begins to radiate power. All the crystals atop the village towers ignite, creating a magical formation. The massive, evil dragon descends from the sky, targeting the village. A luminous ring of magic appears above the dragon and the village walls. Aval unleashes his stellar magic Sagittarius, showering the area with beams of light. The catastrophic attack culminates in a blinding explosion of energy. From a safe distance, the evacuated villagers gaze at the spectacle in wonder. Ava looks up as his powerful spell strikes its target. His expression shifts abruptly to one of utter shock and disbelief. He spots Fiona on a rooftop, puzzled as to why she remains in the village. Before Aval can react, his companion Laurel grips his shoulder. Laurel confidently reassures the bewildered that everything will turn out all right. On the rooftop, Fiona takes a deep breath, readying herself to cast her own spell. She unleashes Ether Region, forming a massive protective sigil over the village. Aval stares in disbelief, questioning how she wields such extraordinary power. His eyes widen as he realizes the origin of her newfound strength. He recognizes the ornate, glowing bracelet adorning Fiona's arm. Laurel explains that it's the heavenly bracelet from the ruins, amplifying magic. He adds that Fiona is channeling all the bracelet's energy into her spell. Fiona's eyes shine with determination as the artifact radiates immense energy. The massive protective shield flares, absorbing the destructive force of Aval's magic. Laurel expresses his faith, recalling Fiona's confidence in her abilities. Aval nods with resolve, affirming they must trust in her. Laurel admires her strength, noting she can achieve this despite her usual doubts. This sight triggers a memory for Aval, bringing him back to a quiet chat. He remembers asking Fiona about her well-known disdain for demons. He told her she didn't need to force herself to be around him. Fiona had looked at him seriously, deep in thought. She admitted it was true. Her hatred for demons ran deep. A close-up reveals her determined gaze as she reflects on her feelings. She then made an important distinction, stating she knew nothing about him personally. With a gentle smile, she explained that trust starts with understanding someone. She invited Aval to share, asking him to tell her about himself. In the present, Aval jolts, realizing he knows a great deal about Fiona. A voice from his past identifies her as Fiona Umil of the Heroes Party. The memory concludes by describing her as a cleric with exceptional abilities. As Lauro cheers wildly for Fiona, Aval remains silent, deep in contemplation. A formless entity, the Blessing Flame, glides through a wintry forest. It detects an extraordinary vessel within a nearby snow-covered house. A solitary dark eye fixates on its target with unwavering intensity. The flame calls to a young boy, beckoning him as Fiona to come closer. Footprints emerge in the snow as the boy is lured out of the house. He stands before a massive, shadowy beast in the barren woods. The boy, his gaze blank, claims to be Fiona and consents to leave. A formidable, armored demon king lounges on his throne, a faint smirk gracing his lips. A figure bows before him, recognizing the summons from the demon king. The kneeling figure identifies himself as Zelurk, the fifth of Heavenfall Tower. The demon king, now visible, emits a contemplative hum. He brushes aside the need for formalities, cloaked in a dark aura. He inquires about Zelark's current vessel and its condition. Zelark touches his face, stating he has finally adapted to the flesh. A subordinate questions whether the vessel is truly satisfactory. The subordinate highlights the immense magical energy radiating from Zelark. Zelark internally panics, wondering why the Demon King has summoned him now. The Demon King dismisses a previous incident, curious if Zelark learned of Golni's death. Zelark plots, trying to devise a way to talk his way out of this situation. The Demon King's demeanor turns serious as he receives a report. Zelark confirms he is referring to the hero Albus Stride. The Demon King notes the hero's early arrival on the Magic Continent. The subordinate, a horned demon, admits he has also been monitoring Albus. He warns that rushing towards the hero won't change the outcome. He asserts that Albus poses no threat to the Demon King. He explains he has been observing the hero from afar. His familiar, a spirit-like stag, appears in a forest. He has been watching the hero's party through the eyes of his familiar. He notes that Albus radiates an unusual aura reminiscent of someone from his past. The Demon King's face, adorned with swirling sigils, reveals curiosity. He asks his subordinate who this figure from the past might be. Zelark explains they were sorcerers from the same era, recognized as prodigies. Yet, Zelark in his youth could never accept being compared to anyone. His pride demanded he be seen as unmatched. After much reflection, he devised a plan to demonstrate his superiority. He sought a form that transcends all, with an unyielding body and immortal spirit. The subordinate asks if he means the first hero. Zelark's face is shrouded in shadow as he affirms this. He admits the first hero managed to defeat his physical form. However, he reveals that his soul endured, achieving immortality. The first hero has vanished from this era, leaving only Zelark. The Demon King states that Zelark's survival is what truly matters. The subordinate passionately declares that he is still alive. Zelark's expression twists with bitterness, insisting he deserves reverence, not the hero. The Demon King's subordinate watches with a slightly shocked expression. Zelark informs the Demon King that he has discovered the ultimate vessel. The Demon King questions his advisor, Zelark, about the vessel he is pursuing. Zildred clarifies he is not focused on his current body, but the next one. He recalls a past failure, a night when he couldn't seize his prize. Zelark reveals that every century a human blessed by him is born by his own design. The Demon King deduces that this blessing allows the chosen to become his vessel. When the blessing fully saturates the body, it transforms into a vessel he can control. He sighs, lamenting that ongoing compatibility issues have always hindered his true power. However, on one fateful night, he discovered the ideal candidate for his revival. This body exuded exceptional potential even as the blessing began to show. He muses that throughout history, no vessel has ever perfectly aligned with his essence. Yet with this specific body, he felt a complete resurrection was finally within reach. He never expected that two blessed children would be born in the same era. The elder brother, he observes, understood the truth and sacrificed himself for his sister. A wicked laugh escapes Zelark as he reminisces about this past complication. He asserts that it's merely a matter of time before the girl becomes a vessel. Once he claims her body, his essence will gradually merge with her very being. With chilling eagerness, he expresses his intense longing to see Fiona once more. Throughout this entire speech, the Demon King listens with a focused, intense stare. Zelark gets ready to leave, pledging to keep an eye on the hero's actions. His lord halts him, requesting that he wait to witness something first. The grand chamber doors swing open, revealing a newcomer approaching the throne. A stern-faced demon kneels, formally inquiring why the Demon King has called him. Zelark identifies the newcomer as Fierce Blood Duke Vale, one of the formidable towers. The Demon King reminds Vale that he was tasked with dealing with the traitor Clavel. He accuses the Duke of sending the malevolent dragon Holukias without his approval. Vale panics, insisting he never thought the powerful evil dragon could be defeated. The Demon King coolly remarks that the world is indeed full of unexpected twists. He then shifts his gaze to Zelark, noting that the hero surprised him as well. Posing a philosophical inquiry, he wonders what defines a true hero. He recounts his own cycle of defeat, leading to a prolonged slumber. With genuine bewilderment, he questions how a mere human can overcome him. He then focuses on Vale, seeking his thoughts on the situation. The obsequious Duke admits he cannot even begin to grasp his lord's reasoning. His master muses that it's a tedious situation, yet even a fool can become wise. Vale, misunderstanding entirely, eagerly pleads to be enlightened on the subject. In a sudden violent motion, the Demon King drives his ornate sword into Vale. He proclaims that the time has come, stating a fool can become wise with enough time. Standing over Vale's lifeless form, he adds that he won't grant him such time. He then inquires of Zlark whether heroes too have spent a significant amount of time. With a knowing grin, he suggests they might be caught in a time loop. Zlark responds with slight confusion to the sharply pointed question. The Demon King's swirling eye demands to know if Zlark possesses knowledge of this. His advisor stands firm, readying his reply to the perilous inquiry. With a practiced smile, he calmly denies having any knowledge of it. The Demon King accepts this, dismissing him after their significant exchange. Now alone, he decides to overlook Vale's previous conflict with another named Golni. Zlark, exiting the castle, ponders how his lord could have possibly known. The Demon King reflects that all schemes and plans are trifles to him. His gaze lands on the grand, imposing architecture of his formidable castle. A low, quiet chuckle escalates into a full-throated manic laugh. He declares the situation is becoming intriguing, asking Albus what his next move will be. The air crackles with tension as the final showdown approaches, and everyone braces for the inevitable clash.